at the center where the action will unfold. The 22 yards, well, a lot of talk about it yesterday, and obviously before the game today, you'll be discussing how this pitch play still looks quite dry, still looks as if there's got a few sort of cracks to work with, but I won't go any further. I've got the man to talk about it, Saqlain Mushtaq. Firstly, we'll talk about, obviously, about Abrar. What kind of talk did you have before the game when Abrar knew that he was playing his first game?
Actually, Abrar, he done really well in the domestic cricket, and I think he was the top wicket taker. He's a quite confident guy. You know, when he came into the dressing room, when Mohammad Wasim, the chief selector, introduced Abrar to me first time, and he said that he's a very confident guy and he's a mystery kind of a bowler, great control with the ball, and passionate about cricket, and he's very sort of enthusiastic, you know. And he was highly praising him. And when I saw him, it didn't surprise me actually, to be honest, you know. And he brings the energy into the dressing room. Very confident guy, talking to all the boys, sitting with the barber, having a dinner, coffee, you know, showed, you know, that he's a confident guy, and he would love to do the business.
Absolutely. You've probably bowled on such tracks a lot and you know exactly what to do. What would your advice be to the spinners on this particular surface, which is offering slow turn?
It is slow turn, yeah. It is slow turn. Obviously, you know, a lot of patience and, you know, keep hitting the good areas, you know, and patience, yeah.
And reverse, what about the batters? What should they do?
England, they are showing what they are doing it, and I think they keep saying that the way they want to do it, and they will do the same thing. Good for
the
them.
Pakistani batters?
You know, I mean, I think what is our strength and what is our way of playing cricket, and we've been doing really well, and we did well in the first Test match. We were very close to actually bring the victory into our dressing room, but we were unlucky. But I think the way Babar is playing, he should be doing the same thing. And Imam did really well in the first Test match. I think Saudi is playing brilliantly. He looks very confident. I think they should play their own natural game.
So Saqlain Mushtaq reckons patience all round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, 5.9 and 3.3. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll start with showing a little patch on the pitch and then talk about spin. Yeah. 11 out of the 12 wickets that fell yesterday were to spin. So all the talk will be about how spinners would go on this surface. I still think that early morning with the haze, there'll be a bit of help for the faster men as well. But in terms of the pitch, it's still quite dry. And you look at the surface, I think it's still good. There's maybe slow spin, but there's one sort of area which is actually developing just outside the left-handers off stump if you're looking towards the pavilion end, just around about here, which is a pretty good length to aim at, but now we know that everybody wants to sweep and reverse sweep, so maybe that's not a huge issue. The other thing that I would like to talk about is the degree of spin the spinners got. This Will Jacks was the one who got most spin. His stock delivery went about 5.9, and Abrar the lowest 3.3. So in actual fact, if you look at those figures, it wasn't the fact that the ball was turning square. It wasn't the fact that there was a lot of help for the spinners. It was just the quality of Abrar yesterday that was so good. Maybe England will come up with more plans against him. Maybe they need to pick him better. But it was just about Abrar being on top of his game and being so good. I think it is exaggerated almost the way we saw the pitch behave. We thought that it's turning a lot, but it was just the magic of the mystery spinner. Today were to spin. So all the talk will be about how spinners would
It could not have been scripted better. What a dream debut for the youngster Abrar Ahmed, picking up 7 wickets on debut just on day 1. And of course, I've got the mystery man with me. Abrar, सबसे पहले बहुत मुबारक हो. पहले बताएं, रात को नींद आई थी?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत अच्छी नींद आई. जब आप थके हुए तो ऑब्वियसली नींद अच्छी आती है.
7 विकेटें आपने डेब्यू पे ली. आपके हिसाब से सबसे फेवरेट विकेट कौन सी थी और क्यों?
मेरी जो फेवरेट विकेट थी वो बेन स्टोक की थी। जो मेरे टीममेट्स है, कुछ प्लेयर हैं, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि हमें क्रॉली की विकेट ज़्यादा अच्छी लगी क्योंकि वो फर्स्ट विकेट बहुत अच्छी थी। मगर जो मुझे पसंद आई वो बेन स्टोक की विकेट थी।
क्योंकि बेन स्टोक्स के रिएक्शन से ये लगा कि उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी पिक नहीं किया था। हालांकि डकेट ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि हम पिक कर रहे थे मगर तुम बहुत अच्छी जगहों पे लैंड भी करी, बट बेन स्टोक्स के रिएक्शन से ऐसा लग नहीं रहा था कि उन्होंने पिक की।
जी, मुझे भी ऐसे लगा, कुछ बोले उनको रीड भी नहीं हो रही थी, तो मैं भी ये भी हो सकता है।
अच्छा ये बताएं, कमेंट्री बॉक्स में काफ़ी डिबेट हो रही है कि आप रिस्ट स्पिनर हैं, फिंगर स्पिनर हैं, आप अपने आप को क्या बोलते हैं, आप हमें बता दें।
मैं फिंगर स्पिनर हूँ, मगर यूज़ करता रहता हूँ, बॉल के साथ थोड़ा खेलता रहता हूँ, तो मैं शुरू से ही फिंगर स्पिनर हूँ।
अच्छा, फिंगर स्पिनर्स की बात करते हैं, वेरिएशंस की बात करते हैं। ऑब्वियसली आप अपना जो मिस्ट्री और जो मैजिक है वो हमें नहीं बताएंगे ग्रिप्स के हवाले से, बट आपकी स्टॉक डिलीवरी कौन सी है जो आप ज़्यादातर करते हैं और वेरिएशन के तौर पे कौन सी यूज़ करते हैं?
देखिए, ज़्यादातर तो मैं यही कोशिश करता हूँ कि बाहर निकालूँ या लेग स्पिन ही ज़्यादा करूँ, और उसके बाद जो मेरी विकेट्स बॉल है तो उसको थोड़ा छुपा के करना पड़ता है।
अच्छा, ये दूसरी बात हम कहते हैं ना बैटर्स को कि हाथ में से देखें, तो आपकी वेरिएशन में बहुत थोड़ा सा फ़र्क है जब आप ख़ास तौर पे रॉन्ग वन करते हैं और रॉन्ग वन में ब्रेक भी ज़्यादा है। तो आपको लगता है कि ये डिसेप्शन या जो बैट्समैन से छुपाना होता है ये मुश्किल होता है कि आप इसके बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं सोचते?
नहीं, मैं वाक़ई इन चीज़ों के बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं सोचता हूँ, क्योंकि आपको पता है आजकल तो जदीद दौर है, हर चीज़ को देख के आते, यानी हर वर्कआउट करके आते। मगर आप कुछ बोले इस तरह होती है, आपको जो करनी पड़ती है, यानी उनके साथ खेलना पड़ता है। तो ये है कि 2-3 किस्म की गुगली करता हूँ, तो जिसकी वजह से फ़ायदा होता है मुझे।
वेरिएशन में पेस में भी आपने इजाफा किया इस दफ़ा, उसके पीछे क्या वजह है?
देखिए, यानी पेस का कम करना, स्लो करना, वेरिएशन बहुत ज़रूरी है। इंग्लिश प्लेयरों के लिए तो काफ़ी ज़रूरी है कि आप वेरिएशन से इनको पहले वो करें, घेरें, और उनके बाद फिर आउट वाला बॉल करें।
चलिए अब्रार, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर टॉकिंग
थैंक
टू
यू
अस।
सो मच।
Well, you've heard from the man himself. He obviously tries to play with his variation. He's increased his pace because the modern day, that's what it needs. But also more than that, as a batter, you're probably looking to pick up the ball from the hand when it's coming down. The arm speed might not tell you too much, but you're probably looking at where the finger come out and how the fingers have the seam coming down. And you're hoping to pick the wrong one as well. I think lots of footage in due course will help with that, but he's got the mysteries well within his fingers.
After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan, the city of saints. Very special moment for him. You just want to get that ball in his hand and have a bowl.
Oh, what a start this is. That one looking really, really close.
And in the air and goes, live by the sword, die by the sword, Ollie Pope.
In the air, Middock sets himself. It is a test fifer. On the first morning as an international test match cricketer.
But it is 50 for Ben Duckett.
Oh, gone. The googly. Stokes has missed it. That will be that then for this England first innings. And a bit of bounce from Anderson and an outside edge.
Barber wants 50, Barber gets 50. That's a pretty good day for Pakistan.
Hello and welcome from Multan Cricket Stadium. We are here on day 2 for the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Well, in case you guys missed out on the action yesterday, Pakistan are 107 for 2. Babar Azam is still not out. He'll be looking for that 100. And he is with Saud Shakil, who's on 32 not out. England were bowled out initially for 281. Pakistan are trailing by 174 runs. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, Pakistan had a decent day yesterday. Babar Azam is still not out. He'd be looking to get that 100 and get Pakistan into a position of some sort of a lead. England, of course, will be looking for early wickets to get into a dominating position. Now, I've got with me David Kaur and Waqar Younis next to me. David, England can take heart from the fact that there were 12 wickets that were taken yesterday. So the pitch definitely has a bit of something, at least for the spinners.
Yes, a rather different day, shall we say, to the first day in Rawalpindi, the first test. Very different conditions, which became apparent as the day wore on, but became apparent quite quickly, because we saw, half a dozen overs, 4 and 6 from the opening bowlers for Pakistan, and from then on it was basically all spin. I thought England had some good moments of the bat. I thought they had some poor moments of the bat as well. 281 is a reasonable score. They could have done better, I suspect. And what's putting it in perspective is this Pakistan innings. Babar played beautifully. He's striking at something like 80 runs per 100. And so just playing his shots as he does with effortless ease. And if this partnership with Saud Shakil carries on for quite some time, England will have a serious problem to face.
Well, for Pakistan to do well, they must have Babar Azam out there. We know he's already scored a 50, but he'd be looking for that big 100, Waqar.
Yeah, ideally you want Babar to stay out there as long as he can. He is, we all know that the way he plays, he's, if the ball is there, he will make sure that he gets runs. He will not bog down. He's a very positive player and he's a captain. Now, I think a lot will depend on him also, because if he stays out there, the other batsmen will feel very comfortable. And the innings he played, especially against Wood, I thought he was severe. He let the ball go to the keeper also, but he was very positive and he bowled a little loose delivery. So he is very, very important, very crucial. If he bats a session or two, I think Pakistan definitely have a very good chance of taking a lead in the first inning.
Well, they got into that position, of course, because yesterday we saw a magical spell by Abrar Ahmed. He was magnificent in the field on debut, taking 7 wickets. He earlier caught up with Arooj Mumtaz.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It could not have been scripted better. What a dream debut for the youngster Abrar Ahmed, picking up 7 wickets on debut just on day 1. And of course, I've got the mystery man with me. Abrar, सबसे पहले बहुत मुबारक हो. पहले बताएं, रात को नींद आई थी?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत अच्छी नींद आई. जब आप थके हुए तो obviously नींद अच्छी आती है.
7 विकेटें आपने डेब्यू पे ली, आपके हिसाब से सबसे फेवरेट विकेट कौन सी थी और क्यों?
मेरी जो फेवरेट विकेट थी वो बेन स्टोक की थी। जो मेरे टीममेट्स हैं, कुछ प्लेयर हैं, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि हमें क्रॉली की विकेट ज़्यादा अच्छी लगी क्योंकि वो फर्स्ट विकेट बहुत अच्छी थी, मगर जो मुझे पसंद आई वो बेन स्टोक की विकेट थी।
क्योंकि बेन स्टोक्स के रिएक्शन से ये लगा कि उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी पिक नहीं किया था, हालांकि डकेट ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि हम पिक कर रहे थे मगर बहुत अच्छी जगहों पे लैंड भी करी, बट बेन स्टोक्स के रिएक्शन से ऐसा लग नहीं रहा था कि उन्होंने पिक की।
जी, मुझे भी ऐसे लगा, कुछ बोले उनको रीड भी नहीं हो रही थी, तो मे भी ये भी हो सकता है।
अच्छा ये बताएं, कमेंट्री बॉक्स में काफ़ी डिबेट हो रही है कि आप रिस्ट स्पिनर हैं, फिंगर स्पिनर हैं, आप अपने आप को क्या बोलते हैं, आप हमें बता दें।
मैं फिंगर स्पिनर हूँ, मगर यूज़ करता रहता हूँ, बॉल के साथ थोड़ा खेलता रहता हूँ, तो मैं शुरू से ही फिंगर स्पिनर हूँ।
अच्छा, फिंगर स्पिनर्स की बात करते हैं, वेरिएशंस की बात करते हैं। ऑब्वियसली आप अपना जो मिस्ट्री और जो मैजिक है वो हमें नहीं बताएंगे ग्रिप्स के हवाले से, बट आपकी स्टॉक डिलीवरी कौन सी है जो आप ज़्यादातर करते हैं और वेरिएशन के तौर पे कौन सी यूज़ करते हैं?
देखिए, ज़्यादातर तो मैं यही कोशिश करता हूँ कि बाहर निकालूँ या लेग स्पिन ही ज़्यादा करूँ, और उसके बाद जो मेरी विकेट्स बॉल है तो उसको थोड़ा छुपा के करना पड़ता है।
अच्छा, दूसरी बात हम कहते हैं ना बैटर्स को कि हाथ में से देखें, तो आपकी वेरिएशन में बहुत थोड़ा सा फ़र्क है जब आप खास तौर पे रॉन्ग वन करते हैं और रॉन्ग वन में ब्रेक भी ज़्यादा है। तो आपको लगता है कि ये डिसेप्शन या जो बैट्समैन से छुपाना होता है ये मुश्किल होता है कि आप इसके बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं सोचते?
नहीं, मैं वाक़ई इन चीज़ों के बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं सोचता हूँ, क्योंकि आपको पता है आजकल तो जदीद दौर है, हर चीज़ को देख के आते, यानी हर वर्कआउट करके आते। मगर आप कुछ बोले इस तरह होती है, आपको जो करनी पड़ती है, यानी उनके साथ खेलना पड़ता है। तो ये है कि 2-3 किस्म की गुगली करता हूँ, तो जिसकी वजह से फ़ायदा होता है मुझे।
वेरिएशन में पेस में भी आपने इजाफा किया इस दफ़ा, उसके पीछे क्या वजह है?
देखिए, यानी पेस का कम करना, स्लो करना, वेरिएशन बहुत ज़रूरी है। इंग्लिश प्लेयरों के लिए तो काफ़ी ज़रूरी है कि आप वेरिएशन से इनको पहले वो करें, घेरें, और उनके बाद फिर आउट वाला बॉल करें।
चलिए अब्रार, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर टॉकिंग
Thank
टू
you
अस।
so much.
Well, you've heard from the man himself. He obviously tries to play with his variation. He's increased his pace because the modern day, that's what it needs. But also more than that, as a batter, you're probably looking to pick up the ball from the hand when it's coming down. The arm speed might not tell you too much, but you're probably looking at where the finger come out and how the fingers have the seam coming down. And you're hoping to pick the wrong one as well. I think lots of footage in due course will help with that, but he's got the mysteries well within his fingers.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, you heard it from the expert Aruj that you have to read it off the hands, but nice to hear his thoughts now. He's got a bright future ahead, lots of energy, and of course, lots of skill as well. We'll see you guys on the other side shortly. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, we saw 12 wickets were taken yesterday. Plenty of turn and bounce at offer for the spinners especially. So I'm sure England can take heart from that in terms of how it's going to pan out today. Is there going to be any different in terms of conditions and pitch? Let's find out from Bazid Khan.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
11 out of the 12 wickets that fell yesterday were to spin. So all the talk will be about how spinners would go on this surface. I still think that early morning with the haze, it'll be a bit of help for the faster men as well. But in terms of the pitch, it's still quite dry. And you look at the surface, I think it's still good. There's maybe slow spin, but there's one sort of area which is actually developing just outside the left-handers off stump if you're looking towards the pavilion end, just around about here, which is a pretty good length to aim at. But now we know that everybody wants to sweep and reverse sweep, so maybe that's not a huge issue. The other thing that I would like to talk about is the degree of spin the spinners got. This Will Jacks was the one who got most spin. His stock delivery went about 5.9, and Abrar the lowest 3.3. So in actual fact, if you look at those figures, it wasn't the fact that the ball was turning square. It wasn't the fact that there was a lot of help for the spinners. It was just the quality of Abrar yesterday that was so good. Maybe England will come up with more plans against him. Maybe they need to pick him better. But it was just about Abrar being on top of his game and being so good. I think it is exaggerated almost the way we saw the pitch behave. We thought that it's turning a lot, but it was just the magic of the mystery spinner.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Interesting thoughts there by Bazid Khan, putting it down to more to skill as opposed to the kind of turn that there was at offer in the pitch. Your thoughts on that, David?
It's a very good point to make. The skill was immense from Abrar. The deception that we saw with the dismissal of Crawley and Stokes, especially the Stokes one, where that look of sheer bemusement came on his face after he'd been bowled. That's people not reading the ball out of the hands. I mean, as people see more of him, they will start to learn the variations, start to learn the signals that give you a clue as to what's going to happen next. And again, when we saw, for instance, Leach and the English spinners bowling later in the day, very few turned. One or two went big. One or two seemed to grip on the dust and went big. We obviously had the one caught behind. But it's, as Bazid so rightly says, it's not a square turner yet.
Right. We're talking about obviously how today is going to pan out. We've got the expert predictions going throughout the test series, and some have been accurate, some not so much. Let's find out how it's going to go today with DG and Waqar.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Lots of predictions yesterday in terms of how much score England is going to make at the end of the day. But just in terms of the first session, how many wickets do you think England is going to take today?
Wow, tough one again. She puts us on the spot.
On the spot. That's my job.
That's not fair. Simple. Look,
experts.
Look, what we have seen so far, or what we saw yesterday. Yes, there was a bit of spin, and the accurate bowlers have got wickets and bowled nicely. So I would say 3 wickets, another 15-minute extended session. So I would say 3 to 4 wickets for England, and Pakistan need to be a little bit more positive. Just get to that lead quickly.
All right, quickly, one word.
120 for 3 in the morning session.
120. That's pretty accurate. You heard it from the guys. That was the expert predictions for you.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Gotta say that was pretty accurate by you guys. Let's see at the end of the show how far accurate you guys are. But thank you so much for your thoughts once again. We're into day 2 of this test match, and I can tell you today is going to be an important one. It's going to be a crucial one because it'll be dependent on how much lead Pakistan can get or England can get wickets. But of course, we're only moments away from the action. You'll be seeing Pakistan batting once again. Babar Azam, Saud Shakil, just after the short break.
After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan, the city of saints. Very special moment for him. You just want to get that ball in his hand and have a bowl.
Oh, what a start this is. That one looking really, really close.
And in the air and goes, live by the sword, die by the sword, Ollie Pope.
In the air, mid-off sets himself. It is a test fifer. On the first morning as an international test match cricket.
But it is 50 for Ben Duckett.
The googly, Stokes has missed it. That will be that then for this England first innings. And a bit of bounce from Anderson and an outside edge.
Babar wants 50, Babar gets 50.
That's a pretty good day for Pakistan.
Welcome to the second day of the second Test match live from Multan. And it's the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. And it's been a cracking series so far. Yesterday was an enthralling day, completely different from the 5 days we had in Rawalpindi. There's the schedule of the series. First test was won by England in dramatic fashion in the dark in Pindi. England won by 74 runs. Second test match here in Multan, and then we moved to Karachi 17th to the 21st of December for the final test match of the series. Game progressed well yesterday on a pitch that spun. England won the toss, no hesitation on a dry surface to bat first. 281 with half centuries for Duckett and Pope. And Abrar Ahmed 7 for 114. The top 5 England batters. And his first fifer in Test match cricket. Pakistan in reply 107 for 2. Babar Azam, the skipper, is there on 61. Anderson and Leach a wicket apiece. Pakistan trail by 174. So the pitch completely different from Rawalpindi. Bazid Khan had a look at it earlier.
At the centre where the action will unfold. The 22 yards, well, a lot of talk about it yesterday, and obviously before the game today you'll be discussing how this pitch plays. Still looks quite dry, still looks as if there's got a few sort of cracks to work with, but I won't go any further. I've got the man to talk about it, Saqlain Mushtaq. Firstly, we'll talk about Abrar. What kind of talk did you have before the game when Abrar knew that he was playing his first game?
Actually, Abrar, he done really well in the domestic cricket, and I think he was the top wicket taker. He's a quite confident guy. You know, when he came into the dressing room, when Mohammad Wasim, the chief selector, introduced Abrar to me first time, and he said that he's a very confident guy and he's a mystery kind of a bowler, great control with the ball, and passionate about cricket, and he's very sort of enthusiastic, you know. And he was highly praising him, and when I saw him, it didn't surprise me actually, to be honest, you know. And he brings the energy into the dressing room, very confident guy, talking to all the boys, sitting with the Babar, having a dinner, coffee, you know, showed, you know, that he's a confident guy, and he would love to do the business.
Absolutely. You probably bowl on such tracks a lot, and you know exactly what to do. What would your advice be to the spinners on this particular surface, which are offering slow turn?
It is slow turn, yeah. It is slow turn. Obviously, you know, a lot of patience and you know, keep hitting the good areas, you know, and patience, yeah.
And reverse, what about the batters? What should they do?
England, they are showing what they are doing it, and I think they keep saying that the way they want to do it, and they will do the same thing. Good for them.
Pakistani batters?
You know, I mean, I think what is our strength and what is our way of playing cricket, and we've been doing really well, and we did well in the first Test match. We were very close to actually bring the victory into our dressing room, but we were unlucky. But I think the way Babar is playing, he should be doing the same thing. And Imam did really well in the first Test match. I think Saudi is playing brilliantly. He looks very confident. I think they should play their own natural game.
So Saqlain Mushtaq reckons patience all round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a good pitch. It's dry. It's not an absolute raging turner. So Babar Azam and Pakistan batters will feel that they can score runs. Whoever gets a first innings lead will be vital, because second time round, it will definitely spin a lot. And yesterday, Mahmood also with Abrar, two different types of spinners. Mahmood got 3 for and bowled beautifully. expensive in the first Test match. Got wickets, which is always a good sign. He gifted some towards the end. Zahid Mahmood. Abrar got the top order, and then Mahmood came in and finished them off down the order, really. It was vital because Mark Wood was making some useful runs down there. A lot of reverse sweeps and sweeps for England. Most of them successful, some not so successful. Babar with 100 in the last game, his 8th Test 100. There'll be a few in, I reckon, today on a Saturday, hoping that Babar Azam goes to his 9th Test 100. He needs 39 runs more. David Gower is with me. Babar looked in good touch.
Well, he always does, doesn't he? I mean, that's the thing about the best players. In form, out of form, they normally look good. He made it look pretty easy yesterday, scoring at 80 per 100 balls. And a lot of Pakistan hopes rest on Babar's shoulders. He doesn't mind that responsibility. He loves making runs. He's growing in his captaincy day by day, no doubt, as well. But if he gets some good big runs today, that gives Pakistan even more of an advantage. His partner, Saud Shakil, has batted very sensibly as well. Not quite so pacey with the bat, but he's played very sensibly. The partnership is building very nicely. And the honours in this game might well be decided by who takes the honours in this morning session. Yeah, dare I say it, it's one of those crucial days of a Test match. And there is a little bit of turn, but not huge. Every now and again, one goes big. We've seen that a few times, but quite frustrating, I think, for Jack Leach especially, who I didn't think bowled his best yesterday evening by any stretch of the imagination. Too many short balls were infiltrated into what he was offering. But he will come back. I mean, we know how well Ben Stokes rates him, how well Ben Stokes uses him. He'll have massaged those shoulders overnight, given it a bit more confidence. Say, right, don't worry, tomorrow could be your day. But it is a very, very important day for all. 1 for 44 Leach from his 12 overs. He'll have a lot to do at various times today, but it looks like we're going to start with the youth training scheme that is James Anderson at the age of 40.
Well, not only was it a contrast in styles of batting, with England being much more explosive and Pakistan playing in the way they do, but also in team selection. Pakistan picked 2 seamers, one of them never used the new ball in Test match cricket, whereas England have gone in with 4 seamers because they think not only will it spin, but it will reverse swing as well. And they've waited 28 overs to find out if it will reverse. Shakil played well yesterday. He has 32. Stokes does this quite a bit. He'll hold his seamers back. He did it in Pindi, didn't he, where he just waited. He didn't bowl in the first session himself on that last day. I'll spin until it starts to reverse. We shall see if Anderson gets this ball moving sideways at all. Just a bit of morning haze and fog, but the light is good enough. We are just making up time for yesterday when they walked off around about 4:45. So Jimmy Anderson with the first ball of day 2. Morning, Bazid. Same style from Pakistan. They'll go about their business in their own way this morning.
Yeah, morning, Nas. I think Pakistan will bat the way they do and just back themselves to be able to then get close to England's first innings and also get a lead, but they'll make sure that they just carry on. As long as Babar's there, they'll feel very confident. Yeah, the other thing that surprised me, I don't know if you have something different to offer here. I thought that England might well have bowled Anderson and Robson with that new ball, and he wasn't at all. Ollie wasn't used at all yesterday, which was quite interesting. Yes, we talk about reverse swing, but slightly different pitch here in Multan.
Yeah, Stokes said to me on interview after the Rawalpindi game was that he was going to hold his seamers back. Before the series started, he'd made a decision about himself in particular that he wasn't going to bowl in those overs from 10 to 30. He was going to hold himself back for when it starts reversing. I just don't think England need 4 seamers on here. It would have been difficult to drop Anderson or Robinson or rest them and play Rayan Ahmed, the young leg spinner. 4 seems a luxury on here.
Yeah, that's my question here. You've got 4 seamers and the new ball. You would think that you'd give it to your 2 seamers. Could you still have the luxury of holding yourself back? And if it be just bowl a few overs up top and then hold them back for reverse swing, the opportunity with the new ball, obviously you want the spinner involved, but I still think that these guys who bowled so well in that previous test match should have been given a go with that new ball. Well, time will tell.
There's cutters. Very good. We saw one early yesterday from Fahim, and Duckett mentioned it on interview last night. So it's not so much the seam up, it's these cutters that may well be the way to go.
Yeah, it went a sizable way, didn't it?
Another cutter, but this time just punched off the back foot for a couple. A little bit of dew down this morning, so the outfield not as quick as yesterday afternoon. First over done, 109 for 2.
That's quick. The other point, I guess, is this. If you look back to Rawalpindi, that first test match, there were some key moments right on that final day, which involved the old ball, the seam bowlers on a low pitch and reverse swing and all the rest of it. So actually there are still times where this could still work, but the big change is that there is just that bit more spin here. So yeah, Leach straight into the attack. I would hope he has a better day. You know, Stokes has given him so much backing over the last few months. You know, basically most of this year since the end of that Caribbean tour, the end of Joe Root's reign. Stokes has done a lot of work with Leach, sort of psychologically, the arm around the shoulder stuff, giving him confidence, giving him that sort of backing. And England really do need him now to hit the lines and lengths that keep the pressure on.
The other thing he's given him is a deep mid-wicket, which I think is a good option, actually. I know Stokes likes to attack, but no release shot out there now for Saud Shakil. And that will give Leach a bit of confidence. Barber pointing him out there, deep mid-wicket. I think that's good captaincy.
Oh, that's nice, mate.
Did drop the odd one short yesterday. That's a good position. No, Stokes likes to have men up, but just saying to Shakil, you have no release shot out there. You might have to just block 6 in a row here. A no ball. You don't see that too often from your spinner. Leach starts with a no ball.
Oh, nice start. Like that, boy. That's not very good, bud. Nice boy. Nice grip. Nice grip. Chop on from there, boy.
I was out there early morning, Nas, when you guys hadn't arrived. You strolled in 10 minutes before the game, wasn't it? But obviously I had my green eye patch on. I was talking to the Pakistani players, and they said that the pitch looked better today than it did yesterday. They thought that it might have been slightly tacky yesterday. That one just hit the rough outside off, but they said it might have been slightly tacky yesterday. Today the look of the pitch is slightly better. Obviously biased opinion, but yeah.
It could come under the category local knowledge.
Yeah, Bazid, when I was out there 3 days ago and looked at the pitch, it looked like it was going to be dry. You wouldn't have noticed that because you flew in on your private jet yesterday from Islamabad, the day before the game.
Good knock, good knock. Oh, that's nice. Bookie, catch that ball.
Seamers will bowl cutters, definitely. There are some cracks even in the middle of that surface. Leach get his lengths right. Find those footholes. In short of them, that's a better length.
Nice boy, like that.
112 for 2.
Yeah, there was one earlier in the over which did hit the foot mark, and you could see the odd little bit of stuff just heading into the air, but it didn't turn much. It's not as though it's turned square just because of it. Here we are. Just look at the little bit of something that comes out of the foot marks there, but it's just too short there, so Shakil was able just to stay on the back foot and play it relatively easy.
Those men catching in front of square from Anderson, I think, are going to be important. Going to vary his pace. Nicely timed, and even with the dew, the ball just hurries away for 4. Exquisite from Shakil.
It's a very, very classy shot, this. Just a dab, isn't it? No more than a dab. Hands just go through it gently. All about the timing.
Yeah, a hint of Syed Anwar about that shot, who was very, very good square of the wicket. Not over-hitting it at all.
We have all sorts of things that make up this broadcast. There's a category which I'm going to introduce today as futile gesture of the day. I love it. The protocol says the mower must go up and down the pitch before the start of play. I'd love to see inside that tray. I want to see if it's just dust. It can only be dust in there. Tucked away for 1. We might as well just run a handheld Hoover over it.
With Babar Azam, obviously class player, and he's good all over the world, but I reckon when the pitch is slightly slower, he is at his best. We've seen it over time in in the short form as well, when the ball's not really coming on, Babar Azam is at his best. And UAE, even low scoring games, is where you look at him, and this pitch is exactly to his liking, the pace of the pitch. 118 for 2.
Just looking at Harry Brook, learning curve for him. It seemed he could do no wrong in that first test match in Pindi. And then trying to attack Abrar yesterday, just misjudged it, got underneath it, skied it. Whatever your talents, whatever your positive inclinations, there are times you need to be a little bit more circumspect.
Here's the option to hit down the ground. Leach now coming round the wicket. The option that South Shakil, if he wants to go straight, Stokes and Leach will hope he drags it to deep mid-wicket. There's the hard sweep. There's no one out there. Very good batting. Moves into the 40s.
Yeah, England swept a lot yesterday. We've seen a few of these from South Shakil as well. And he gets nicely on top of it. The only threat to that shot is if there's a tiny bit of extra bounce, top edge, and Duckett is behind square for that. But for the hard sweep, there's no one going to cut that off.
That's nice. That just spun a bit, and short leg with Brook was interested for a fraction of a second. Seen a couple of deliveries from Leach from like spin vision. You can see that seam. He gets a lot of side spin, but he doesn't often get overspin and drop, because when the seam is pointing towards leg gully, that is when you'll get the overspin. So he's a side spinner, doesn't get as much drop, which means that Pakistan, as they have done in this series, can use their feet to him very well and get down to the pitch of the ball. Something he needs to work on, just manoeuvring that seam position. It'll go from, there you see, from point to square leg, as opposed to cover to leg gully. You watch someone like Nathan Lyon, you'll see that position of the seam slightly different. Nicely played off the back foot. That is not an easy shot off the spinner. It is someone that picks up length really well off spin.
Well, it backs up Bazit's point about the pace of the pitch and how much Babar likes it, because he's just got enough time. He's got such talent. Got enough time, though, to say, right, I know it's going to spin so much, maybe a little bit more. He's got time to look at it and still to whip it from just outside off stump through that gap at mid-wicket. I mean, the one before, he just played it in that same direction, even though it was still angling, you know, a foot wide of off stump. So Leach really has to make an effort just to pitch it up that little bit further.
Oh, that's nice, boy. That's nice, nut. Very good, that nut. Beautiful, pal.
Oh, bowled. That's a beauty. That's a real good comeback from Leach. 129 for 2.
Yeah, that is exactly what he wants, because he's got Babar coming forward. It's turned a lot. That one has turned properly. That's exactly what Leach wants. We haven't seen that many of those. We haven't seen that many from that exact length. But Babar had no choice but just to try and play the forward defence, committed to the shot, and beaten by the turn. So we need a few more of those, or maybe even a lot more of those.
32 overs bowl, and this guy hasn't yet got the ball. He got him in the first test, and before that he'd just gone over the wicket and angled the ball across, and he found a little kink where he was troubling South Shakil. He got him in the second inning as well, did Ollie Robinson. But the angle from over the wicket and the ball just angling across, a bit of seam movement if any, but he troubled him in that first test. Oh, he was gone for all money, and I don't think he was too close with the throw. South Shakil thought that there was a run on. Babar just turned his back on him, and Zach Crawley just falling away as he threw towards the stumps.
Yeah, it's a couple of times that Shakil has wanted the run and Babar not interested. Both batter and fielder nearly fell over there. Well, he did fall over.
Yeah, the firm base with the feet would have given Crawley a better chance of steadying himself the throw. But once you're losing your balance, then it becomes just pure trickery. Here he comes. Just oh. This is what he would have felt.
Got to be careful down that leg side. That's what opened the door for England in that second innings as well. Imam Ul Haq just guiding one off the face of the bat down the leg side to Pope. There were a couple of catches down the leg side in that test match. Keep an eye on Pope's keeping. He did pretty well. There was a couple of chances in the last test. As this game progresses on a spinning pitch, standing up, be a test. That's driven beautifully, beautifully driven. Again, just a flick of the hands and the wrists, and it goes away for 4.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. On the up, slightly wider than you maybe thought first up, but he's got such good timing. And what he does well is keeps the face of the bat very square to the ball, and places it beautifully there.
$133 for 2.
Beautiful, lad. Beautiful, boy. We'll get our rewards, boys.
Another hazy morning in Multan, but we've started to time, and it's been a steady start from Pakistan this morning. England yet to break through. Runs have come at a decent lick. The tempo of Pakistan's innings not quite as frenetic as England's, but that run rate just a tick over 4, and by test match standards and on a slow pitch such as this, that's still a very healthy run rate. Morning, Aruj. How are you?
Morning, Ath. It's a lovely morning. Pakistan have timed the ball well this morning. We've got a couple of close balls just passing outside edge from Leach, a run out as well. A run out chance. Still a little bit hazy out there, but not affecting the cricket at the moment.
As a Karachi girl, what would have been the reaction to the day yesterday and the wickets for the local spinner?
Oh, nice boy.
He made global headlines, didn't he? I spoke to him earlier in the morning, asked him if he got some sleep, if any. And he was like, I was so tired, I slept. I slept really well.
Oh, that's a nice ball up.
He's just picked the length again. That's the key to this shot. Once he can get on the back foot and work it through that gap at mid-wicket. If you were critical of Leach in this innings so far, you would say he's dropped a little short, a little too often. Swept very firmly, and that is a really nice way to bring up another 50 for Shakeel. He's looked in terrific touch this morning. He's played a couple of gorgeous strokes through the offside off Anderson, and this firm sweep takes him to 50.
Both these Pakistani batsmen are in control, especially South Shakeel looked really good. No issues at all against the spin or the paces. He's played his shots, swept really well. This one was hit really hard. Going at good strike rate, 78.79, 9 boundaries. That's good going.
Yep, he looks a very good player. This is a good partnership. It's worth 91 now between the captain and Saud Shakeel. Robinson easing himself in for the first time today and the first time in this innings. He wasn't called on yesterday by Stokes because Leach opened the bowling. There was a bit of a backlog for the seamers, and maybe trying to wait until he feels the ball might reverse swing. It's 34 overs old now, so we're getting to that point where you imagine it might start to go if rough enough on one side. Got him! What a change, what a start from Robinson. It just ducked in, and as Baba was looking to drive straight, it went through the gap, and Robinson into the attack for the first time has England's first of the day.
The sound of the rattling stumps. Babar Azam will have to make the ball back, walk back. What a peach of a delivery here from Robinson. The second delivery in this innings. He just got the ball to tail back in and through the gap. What a splendid start from Robinson. First wicket of the day for England, and is the big one. Captain of Pakistan walks back for 75. Pakistan now 142 for 3.
A dramatic entrance by Ollie Robinson into this game with the ball, ignored yesterday by Ben Stokes, and he's had to wait until the 35th over to get his hands on this Kookaburra ball. The moment he did, he produced a beauty. Ducking in, you can see that shiny side on the right-hand side, so when it does reverse, that's what's going to happen. It's going to come in. It's a slightly loose drive from Baba, and Robinson celebrates.
Well, take nothing away from Robinson. It was a very, very fine delivery. The length was perfect and swung in quickly. But I feel Babar was little casual, little loose playing that shot. It was not there to be driven. It was just a little bit short. But what a start from a man who hasn't bowled in this game yet.
And that was a very similar ball, actually, maybe slightly fuller, but certainly encouraging Rizwan to drive and looking to try and sneak one through his forward push as well. His ball is definitely moving a little.
Well, maybe that's the reason Stokes kept him away from bowling this morning. He wanted the ball to get a little bit more older, especially with this overcast conditions. It's very gloomy. Ball will do a little more than what we've seen in Pindi. Yeah, we have seen a few deliveries deviated and some didn't. Look at the difference, and that's all you need to beat that 4.5 inches.
Yeah, that's the point. It doesn't have to be extravagant reverse swing, as you know we've seen from you over the years. Just enough to keep the bowlers interested and to get past that, the width of that bat, as Rizwan drives firmly, but England looking sharp in the field. Stokes on this occasion, so Rizwan can't get off the mark.
The kind of swing the faster bowlers or faster men has got. Good fielding, excellent fielding, will make sure that Pakistan will struggle for every run. This was a beauty. Nice and full and deviated maybe a couple of inches and just hitting the middle stump.
Beautiful start from Robinson. 142 for 3. Yeah, from a batter's perspective, if you know the ball is going to reverse, as Robinson bowled that ball, you'd probably try and wait, play it a bit later and work it with the swing. Whereas Baba was hitting, trying to take the ball early and hitting it straight, and that creates just enough of a gap once the ball is swinging. Very skillful bowler, Robinson.
I don't think Babar was expecting that ball to sort of swing that much or deviate that much off the surface. Look at from the angle from behind, and you can see that it just nipped back sharply. Only 130 kilometers an hour on that, but it just after pitching, it just skids through.
Well, that was a fantastic replay, wasn't it? We got that from the little buggy cam that does its laps of the ground and happened to be in the right place at the right time for that wicket. There he is. Or she is. I shouldn't say he is. It is. But it was in exactly the right position at the right time. It was a fantastic replay, that.
I don't think Aruj will mind that calling that piece of machine a he. But what a delivery!
Oh, that's a great angle, isn't it? Fantastic.
Oh, that. That's a lovely line, boy.
Yeah, Robinson in some really good company in the last 100 years. Have a look at that average. The only one of the English cricketers who have an average of below 20. And talking about technology, Buggy Cam happened to be in the right place at the right time, but it's happened a couple of times, hasn't been in the right place at the right time, and some of the batters have, well, even bowlers. Stuart Broad had a go.
I was just going to mention that. Yeah, I was there last year in Australia. Stuart Broad, it kept coming behind Broad as he was running in, and the batsman would pull away, and Broad ended up losing his rag. He's probably listening right now in the studio back home, but he lost his rag at Buggy Cam, gave it a volley. And the next day, Buggy Cam came out with a headband. Broad had been bowling in a bandana, so it came out in a bandana as a kind of homage to England's great fast bowler. Nicely done. And there's only 2 fielders on the offside, so he just played that gently. Actually, he didn't try and belt it. Just in case the ball spun sharply out of the rough, he waited and just nudged it behind square. Good batting, 145 for 3.
Steve Smith also was not happy, to say the least, with Buggy Cam. I think Buggy Cam was deep square leg, and Steve Smith was having absolutely none of it, while Buggy Cam was moving around and caught the corner of his eye. So
looking at the field that Robinson is setting for Shakeel, he's very deliberate here about his field. So we saw that inducker to Baba. He's likely then to want to take it away from the left-handed Shakeel mainly. So he's got a slip, maybe a 4th slip, and 2 catches on the drive on the offside. There are those catches dotted around on the offside. Slip, fine gully, square cover, short extra cover. That man there, Harry Brook, is in the key position, you would think. Just cast your mind back to Rawalpindi, second innings. It was Jennings on that occasion, but he's in exactly the position where Brook is now.
Yeah, he was reaching for it, wasn't it? It was full, it was wide. I think he will look to chuck that ball outside the off stump, nice and full. But don't forget, Robinson also got him in the first inning on a delivery which was outside the off stump, a little short, and he went back on the back foot and tried to play down to third man and got caught behind.
It's a measure of just how outstanding Robinson's start has been in Test cricket. That is quite a list. Minimum of 50 wickets, and he's got the second best average of all England bowlers, which is saying something. And some interesting names on that list, actually. Frank Tyson, who burned briefly as a genuinely quick bowler, one of the quickest England have ever produced, but for a very short period of time in Australia in the mid-50s. Johnny Wardle, who is a wrist spinner from Yorkshire. Ian Higgs, seamer from Lancashire, and of course the great Jim Laker. So that is quite a list that Robinson has now joined, averaging a tick under 20. Well, the reason he's on that list is a combination of skill. He's a highly skillful bowler, but he's a very clever bowler as well. He knows how to set batters up and how to work them over. So it's that combination of skill and intelligence, and also much fitter now than he was 12 months ago. Good start from Robinson, 145 for 3.
This tour will do him a world of good, because bowling in England with Duke cricket ball condition most of the time suits the bowlers, fast bowlers. But when you're here in this part of the world with Kookaburra ball on a pitch which doesn't offer much, you have to really keep coming hard at the batsman. Make sure you just get the lengths right. Great learning place, different to England.
Yeah, one of the differences for batters first coming in is getting over those initial stages on a pitch that turns a bit. Rizwan, it's hardest right at the start. Once you get in, you should be able to stay in on this pitch, but there is a little bit there for Leach, and Rizwan yet to score. So Stokes putting the pressure on with a slip and a silly point. Everybody else bar one, bar two actually, saving the single.
Oi, nice, mate.
Ooh, there's a good illustration of the difficulty when you first come in and when there's just a bit of sharp spin off the surface. Good one this from Leach.
And there's a side spin again. Gets the ball to turn slightly more squarer. Hence a sharp turn.
Oi, get down, boy. Nice, nut. Beautiful, Matt. Oh, Brookie.
He dropped a couple of balls short, and that's where the boundaries came from. Outside off stump, but they were slightly shorter as well. Gentle looseners yesterday that were dispatched, but his lines have been quite impeccable this time round.
Oh, that's not. Oh. No!
145 for 3, a maiden. Well, there's a very decent turnout of England supporters here in Pakistan. It's a long time since England have come for Test cricket, and there's been an enthusiasm amongst England's die-hard supporters to come and see a country that not many of them will have been to before. Just looking at the social media accounts of the Barmy Army and others, they're having a fine time.
The Barmy Army was caught up in my foggy plans yesterday. It was the day before. They were on the same flight with me from Karachi to Multan. Some of them had actually gone to Karachi in the couple of days that we were off. And yeah, they were sort of bummed out about maybe missing the first day's play. But they were here before me. Not quite sure how. I think about 10 or 12 of them that had gone off to Karachi in a couple of days that were off to have a first time they were there. Not quite sure which ones. I can see a couple of them sitting there. And I got in touch with them early morning on the first day's play, asking if they'd managed to make their way to Multan, and to my surprise, they were in the ground before me.
Well, we were happy that they were here before you, but we were not really happy that you came late, because we had to do that extra hour or two without you and also missed you.
That is important.
So we showed you Robinson, how he kind of matches up with those in English history, a minimum of 50 wickets. That's in the last 5 years, and he's right up near the top of the list as well. Minimum 50 wickets again, so it's not a tiny sample size. Very high release point, Robinson. Jamieson obviously is 6'7", 6'8", so they have that in common. Pat Cummins just outstanding in all conditions. Anderson just sneaking onto that list at the bottom, but with an incredible average of 22 for an old dog. It's the first one Robinson has taken away from the right-hander. He's generally been ducking it back in. That's the stop ball when it reverses, and then he'll just try and hold one. Won't swing so much, but he'll just hold its line, which is the same thing once you're used to the ball ducking back in all the time.
When you look to take the ball away from the right-hander, you have to bowl a touch shorter and you kind of bang it in rather than just floating up there like that to get that in-swinger going. 146 for 3. Yeah, shiny side in. That means the ball will come in. He just wanted a little bit more fuller and a little bit more straighter. Very impressive first 3 overs. Picked up a wicket and controlled the scoring rate.
Yeah, that's the difference at the moment. England seem to have a firm amount of control in the field. Robinson has bowled 3 overs and just conceded 1 run. So unlike yesterday, although the wickets tumbled yesterday, you never got the sense that Pakistan had a great deal of control in the field. Stokes will be happy enough at the moment, even though there's only been that 1 wicket of Babar Azam. It doesn't feel as though Pakistan are able to get away from England or release the stranglehold. Change now. Mark Wood bowled very quickly yesterday, bowled 4 overs or so, but he touched 97 miles an hour, bowled very quickly. And of course, with that ball reverse swinging now, that's why Stokes has brought him back into the attack.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't continue what he did yesterday. There was short bowling, bodyline bowling, and he's got the field for it as well. He's got 2 men on the boundary behind the bat, both on the offside and the leg side. And he did clock it up yesterday. At one point, he touched 97 miles per hour.
Yeah, with the extra bowler England have got, that's the reason that Pope has kept the gloves, so they can play the extra bowler. And that means that Wood can bowl in short, sharp bursts. That's all Stokes will ask of him. 4 overs, maybe 5 tops. Run in and give it his all and bowl as quickly as he can. Try and shake things up.
Well, yesterday was all short deliveries. The ball was harder, newer. Now he is going to get a little bit of reverse. So we might see a different tactics this morning from Wood. It's going to be a long day, so you do want him to be fresh, and yes, you want him to bowl those short deliveries, but I think AB also very effective. It's balls like bit like Robinson also. Try to bowl fuller, ask the batsman to sort of drive, because this kind of pace, 150 kilometers an hour plus, it's never easy when you're looking to drive.
Mentioned yesterday that Mark Wood is one of those bowlers who doesn't take a lot to get up to full speed. He's got these fast twitch muscle fibers. He comes sprinting in and seems to be able to generate speed very quickly without the need to spend an over or two getting into top gear. Change of field, man goes out leg side, another one comes over onto the leg side, and Wood will change his angle as well and come round the wicket. So in the back of Shakil's mind here, he'll be thinking about that short ball.
Yeah, he's got a big engine, isn't it? It's only a small body, but it runs in hard. Good rhythm. He's changed his run up from maybe a couple of years ago, and jumps really high, gets into a very good position. It's a bit like javelin throwing, big stride, pushes it hard and gives everything he's got. You do need a professional like him in your squad.
Yeah, talking about that run-up, what he did was slightly extend it. He used to have a very short run-up, and he would get down almost like a sprinter in a sprinting start and then surge into the crease, whereas now he's just lengthened that run-up, and it's a more rhythmical start. He kind of builds up and then gets to top speed, and he feels that that just takes a little bit of stress and strain off his body. Rizwan cannot get off the mark. 15 balls now without scoring, 147 for 3.
Swing at both ends now for England. No seam, just a bit of reverse swing. Fascinating, the different styles of cricket. England with their batting, with a lot of hitters, a lot of one-day specialists coming in and The likes of Duckett playing their shots and Brook. Pakistan a bit more old-fashioned with test match specialists. England playing four seamers. Pakistan playing the extra spinner. Everyone trying to stick to their strengths, what their strengths are in the game of cricket at the moment. Robinson has been a force with that ball, that is for certain. And he's banged it in. Outstanding start to his test match career, Ollie Robinson. Averaging under 20. Home, away from home. Pitches that don't do much. Obviously in England, with the Duke's ball, they do plenty. Started as a spinner in Kent Academy cricket. Ended up being a fine seam swing bowler for England.
In that Rawalpindi test, we talked about this, where Stokes is able to rely on Robinson and Anderson because they are so accurate. And even with the situation where the ball's not doing much, not going off the seam, which probably both Anderson and Robinson will be quite used to, they're able to hold a line in length and probe away and not leak any runs. And again, it's the same case today with Robinson.
Just dropped his bat there, Saud Shakil. Robinson not amused, having to run back.
Yeah, there we go. It's not as though he made any real effort to pick it up again. It was just wait for someone to run out and pick it up for him.
Back in again, similar to the delivery that got Barber. Just a bit of reverse swing and a bit of nip. Robinson thought he heard something. No one behind the stumps interested.
Well, the ball that got Babar Azam was a special one. And this is almost the same again. Good high position of the arm. It just actually, this one, Barber's was more swing, reverse swing. This one actually has just nipped off the pitch a little bit, that little rarity.
I think we're going to take drinks here, actually, because we saw Babar Azam struggling, Mohammad Rizwan struggling with something in his eye, and he's just called for the physio to come on. Maybe a bit of dust in the eye. And the umpire's rightly saying, OK, while he tries to sort his eyes out, we'll take drinks. early drink's been taken because Mohammad Rizwan was just struggling with a bit of dust in his eyes, so he's tried to sort that out. That's the session it's been a quiet session. 1 wicket for England, a good delivery from Ollie Robinson, the key wicket of Babar Azam. Saud Shakil has played nicely for his second Test 50, very organised player, went after Leach late yesterday when the field was up, and exquisite through that offside today off the seamers. Gone to the sweep shot quite a bit, and it was a sweep shot that got him to 50 as well. So the 1 wicket, and it was a beauty from Robinson. Held back until it started reverse swinging, as Stokes does, straight away into the wickets, and a key one.
Well, that was the point we were debating earlier in the day, wasn't it? You know, what the best resources, use of resources would be for this England attack, whether there was an error in selection. Either way, you just chip away as best you can under these conditions, and that was an absolute beauty.
Yeah, I don't think there's any kind of error in selection. They've just stuck to their strengths, really. Robinson and Anderson bowled beautifully in that last game. I just think here, when you have 4, there'll always be someone that's under-bowled out of the 4 of them. Like now, Stokes hasn't bowled. So there'll always be one of your seamers that will be under-bowled. And if Rayan Ahmed doesn't play on here, I'm not sure where he does play, because this will spin. Already has. Again, Rizwan leaves it. He stays on 0. 19 deliveries on 0. 148 for 3. Pace of Mark Wood to continue. I'm sure he'll bang it in at some stage. They'll go at both Shakil and Rizwan. Bazid, I must say, I'm a little bit disappointed with the crowds here in Multan. It's been, what, 16 years since the last Test match. Babar Azam batting, Mohammad Rizwan batting now. Why wouldn't you get more in on a Saturday here, having waited 16 years for a Test match?
Because the FIFA World Cup's on. I think everybody's watching that. Now, the other factor is that Multan is probably the only stadium in Pakistan which is outside the city, so it's a fair trek. It's quite a drive to get to the ground. Yeah, most other grounds or stadiums are within the city, so you can come to the ground and sort of even leave after a couple of hours. But here you have to make a conscious effort that you leave early, and it'll take up the whole day once you decide to come and watch the Test match. And if you're going to watch all of it, then you have to leave very, very early, considering the security and obviously the way here and the way back. So you have to have your own transport. And B, you have to take into consideration that you're not going to get back, or the whole day will be just about the Test match. So that is an issue. Once this was built, that was always the concern. It's a magnificent ground. It's a beautiful stadium, but the location is such that the actual people from Multan have problems getting here. The old Multan ground was right back slap in the center of the city, so any passerby would just walk in, or anybody who's within that sort of city would come to the ground.
Yeah, I had a look at the old stadium the other day, just the day before the game started. We did a late afternoon tour of one of the shrines. There is the Agnew Monument, a relative, we think, or Jonathan thinks maybe, possibly, of the Agnew clan, who was unfortunately, we came to a sort of sticky end here a couple of 100 years ago. And there's a big spiky thing, otherwise known as sort of obelisk, the Agnew Monument. But I looked at the plaque on the side of it. It's got an Agnew name and an Anderson. So it's got an opening attack on the side of that obelisk. And then the old cricket ground is a 50-metre walk from there, across the road. It's not in pristine condition at the moment. There's a lot of football being played on it. There's the shrine. City of Saints, City of Shrines, actually, Multan. Yeah, we don't have a pic of the old ground. It's seen better days. A lot of football being played. The old scoreboard's looking a little bit sort of devoid of numbers and stuff like that.
Short leg goes in now, so Alim Dar will go the other side just to make sure that there aren't three men behind square. He'll get a good view. Can't have three men behind square on the leg side. So it's a hint of short pitch bowling from Wood, from round the wicket, targeting the ribs maybe. Oh, now full, but maybe sneaking down on the angle. It was full, but just on the angle from round the wicket. It had to be perfect. Was it perfect?
The body language is kind of predictable. Wood is keen, seeking assistance from Pope on the angles. Stokes looking suitably chilled.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bad there. Can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that? Flat line, a little gap between the bat and the ball. I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready, please. Ball tracker coming up now, Murray. Ball pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets umpire's call. You'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Your on-screen signal now.
Yeah, I said it had to be perfect. It wasn't quite perfect. Just on the angle from round the wicket. England will keep their review because it was umpire's call, 149 for 3.
Yeah, close but no cigar, and the double bluff for that one ball, with the field going back and the ball being full. Almost got what it required. Yeah, that initial suspicion about angles, exactly what Murray Erasmus felt, what Nasser felt.
More likely to get them, David, than in your day from round the wicket, just because of DRS, because almost the stumps have become that fraction wider. Murray could well have given that and be proven right. It would have been a decent decision. So it is the anomaly with umpire's call, but remember, part of that trajectory is a presumption. It's not actual fact. It's, you know, pretty certain, but not exactly what happened.
Yeah, I'm quite relaxed with all that. I mean, I think the original principle of just trying to make sure there are no grievous errors is the right one. I know there are people who would like everything to be 100% precise. You know, say, oh, if it's out, it's out. You know, if it's in the stumps, it's got to be out. But there is that 1% or less than 1% area of tolerance. And also, I actually quite like having the umpires involved, as it were. If it were all about just the technology, it'd be a very different game. You'd lose the flavour, lose the ethos.
I actually watched one of
your pieces, Nas, one of your good pieces, very few and far between, but you talked about umpire's call, and if you went away from umpire's call, you actually, the surface of the wickets would widen. If you said that no, if it hits, it hits, and even if it's clipping, it's out. So that would move away from the actual width of the stumps.
Yeah, because umpires would give a lot more and hope to be hope as opposed to feel. They'd hope to be proven right. I understand what people think. You know, someone new to the game will look at that last review and go, "Well, hold on. We've shown the technology. It's hitting the stumps." Explain that to someone who's new to the game. That's not out. But because there is a degree of tolerance, there's a degree of presumption in what could have happened, did happen. There's a predicting element, prediction in there. Like it the way it is at the moment. Ball hasn't reversed much, it's just done a bit and suddenly it does it. Whether that's the skill of the bowler, like Robinson all of a sudden did that ball that came back into Babar Azam. England working hard on it still.
Well, we interrupt yet again this little discussion just to remind you that life is indeed too short for sensitive teeth. Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment. Keep going with the sweet drinks.
Slower ball from Robinson.
Yeah, the other thing, in some things we do, or some things that technology helps in this game, it is absolutely about precision. The number of no ball calls where, you know, the picture is shuttled back and forth a number of times to decide whether there is a millimetre of a boot just behind a line or vice versa. That's where it gets very pernickety and sort of very precise. But like you, Nas, I like this little bit of leeway you get with DRS.
$149 for 3. The one you could argue about is the impact, isn't it? Because I'm thinking that that is not a prediction. That is like Hawkeye in tennis. That's where it actually hits. So the one you could argue on is, do you need the umpire's call on impact in line or not? There is no predictive element to that.
Yeah, I mean, there are all sorts of camps in this. There are all sorts of opinions, some very strong ones. Again, I just like the fact that umpires are involved in their traditional role. You know, I like the fact that umpires, you know, have a job to do. They have, you know, several jobs to do, a million jobs to do. You know, controlling the game, controlling players, making the decisions. You know, they are the absolute arbiters of this game, and traditionally, you know, the appeal goes up, the umpire makes the decision. And there were, in historic terms, some absolute shockers now and again. Those have been eradicated, but the borderline ones I'm very relaxed about. Feel free to argue with someone else if you don't like that.
Spin back into the attack, Jack Leach.
Oi, nice, mate.
Rizwan still on naught.
And since Babar's dismissal, it's been 8 overs and 6 runs. And now maybe Rizwan will be thinking spinners on, get some runs.
He was very similar in the last match, wasn't he? Second innings. And they lost that wicket. Went in and he blocked it for a while, and then he just went after spin. He waited for spin, Leach and Jacks, and he was much more attacking. We shall see whether he has the same mode here. Yeah, he thought about it.
And in turn, it's the opportunity for Leach to be able to just hold the line and make him get after him, or try and make him do all the work.
Yeah, no freebies. When a man's on naught and just ticking, no freebies, no short ball that he can just cut away or pull through mid-wicket. Control of length here from Leach.
It's interesting that Rizwan, who is such an electric cricketer in the one-day game, the shorter forms of the game, is able to come to the crease like this, the Misfit Test match, and just play a completely diagonally opposite role.
Oh, nice boy.
Brook out, Brook back in. Leaving the sweep open now, saying to Rizwan, if you want to play the little paddle sweep, you can get off the mark. Rizwan has a look at that.
Oh,
Good from Leach.
Nice.
Keeps Rizwan on 0, 149 for 3. Completely different pace of play from yesterday. England were teeing off even when they were losing wickets. The moment Pakistan lost their skipper, they've just gone into their shell, the old pace of Test match cricket. England, a change of ends for Mark Wood. He comes down to the media centre end. Full delivery. One of the quickest bowlers in world cricket, Mark Wood, 155k. What's it like facing Mark Wood? Quite a lot of short deliveries. He'll mix that up on here with the odd full delivery. Real-time pace. You have to react to that. Now you get there, and actually the batter's view. Hope you don't see that. 155k.
Yeah, that pace, what is it, 0.4 of a second, give or take, from release to arriving at the batsman's end. It's the reason that top players basically build up what I would call the instinct. You haven't got time to think, you've just got time to let your instinct react and do the right thing. This is what you do from teenage years onwards. You're building up that instinct, getting used to pace, getting used to more pace, and trusting your instinct to, if need be, get you out of the way, if need be, get bat on ball. Slight problem I had with that image we showed there is the batsman didn't seem to react at all.
Yeah, but certainly looked at the ball, eyes on the ball.
The other thing you get in real life, of course, is you actually can see the bowler running at you. It's not suddenly a red ball appearing out of nothing. But it gives you a bit of a clue, how little time there is to actually respond.
Michael Atherton mentioned how he was on the money straight away yesterday, Mark Wood. He had his speeds up straight away, didn't ease into anything, looked in good rhythm. docile pitch again. But as ever, Mark Wood giving it absolutely everything. The other problem for Wood on this surface is that the footholes are quite crumbly. And often he will fall over with those footholes. He doesn't like crumbly footholes. Often ends up on his knees. Maybe that's why the change of ends. Rizwan off the mark, finally off the mark with a classical cover drive.
Well, worth waiting for. Always nice. Whatever your talents, whatever your record, whatever's gone for, always nice just to get off the mark. And if you do it in this sort of style, it feels twice as good.
Wanted the single for a second, then a big cry of no. 154 for 3. Skipper with his veteran bowler just discussing the plans. First innings lead. Who can get that first innings lead at the moment? Pakistan favourites, but you never know. Things change very quickly. Add a couple of wickets to the score. 170 for 5.
Oh. Nice, Stokesy. Get moving, Stoker. Oh, nice boy, nice boy. Moving, lad.
Baz, is your theory on the pitch today holding up? That it's slightly better?
It wasn't my theory, it was the theory of the Pakistani players who were on the pitch. I asked them. But then my sort of green eye patch appeared and I thought, yes, you're absolutely right. I looked at the pitch and it looked completely different to me. It looked placid road.
Nicely controlled. When you watch the replay of this, watch the way Saud Shakil doesn't overhit. It's a little lesson to anyone out there when you're using the feet. Just a controlled chip over the top.
Yes, brilliant. First of all, he gets right there, right to the pitch. He knows where he wants to hit it because you've got the 2 men out at deep square leg and a very wide deep mid wicket. So he wants to go pretty much straight down the ground, just opens that face a little bit. Keeps his head down. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Comes again. Over mid-on. Does it land safely? Anderson takes the catch. Really good from Jimmy Anderson. And that is Jack Leach, 100th Test wicket.
Well, for Saud Shakil, this is from the sublime to the ridiculous, I'm afraid. One perfectly executed shot, followed by one that he will now immediately regret. Celebrations for Jack Leach. Yeah, well done on that landmark for him. And brilliant from Anderson. Absolutely brilliant from Anderson. This was a tough catch in anyone's book, whether you're 20 years old or 40 years old. You've got to make the ground. It's a difficult sky. You've got to make the ground, keep your eye on the ball, keep moving, get it into the hands, and it went in ever so cleanly. So a very important wicket for him there. Chipping away this morning at Pakistan. Babar Azam first, Saud Shakil next. 63 for him as well. It's 158 for 4.
been told many times I play some good shots. I'll check myself.
Salman Agha comes in at number 6. Leach has his 2nd wicket of the game and his 100th Test match wicket. 31st Test match, really good catch from Jimmy Anderson, running back. Good work from Stokes, kept the fielders up. Salman, a good player of spin, as we saw in the last Test. He'd gone down the ground once, and this time he didn't get to it. Jimmy Anderson did.
The supreme athlete that he is, running back and making it look pretty simple. That was a terrific catch. 100 wickets for Jack Leach, 102 catches for Jimmy Anderson. And even at 40 years young, he moved swiftly and was always in control of such a difficult catch.
Oh, nice boy.
Very good from Leach, 158 for 4.
Yeah, just a slightly different line from Leach, wasn't it? Previous one, Saud Shakil had the ability to get it straight down the ground. This time he was in a sense forced into heading it in that direction, and he didn't get hold of it. So that little change of line, all part of that same story, but yeah, hats off to Jimmy Anderson.
I said a minute ago, add a couple of wickets to score and it could be 178 for 5. You add 1 wicket and then suddenly the game goes in the balance again, and 2 new batters at the crease as far as runs on the board. Rizwan's been there, 29 delivery, but only has 4, so 2 batters under pressure. This game could be a cracker. Remember, Pakistan probably, unless they get a massive lead, will have to bat last on it. We shall see how the pitch reacts, whether it will turn more as the game goes on. It's not spun that much today. Looks like we're going to go short to Rizwan, and the bluff thrown in there with the full in-swinging delivery. There are 3 men out on the hook and a fly slip catching. Rizwan takes it on.
Yeah, takes it on. It's only waist height. It's something we've said many a time. It's the variation in height as it comes at the batsman that can be the problem, even on slow pitches, or especially sometimes on slow pitches. On the grounds like the WACA, Jamaica in its heyday, the Oval in its heyday, you know if it's short, it's going to fly through head height or above. Here, grounds like this, you're never quite sure. You're going to be watchful and, of course, very quick with your hands and your decision making.
More orthodox field for Salman, but they'll still bowl him the short ball, definitely, but it'll be the ball coming in for the leg slip and bowl him through the gate. He was out LBW to Robinson with a very similar delivery what he's got there. So England feel bringing it back into his pads may be an LBW candidate. Yeah, go back to that 2nd innings, the ball reversing from Robinson. Given not out on the field, England reviewed it. It was reversing more, as you can see there, but that's what England are trying. That's why there's a leg slip in as well. Oh, and through.
Yeah, the other aspect here with Salman with the reverse swing is that Mark put that high pace. He also has that short ball in his armory. So yes, reverse swing, but Salman Agha will also be thinking, when is the short ball coming?
Wood falls over there with the footholes. David Gower mentioned the change of line. Jack Leach getting that last wicket, his 100th Test match wicket. Previous delivery was off stump, maybe just outside off stump, and he came down and hit it. Opened the face. And the wicket delivery, you can see how he had to drag it slightly leg side. He didn't run inside it as much, and he dragged it leg side.
Well, I can only apologise. Landed in exactly the same place. Well bowled, Jack, well bowled. Must have been the change of flight.
That was a change in flight. It was the bang-in ball from Wood, 159 for 4.
Two big wickets for England in this first session, day 2. The big one, obviously, Babar Azam. What a peach of a delivery from Robinson. And then Saud Shakil just a few overs ago. England well in control at the moment. Brook just walks across. Silly mid-off right in front of Rizwan's eye line for anything that pops up from the bat.
Hey, good jumping, boy.
It took a while again for Rizwan to get off the mark. Yep, it comes with its own set of concerns or trouble when you're in that position.
Many years ago in county cricket, they used to pay danger money, Arouge, for people who fielded at silly point or short leg. Yeah, Essex definitely were a county that paid danger money back in the day, in the late 80s. It still didn't persuade Nasser to get in there, by the way. Even though he loves his shekels, he wasn't volunteering.
Danger money.
Oh, that's a lovely ball, boy.
Well, in our part of the world, it's very simple. You're making a debut, get in there. That's your spot. It doesn't matter how good you are in the slips or anywhere else. If you're making a debut or you're new, first maybe 10, 15, 20 test matches, and then you become senior. Then you move out. Either you go in the slips or you just go in the covers or somewhere else, but not in that region.
The key is not to do it well. You get in there and do it well. It's a job for life.
Is that how you got out of there?
I did it very occasionally and very badly and wasn't asked again.
Oh,
Yeah, the close-in field is just dropping back now. Brook was removed, and leg slip has now gone in that position. A silly mid-off. And deep square just falls back with a sweep.
Get down.
Another maiden, 159 for 4.
It's very surprising the amount of spin we have seen in this game. Not that much in Pindi. No batsman has been dismissed at silly point or short leg. Amazing, isn't it? Abrar picking up 7 wickets yesterday. It was all either LBW, bowled, caught in the deep. No short leg or...
Silly point's gone out the game a little bit, hasn't it, since the advent of DRS? Batters now play bat first rather than bat and pad together, and that's removed really many of the catches that used to go to silly point.
And also you need a little bit more bounce in the pitch to bring those closing fielder into play. The few just jumped up a bit, but nothing really has really surprised anyone, especially with the cooler weather, gloomy weather. Pitch is not breaking that much. There are a lot of footholds where the bowlers are running through, but in the middle I think still a pretty good pitch, especially when the ball gets a little older, softer. It is hard work for the spinners.
Just plays a little bit away from his body. Wood again, 148, just under 148 clicks there. Never easy when you first walk in.
Yeah, the pace that Mark Wood bowls, you've got about 0.4 of a second. It's an eye blink, that's all it is. It's amazing really to think that you can actually react in time, but it's what you're trained to do, and you pick up little clues along the way just to give yourself a head start. That 156.6, that's just an eye blink from the moment it leaves the hand till it gets to you.
Stokes with a couple of field changes here. Third, very fine on the boundary, more of a fly slip at the boundary there. There's a deep backward square, wideish fine leg as well. Just looked like he was going to pull that. Sort of does well in the end.
Yeah, he's not the easiest bowler to pull sometimes, Mark Wood, because he's quite short and skiddy. He's on to you quickly. And I think you're right, Arooj. I think he was looking initially there to pull, and then the ball just got to him a bit too quickly, and in the end he kind of pulled out the shot. Yeah, that's what he wanted to do. He's going to have to be a bit quicker if he wants to put it away leg side.
Well, he's done really well to manage the way he managed that previous delivery. Slow pitch, of course, gave him maybe a little bit extra time to sort of still manage that short delivery.
The other thing Rizwan will have to be careful of, there are 3 boundary riders on the leg side as well, just for the mistimed shot, the top edge.
Yeah, there was last evening he was looking to pull, he was playing those shots. He normally does it in the nets. We've seen it in T20 cricket a lot. Trying to replicate in the middle. This time he just kept it down, made sure he rolls his wrists downward.
Getting the ball to tail back in. Nice shape. That's a good length. A line for the right-hander Salman Agha.
Well, by the look of it, it seemed that Salman Agha is going to look to play with the bat every delivery. So maybe just ball a touch wide outside the off stump. He's got 2 slips in play. Saw earlier that he nudged one down to third man. Maybe don't look to go to the stumps more. Go a little bit wider outside the off stump.
Oh, that's a good delivery. A well-directed Yorker to finish the over. Pakistan 161 for 4.
Yeah, excellent delivery. Full length, swinging in. Could have easily taken the toe and would have hurt and would have been balking back also, because this was going straight at stumps.
Did you keep a tally of broken toes in your career?
No, I don't remember, to be honest. But yeah, this is a delivery he should work on, and I feel instead of going wide of the crease and bringing that ball in, because what he's doing by going wide of the crease is just creating that angle. Rather than creating that angle, just come really close to the stumps and look to bowl that, which we were talking the other day in Pindi, that let the ball go away from him for a first maybe 10-12 yards and then comes in. Because he goes wide of the crease and he pushes it in, you can actually see the ball all the way from his hand coming in.
Oh, that's nice shape.
I'm not taking anything away from that delivery. That was a magic delivery, very, very good delivery. But it was all angle on it. See how wide he goes, and from there it's all coming in. Everything is just creating angle coming in towards stumps, and if you are in a defensive mode, you can really get away with you can tackle that. But if you come close to the stumps, yeah, it'll be touch difficult then.
Yeah, that definitely got a smile on your face, Waqar. Suddenly he's upright in his chair and all bubbly this morning. And as you mentioned, obviously the pace is at a blink of an eye. I'm sure the man to your right was one of them during your playing career. Down the track. That is a lovely, lovely shot. Excellent timing from Rizwan.
Yeah, terrific this from Mohammad Rizwan, who finally gets into double figures. He spent 27 balls on naught. He's had a couple of sweet boundaries now, a cover drive to get off the mark. This one off Leach, skipping down the pitch and hitting over the top. Evidence that Naseem Shah's shoulder injury has not improved from the way that he threw that in from the boundary edge.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. Oh, what a beauty. Completely squared Rizwan. England have their 5th.
A beauty from Jack Leach. Combination of pace through the air, angle, wide of the crease, and angling in. And Rizwan on the back foot, turned around, looking to just play to the leg side. And that combination of drift in or angle in and then spin away beats Rizwan's defensive push. England well in control of this game now. They've had a good morning. They've kept a lid on the scoring rate and have now taken their 3rd wicket. Pakistan 165 for 5.
Mohammad Nawaz makes his way out to the middle. Comes into the team as a spin bowling all-rounder. Pakistan going with the option, making a few changes. And he's in because Leach has bowled an absolute beauty to bowl Rizwan. Three men around the bat now for the left-hander. There is a man behind square for the sweep and Duckett.
Oh, Brookie.
Have a look at this. Comes in with the angle and straightens, spins away. What a beauty. It cleaned up Rizwan, all ends up.
You know, from a batting perspective, it's a good example actually of how DRS has changed the game and played to the advantage of the finger spinner. Once upon a time, you could have slightly played cannily there and just played outside the line in the knowledge that if it hit your front pad, you probably wouldn't be given out LB. There's no DRS back in the day. The umpires generally didn't give you out on the front foot, and you could have a bob each way. You could kind of cover the spin by just playing outside the line, and if it didn't spin, you had a second line of defence with your pad. But now, with DRS, you can't do that. Rizwan has to play with his bats. You've got to keep his front foot out the way, and that makes it much easier for a finger spinner like Jack Leach. I think back 20, 30 years pre-DRS, Rizwan could have propped forward with his pad on the line of the ball and just played with his bat next to his pad. And if it didn't spin, it's his pad and he's fine. If it does spin, he covers the spin. But now he can't do that. And that it makes it a much better game for starters. You can't play with your pad. And it has brought finger spin of the type that Jack Leach is without the mystery of a doosra or a change-up ball. It makes it much easier for a finger spinner now to get wickets.
It's time for some nice hot cup of tea, garam chai to start your day with Tapal Tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge. A lovely moment. It was also a lovely moment. Watch that delivery to Rizwan. It's amazing how the game has evolved with technology, the approach the players now take to it.
It's also the unintended consequences of technology. You know, DRS was simply brought in to correct human error, umpiring error. But it's had all these knock-on effects that nobody quite anticipated. One being how it's brought finger spin back into the game. Secondly, how it's improved relationships on the field, I would say, because players no longer are frustrated by umpiring error, and that used to filter into a bit of bad behaviour on the field. So it's had all these kind of knock-on effects. It's made the game a better game in my view. And sometimes you get a bit annoyed that it takes so long with the reviews and it breaks up the game. But I would say the advantages have outweighed the disadvantages significantly.
But I always behaved at this, you know, playing against you many times, and you didn't hear anything from me. I was the quietest of the bowler.
Your new ball colleague, however.
I'm sure he's listening.
Yes, DRS has really helped the left arm spinner more than anyone else, I feel, because Now, if you pitch the ball in, you have to play with the bat. You just miss, you're in trouble. And that's what happened with Rizwan. It was a pitcher delivery, no doubt about that. It was nice and full. And Rizwan was batted for, what, 43 deliveries. And most of the time he was looking to come forward, looking to play with the bat, lunging forward. He wasn't expecting the ball to spin this sharply. Watch that ball. Pitched more or less middle leg and then spun. And once you gone back, we saw Joe Root also in the first inning against Abrar. He went back on a delivery which was way too full. Sometimes you get fooled, and sometimes bowlers, you know, when they start getting that drift going, they make you do that. They make you just go on the back foot, and that sort of thing can happen, which is the beauty of the game.
We'll pick up 1 to end the over. Pakistan 168 for 5. He's on the list with 100 wickets in Test for England. Rams won 255. Moeen Ali, Monty Panes, Ashley Giles and Jack Leach to complete that feat in this Test match. Some company he's in.
Yeah, all good bowlers. I think Swan is the outstanding spin bowler that England have produced in the last 20 years or so. And in fact, to talk about DRS, he came into Test cricket just as DRS became part of the game. So as well as helping left arm spinners, it's helped finger spinners, finger off spinners who didn't have the doosra. There was a big phase of off spinners needing to have the doosra prior to DRS. Post DRS not required.
Oh, that's beautiful. Very nice, Nat. Nice edges.
Yeah, Saqlain Mushtaq out there, the head coach. He was a magician, without a doubt. He actually took my place in ODI cricket, because I used to bowl the final overs when it's reversing, and when he came in, Wasim was not going to give it to anyone else for sure. But so the only person who could just sort of give away for him was me. So when Saqlain came out with this doosra, especially in one-day cricket, not more in Test match, but one-day cricket, no T20 cricket those days. So with his doosra coming in and bowling in the last 10 overs, he was outstanding. Not many batsmen around the world read him that well. It's unfortunate that his knees didn't really help him to play more cricket. I mean, look at those numbers, amazing numbers. 13 5-wicket, that's Test match cricket. And one day his one-day record is also amazing.
So good, Matt. So good, boy.
And also bowling a lot here in Pakistan, which not necessarily, as we saw in the last game, helpful to spinners. Mazza gave us that statistic that there's been no harder place to bowl spin in the fourth innings in the last few years than Pakistan. Silly point now for Leach to the left-handed Nawaz. Silly point and a short leg, so challenging both edges of the bat.
It's taken. Comfortable in the end, a soft dismissal. England with their sixth. Nawaz hit it straight to Robinson.
It's the pressure really which is telling here on Pakistan. England have been superb this morning. A combination of reverse swing from their seamers and Jack Leach, and they've had a real stranglehold on the game. The run rate has been below 3 and over. Pakistan's batsmen have found it very hard to get on top of the bowling. And with men round the bat, that suffocating pressure has finally told again. So England's morning for sure. Pakistan in some trouble now. 169 for 6 and well behind still. England well and truly in front and in control. Fahim Ashraf makes his way into the middle. It's been some bowling here. Plans perfectly executed. He has 4 to his name. A soft dismissal in the end. Coming down the track and nothing but a chip straight to mid-off. Robinson was there, takes it comfortably.
Yeah, it's a bad option, I feel, when someone's bowling in the rough and you're looking to use your feet. And if you don't get too close to the ball, you intend to just sort of hit sort of flatter. And that's what happened. You can hit those shots if you stay a little bit behind and just try to give that elevation which you're looking for. On that occasion, Nawaz got way too close to the ball and then he just chipped it. It didn't really try to hit it hard, or it didn't pick the gap he was looking for. Poor shot.
Joe Root with the ball now. Yes, it was a matter of pressure. He defended a few, came down the wicket to a few just to defend them, and a nothing shot in the end. And that's another one. It does not get easier than that for England. They're all over Pakistan here. And Salman, the latest to go.
Well, that is such a soft dismissal, really. Root can't believe it. Think of all the times you've toiled away for hours on end, struggling to get a wicket, and then you come on, first ball, bowl a gentle delivery, and it just goes into the hands of Stokes at short mid-wicket. The softest of dismissals. Delight for Root and England. What a morning they've had here now. They're absolutely in control of this game as Salman goes for 4 and Pakistan 169 for 7. Seven wickets now down for Pakistan as the tail well in. Mohammad Ali, who makes his way into the middle, only to be welcomed by 3 men around the bat. Another close catcher. Here's a look at that dismissal. Nothing but a gentle loosener, and the favour's been returned with the bat as well. Nothing short in the end from Salman Agha. First Nawaz and now Salman. Pakistan falling apart here
He's put one man back deep mid wicket for the release short, or if Muhammad Ali has a go.
Another nothing shot. 2 deliveries, 2 wickets. I'm still struggling to sort of decide which one was softer, because Nawaz was just a little chip to mid-off, and then that last dismissal of Salman Agha was really a tail-ender shot.
Big shout. Looked like it pitched outside leg stump. Stokes agrees.
Well, you are in the game from round the wicket when the ball spins. Maybe the problem for Root is his arm is so low and he comes from so wide on the crease. It's actually quite difficult for him to pitch it on the tram lines. See how low that arm is. It's kind of a low, slingy action, so the ball probably pitching outside leg.
They've gone up, and so has the finger. Pakistan tumbling away now. Muhammad Ali goes for a duck.
Well, England is wrapping this batting line up very, very quickly. Joe Root in his rhythm, picking up 2 wickets in this over. First over, and beautifully taken in the slip. This time, a bit more flight on it, bit more offside-ish. And got the edge, a little bit of a back pad, just spooned up in the air. And the tall man, Crawley, in the slip, made no mistake. And no mistake made by the umpire on that occasion. Muhammad Ali gone without troubling the score. It's 169 for 8, Pakistan.
Pakistan tumbling away quickly. It's a double wicket maiden so far. And it stays that way.
Well, it must have been edge onto pad. Ultra edge will confirm the little outside edge, but then it definitely flicked pad as well. That's why it ballooned up to Crawley at slip. It's a 49th wicket for Root. We just showed that table of England spinners in the 21st century getting 100 wickets. Root is almost halfway there now. Kind of an underrated bowler, really. He often used to underbowl himself as captain.
Oh, well, he'll feel that this and the one previous are probably the most easiest dismissals that he's gotten, those 49 wickets. Now the wickets have fallen quickly. The last 4 just for 4 runs, the last 3 for no run. The timings in between those wickets, a few minutes apart, the last 4. 11:28. Have a look at the first few to fall, and then now 11:28, 39, 42 and 46. England doing everything absolutely right. Now you have to say it hasn't been the most intelligent stroke play from Pakistan. There's another swipe at it.
out. Come on, boys. All out at lunch, boys.
Well, I don't think Pakistani batsmen can blame anyone else, because those couple of chips and soft dismissals really put them in a situation where they might lose this game, because leaving too many runs in the first inning to England and the way they play, this might be over very quickly, because this pitch is not going to get better. It's going to deteriorate more. And to bat on this pitch is going to get further difficult.
Reverse sweep. Loud cheer goes up because the runs have not come for Pakistan. A couple for Fahim to get off the mark. 54 done, 171 for 8.
It's a desperate situation now for Pakistan. 171 for 8 in their first innings. The aim from Pakistan's perspective had to be to get a significant first innings lead. When you're batting fourth, batting last on a pitch that is already spinning on day one, you need a first innings lead. And Pakistan would have been thinking 350 minimum really in their first innings to give themselves a good chance in this game. If they concede a significant lead, then it is going to be very difficult.
There was a period in the game where Robinson came on, and I think that's where it all started. There was a period of about 13 overs which just went for 17 runs after Babar got out, and it was when Saud, Shakil and Rizwan were batting. Before that they were scoring at just under 6, and it sort of just held the game up completely, scoring at 1.3 during that period. And then after Rizwan fell, the wickets have tumbled. And you talk about Stokes and his brilliant captaincy, and there was talk about why Robinson hadn't bowled up till the point he did. And I reckon it was just when he thought that the ball would start reversing and came out and delivered an absolute peach to Babar Azam. Everyone very close in for Zahid. With lunch just round the corner, Zahid Mahmood will look to block everything possible.
I think they were looking to go to lunch from a word go this morning. They were just blocking everything, which is not the way to go on this pitch. You got to keep scoring runs, otherwise you will be behind the game throughout the game. Handy runs, might just go all the way. Did he get any bat on it? No, it's buys. End of the over. 175 for 8 Pakistan. No pad, no glove, just an extra bit of bounce.
A session well and truly for England. Even yesterday they were playing their shots, they got their runs in quick time, and today they've picked up 6 wickets for Pakistan. 8 down now. Another reverse sweep. There's no point hanging around. Not quite sure if the tail will hang around with Fahim. Probably the last recognized batter out there, and he'll probably try and get as many runs. Zahid, on the other hand, will probably continue to block everything. Vakar, we were talking about how Pakistan looked comfortable as we were coming to the ground this morning, and there was plenty of talk about the lead that they might end up with. But England, of course, with other plans, and it all looks a very different story as they still trail by 106.
Yeah, it was a good chat in the van, but it was in the van, don't forget. You know, England bowled with a lot of venom when Wood was bowling, and Leach was just on the money most of the time, not given anything away. And Pakistani batsmen, they did not try to, you know, bring him under pressure by maybe using your feet, just playing those sweep shot. Hardly anyone swept. There you go, reverse sweep. It's working. It has worked for England. Why can't it work for Pakistan?
Yeah, the solitary fielder there, and he knows if he gets any bat on that, it will be runs. He's timed that really well, taken well in front. And Stokes now asking for the man at deep mid-wicket to come up. Leach changes his angle. Four off the over, 179 for 8.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Well, Stokes is never the kind of captain just to let things settle. We're just a couple of minutes away from lunch now. And Root, who'd taken 2 wickets without conceding a run, he's going to give way to Mark Wood. I reckon there's only time for one more. But as I say, Stokes is a very proactive captain. He reckons that with the tail enders in and an old ball that the last time Wood had it in his hand was reversing significantly, now's a good time to bring on his quickest bowler to try and knock over the tail.
This is the time when you hate your captain as a fast bowler. You don't want to look at him because you're looking forward for, but you'll get that, you'll get that, you'll get that. That's a beauty. First ball on the money, nice and straight, and looks like that it's gonna be hitting the stump. Review is available. Will he take it? Is not sure. Yes, why not? Let's try.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. There don't appear to be any bat involved. Bat seemed to be late. Can you give me all trays just to check on that? Yeah, pad, no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready. Ball tracker coming up now, Ali. Ball pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets hitting. So you'll be staying with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Can you put Alim on screen, please? Alim, you're on screen. Signal.
That's about as out as you can possibly get. But well done to Ben Stokes, who didn't let it drift to lunch. Just thought we can knock these over here on the point of lunch. And therefore his quickest bowler back in, and straight away Mark Wood gets one swinging in, nice and straight and quick, 179 for 9.
He had a dream start with the ball, and I'm not quite sure if he's comfortable facing this. Pace from Wood. Oh, he's done well. It's been an exhibition of quick bowling. It's been an exhibition of spin bowling. And was too quick to handle. An optimistic review in the end. It doesn't get more plumb than that. England knew it, and they knew it from the get-go. Pakistan now in heaps of trouble. And they will continue play another half an hour till the final wicket falls. He's got bat on that and will pick up a couple of runs. Abrar to get off the mark on his test debut.
Yeah, it was a good bouncer. No tail-ender like that. Got a fair bit of bat on it. Brook was in the zone. Just went over it. I think he's got a ball full. You got a better chance of picking up a wicket. Maybe just bowl that out swinger. Nice and full. Target that off stump. Because he's moving his Abrar is moving his front leg more toward leg side-ish. Just go out swinger.
Last 5 for Pakistan, falling just for 14 runs.
Well, you can see what Mark Wood is trying to do, because you get a nice view of Abrar's stumps the way that he plays. He's played it all right, the first 3 balls, but you can see how much of the stumps there that Mark Wood is getting a glimpse of.
Well, the best way to deal with this sort of batsman is to bowl an out swinger. Ball from middle stump and look to hit off stump, because all he's doing is looking to play the in swinger.
.181 for 9. And not a pretty scorecard for Pakistan. Babar and Shakil started the day off and were looking good, but it's been all spiraling down since Babar went. 75 to him, so Shakil 63, and Pakistan in heaps of trouble. 9 down, and they still trail by 100. Leach back into the attack. Now Fahim Ashraf has played a few reverse sweeps to him, and he might look to just block that area off. Harry Brook has just moved to mid-wicket. Joe Root leg slip. And gets a sweep out. And Duckett will pick it up, just the one. I'll relay back some information to Abrar. He's done well to play Wood in the previous over, who was looking to get the ball through onto the stumps. Bowled with rapid pace, but different challenge here with the left arm spin from Leach, who I think has bowled exceptionally well with his lengths today in particular. As expected, meant plenty of catches around the bat. Oh, what a beauty.
That's a beautiful ball.
It's an excellent take from Pope behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. What a good job Ollie Pope has done. It can't have been an easy decision for England to decide whether to keep the gloves with Pope or go back to Foakes. They wanted the extra bowler. They've got confidence in Pope, and he's repaid that. He's done really well.
Oh. Nice match. Good, Leachy. Beautiful match.
It's amazing how the voice sort of goes with ebbs and flows every time a tailender is batting, and you hear the chirping around the bat, especially when they go back onto the stumps.
Oh, nice boy, nice boy.
Oh. 99 the deficit now. That's a big deficit. 58 done, 182 for 9. Hasn't gone Pakistan's way. They were fairly comfortable when they came out this morning, but just the way the surface is played out and with England's approach, Pakistan trailing now 99. That is a lot of runs in the context of the game. Session obviously well and truly belongs to England. 7 wickets. And they haven't given any runs away, just 2.5 the run rate. Lovely to see plenty of young boys and girls in the crowd, being a Saturday as winter vacations approach for schools as well. It took some time for them to come in. Obviously, the home side not making it easy for them to stroll out either. Since Babar's dismissal, 40 runs, courtesy a wonderful spell from Ollie Robinson. Yeah, and what the fans are enjoying, they're also enjoying in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Oh, it's tea time for the fans, a lovely Tapal tea moment.
To work out why Root is back on. Wood came back for 1 over just before lunch, got the wicket. And now obviously we extend lunch for an extra half hour, but it's not Wood, it's Root back into the attack. Left-hander on strike, of course.
Off spinner to left-hander. Turn away from the back court at short extra.
Just thinking of Mark Wood, though. 1 over. You get yourself loose, 1 over, get a wicket.
Yeah, I'm only offering an alternative. I think I tend to agree with you. And thinking back all those years, yeah, fast bowlers don't like being woken up for just the 1 over. Especially those with sort of the energy of Mark Wood, you know, the physical effort. I mean, okay, you might say, yeah, just the 1, but no, the physical effort of getting ready, getting set, unleashing, getting loose, which he does very quickly. Picking up a wicket, you want to have another go, don't you? Absolutely. You've got the pace. Tail enders, well, even at the left-hander, you've got everything potentially in your favour for a final wicket.
Yeah, 4 men around the bat, and the rest of the field fairly straight, looking for the chip. to that man catching there, Brook. .183 for 9.
Well, the last half hour or so has gone so very much England's way. You can hear a little sort of gentle laughter in the background. That's Michael enjoying the view. But it's gone so much England's way the last half hour or so. This little great flurry of wickets that just a sort of hint of frustration that the last one hasn't gone down quite so quickly yet.
Four for Leach. He's probably looking to pick up this last wicket mid-off, mid-on on the boundary.
Oh, nice.
Offering the single to Fahim Ashraf to bowl at Zahid Mahmood. Fahim Ashraf obviously a more accomplished batter. Those are the 3 men on the boundary, 4 men on the boundary on the leg side. Mid-off comes back up.
Oh, that is nice.
A big shot. In spite of the boundary riders, he picks up another 4.
Well, it looks a bad situation for Pakistan, but you can never give up hope. If the tail enders, the last wicket, can add 30 or 40 runs and just chip away at that England lead, that's what they've got to try and do, and then hope the mystery spinner can get into the action again in the second innings.
Yeah, if you think of Mark Woods, what was it, 36 yesterday, number 9, and then that final wicket added just round about 30 or so. Changed it, what, from 250 to 280. The context of a game like this with relatively low scores, that's a nice little chunk just added on almost for free. That's because Mark Wood was enterprising, carefree, spirited, all of the above.
Yeah, this is what England wanted, to give the single to Fahim Ashraf, so Leach can bowl to Abrar. Couple of deliveries. He's done well so far. 93 is still a big trail, but you knock 20-30 off, close the margin. Batting 4th on the surface won't be easy for Pakistan. Was a big shout. An optimistic one in the end. Overdone. 188 for 9.
Well, the morning session extended because Pakistan's 9th wicket fell on the point of what would have been the lunch interval. So we've added 16 minutes so far. We can go on to 12:30 if that 10th wicket is not taken. Leach desperately trying to pick up his 5th, and Root has the opportunity now.
wanted two as he hit it leg side, but just a single, so Abrar back on strike. I think Fahim now has a bit more confidence in the number 11, thinking that he can manage spin, he can survive. And it's good from Fahim. He's not gone all out attack. You would think that the ball just hinting to turn or turning a bit, doesn't want to take that risk. He just, whenever there is an opportunity, he's got that sweep shot out. 14 of 23 for Fahim.
Keeps taking 7 wickets with the ball. He's going to have a bat sponsor soon enough, Bazid, surely. Played with Angus Fraser, who once went to the Caribbean in 1994 without a bat sponsor, and put the message on the back of the bat for the stump camera for any potential sponsors out there. I'm available.
Blocked solidly. 189 for 9. Did it work though? Did he eventually get a bat sponsor?
Well, he didn't get many runs on that trip, I'll tell you, against Walsh and Ambrose. He did a lot of ducking and weaving.
Yeah, the honours board, he just signs that before they actually put it on. Just a moment for every player, especially somebody who's just done it in his first test.
Well, it was terrific, wasn't it? And it was lovely for English viewers to hear him on interview last evening through an interpreter talk through his day and his journey to get to this level. Absolutely great story yesterday for him.
Big shot, just over. And he'll get a boundary for that. Fahim Ashraf.
Well, just clears Duckett. Just reminded that the catch that slipped for Crawley, that Crawley took a little while back, the tall man was in the right place then. Needed Crawley there at mid-on, that deep mid-on.
Big appeal is spun back.
The angles are not in Leach's favour here from over the wicket. When you see that amount of sharp spin, you feel that if it's hit him in line, it's probably going to go on to miss leg stump. There may have been a bit of a tickle on it as well.
Big inside edge. Yeah, with Fahim Ashraf, whenever he has played for Pakistan in Test match cricket, he's been able to deliver with the bat. That slowed down the order in Pakistan. Whenever he does play, Pakistan think about having a deeper batting lineup. And most of the time he's come to the party and got some crucial runs. Right now he's 18, field up now, so the opportunity with that sweep shot.
Reverse. Quite a few players play differently nowadays. There was quite a few players who thought that when you're batting with the tail, the opportunity to get 8 off an over. Goes reverse this time, connects, and that'll go to the fence. So a couple of boundaries off that over for Fahim Ashraf. Pakistan chip away, 84 behind now.
Well, it's been a frustrating 20 minutes after a very good morning session from England. They've been superb this morning, combination of reverse swing and Jack Leach. And the pressure finally told on Pakistan. The last 20 minutes have just been a bit frustrating. Stokes brought Wood back for 1 over. He got a wicket. He took him off. Brought Root back on. And now it's time for Wood again. I thought it was a curious thing to take Wood off after 1 over, actually. I think if you bring your fast bowler on just before lunch and he gets a wicket, he deserves then a crack at the number 11 for more than 1 over, and he's about to get that opportunity now.
Shot over the top, backs away and just manages to lift it over the slips to the fence.
Well, the way that Abrar plays, and he's played this really nicely as Pakistan go past 200, he stays leg side of the ball. You see a lot of his stumps. He looks to go leg side, and he's helped that over the offside. Now, just looking at the field, Stokes has got 2 men saving 1 on the leg side. Whether one of those or indeed both could come over to the offside, it's hard to see him nudging one there with the way that he plays.
Tries it again.
He's looking to back away and just carve it over the top. So Jacks, who's on the leg side, Anderson on the leg side saving 1, they can go catching behind the slips.
This time just gets it past a wide mid-wicket, so back to Fahim Ashraf. So good result for Pakistan. Wood now will have to bowl to the left-hander. The partnership 23 now for this final wicket.
Yeah, very useful runs in the context of a relatively low scoring game compared to the first Test match. Got to try and get up to, if they can, 230, 240, chip away at England's lead and then try and get into England's top order. The deficit is a significant one at the moment. If England can carry a lead of 70 in first innings, they would be delighted.
Just 5 minutes to go to maybe a couple more overs or just the one. Wood has 2 deliveries to go in this over, an over of spin. Maybe if it gets pushed, then Wood gets another. Right now he's just got that square leg in, deep square leg in position. Picked up and it's gone straight to that deep square leg. So not the bouncer, the little flick leg side, and Wood has a wicket.
Well, what a morning that has been for England. Delight for Mark Wood to finish things off, but a collective effort from England's seamers and Jack Leach this morning. And the start of the day's play, if you said to England, well, you can get a lead of 79, they would be absolutely delighted. They will come out all guns blazing again with the bat in the second innings, and they have the advantage of a significant first innings lead now. Fahim Ashraf, the last man to go for 22, but pressure England applied this morning from the moment that Ollie Robinson came into the attack and dismissed Babar Azam. It all went England's way. That's the final wicket of the morning. A safe catch to Ben Duckett out in the deep. Mark Wood, I don't think he was bowling for it, but he'll take it. And it has been a superb morning's work for England's bowlers. There they are in the pack. Leach with 4. Seamers have chipped in. And Pakistan just failed to resist the pressure that England applied. A fantastic morning. 8 wickets in the best part of 35 overs. For fewer than 100 runs. England's morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Pakistan would have come today and thought this would be a good batting day, but no. Once that delivery, that in-swinger from Robinson turned the day around. 75 from Babar Azam, 63 Saud Shakil, but after that it just went. Fahim Ashraf with 22, a partnership of 23 with that last wicket, and Pakistan lost 8 for 95 today, 202 all out. 46 Babar and Shafiq, 91 Saud Shakil and Babar Azam, but after that not much at all. Bit of resistance right at the end. England very good with the ball, led by Jack Leach, 4 for 98. Wood got a couple of wickets. So did Root and Robinson, 5 overs, 3 maidens, and crucial wicket of Babar Azam in that spell. Pakistan, 107 they started off with. And it looked as if things would go according to plan. Babar Azam and Saud Shakil looked very organized, very good, as Babar Azam does. An opportunity for a run out. Probably just slipped, lost his footing. But it was very controlled batting from Saud Shakil. Impressive 50 for him. That delivery then started the run. Brilliant delivery from Ollie Robinson, coming back in, disturbing the furniture. Rizwan found it very difficult. Boundary down the ground and then lowered down the pitch again from Jack Leach, but it was a magnificent catch from Anderson. And after then, a couple of boundaries from Rizwan. Another superb delivery, hit off stump, bit of turn. And then the procession. Cutting it off, Nawaz, Jack Leach again. Root came in, a soft little dismissal for Salman Agha. And Muhammad Ali from that round the wicket angle, edge onto the pad into first slip, and England were looking to wrap the innings out fairly quickly. Wood got side with an in-swinger. All England all morning. Then Fahim Ashraf provided a few blows for Pakistan. A few reverse sweeps as well. Bit of resistance in the end. And flicked one in the air and down deep, square legs, throat. Wood with his second. And a fantastic morning for England. So that has meant that 281 plays 202. Jack Leach 4 for 98. and has meant that after the first innings, Pakistan trailed by 79 runs. So after that terrific bowling performance from England, it is lunch and we'll be back after lunch for England's second innings.
Well, it started off with 107 for 2 and Saud Shakil got to his 50. But just after that, things started changing. And as soon as Robinson came in his very first over, removed Babar Azam. And a lot of hard work put in by Leach, getting 4 wickets. And then Wood cleared it up. Pakistan lost 8 wickets for 95. This is what the match summary looks like. England batting first after winning the toss, 281 with Abrar's 7 wicket along with Mahmood getting 3. Pakistan were looking good till the start of this morning, but they've managed 202, leaving England with a very important healthy lead of 79. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. We are in day 2. It's just the first session that has completed and we've lost 20 wickets already. 16 of them have gone to spin. I've got David Gower, Bazid Khan alongside me. David, how many days are we working? Break it down in 50 words or less.
I can break it down to 2 days. 2 days, 2 words. 2 days.
2 days.
2 more.
2 more days. Does it surprise you? 16 wickets going to spin, just 4 sessions, 20 wickets have gone back to the dugout?
Well, yeah, I mean, the big problem we always have is trying to assess a pitch before a ball has been bowled. You look at a pitch like this one, it looked the day before the game like another flat pitch, benign pitch. It didn't look to me as though it was going to be that dusty as soon as it has been. The difference is, I think, I mean, when we looked at the bowling of Abrar yesterday, it wasn't massive turn that did the damage. It was just the dark arts of deception. And he bowled beautifully. So, I mean, that's what could come next again. We'll wait and see. But yes, it's just... it's one of those pitches now where you look at the scores, you think 281, 202. You think the 281, you know, could easily have been 250, but for that last wicket and Mark Wood having a dab for 35, 36. I mean, Pakistan at the end here, a few runs from that 10th wicket partnership as well. But that lead is a big one in the context of this game. 79 is now quite a big lead. When we started this morning, for instance, I was thinking maybe Pakistan, the way Babar had batted last night with Saud Shakil, maybe Pakistan would end up with, say, a lead of 100 or something.
I told you 70 odd, you didn't believe me. That would be the lead.
When did you whispered it to me? I never heard it.
Now you didn't hear
No.
Does it surprise you, or is or something in terms of Pakistan losing wickets? Shot selection, according to you, was good because they were going so well, 107 for 2.
Yeah, you look at that overnight score and you think that Pakistan are in a very strong position, but just the pressure that was exerted after Babar's wicket, I think Pakistan lost 8 for 60, and even throughout that, you saw when Rizwan came on, the bowling tightened up. There wasn't any runs being scored, and that pressure told. I think it was a period of actual pressure being exerted for a good 20-25 overs that meant that Pakistan crumbled. I think the bowling was pretty good, but I think the rhythm of the batting normally associate a sort of a rhythm, a flow of runs with each batter. That didn't happen. There wasn't any rhythm to Rizwan's batting, and then they fell away. I think maybe they look at that and think maybe we need more options to actually get off strike and actually have more scoring options.
Yeah, they were 142 when they lost Babar, and then so on. You can see that list. Pakistan being wrapped up with 202 on the board. Let's find out exactly what the pitch is doing out there. Zainab Abbas has got Waqar Younis alongside her, and they'll tell us what do we expect in the session to come.
Thanks, Sikandar. Well, obviously the expert predictions went awfully wrong by David Gower and Waqar here with me. No real demons in the pitch, Waqar. You had a look at the pitch at this point of time. And was it a case of really good bowling by England? Because as you can see, the pitch hasn't really changed much.
Look, I'm not taking anything away from England bowlers. I thought they bowled extremely well. They bowled line and length, and they also, you know, the field positions, they put pressure on Pakistani batsmen. But the most surprising thing for me was the approach from Pakistani batsmen. I think the approach needs to change, because you'll see after lunch the way England's going to come out. They're going to come out positive. They've shown it in the first inning also. And if you can't match that, you will struggle against this sort of side who is full of confidence at the moment. And as you said, Zainab, no real demons. It's still a pitch where you can hang around and can just, come out with some, positive strokes, put some pressure back on England. And I don't think they've done enough.
I've got to ask you this. You look at England and how their batting sort of panned out. One shot that was extremely successful, or they sort of excelled in, was the sweep shot.
Yeah.
You saw that with Jimmy Anderson as well. Why is Pakistan not using that? Is it a case of skill or mindset, execution? What would you put it down to?
Look, normally you expect an Asian team, playing on these sort of pitches should be able to execute a sweep shot a lot better than the team coming from the West. And I was really surprised that nobody has tried to score runs. I mean, that's a scoring shot. And
And England has made it very, very clear that this is the shot we're going to play, and we're going to look to score runs. And they did it beautifully in Pindi and here, and you'll see it again. They'll do the same. I mean, their approach is very clear, and if you don't match that approach, you're going to be chasing the leather the entire day.
Well, you know, going back to your playing days, you mastered the art of reverse swing, and we saw a bit of that by Ollie Robinson when he was bowling to Babar Azam. That delivery, just talk us through that.
Yeah, excellent delivery, and you know, someone who's got man of the match in the previous match and was not given the ball for a long period. He came out with a gem in his very first over, picking up you know, a big scope. You know, Babar's wicket was very, very crucial, and once they got that, the confidence started building again. And I was out there with McCullum also in the morning, and he said, if we get Babar early, this can wrap up very quickly, and he was 100%.
Where does Pakistan take this match from here now? Obviously, they are, you know, there's been a lead of 79 runs from England, and they'll be looking to pile on more. So how does Pakistan take things forward now?
Look, this pitch is not going to get better. You know, so you got to understand that you've given a lot to England. That 79 runs lead is massive on this surface, and there was heavy roller on the pitch, so this pitch might die out a little bit, but the new ball is going to be a big factor, and I think the spinner is going to do again bulk of the work. So again, you probably expect, or you want Abrar to just come out with a magic again, or maybe just bowl, you know, a bit more conservatively. Don't give too many, because Pakistan can't afford to give any more runs. I mean, they're already given 79 to begin with, 10 wickets in hand. So, you know, it is going to be, you know, a tall order. It's a steep, and Pakistan got to really work hard, pick up early wickets, and then things might change. But I have big doubts.
Open the bowling with Abrar?
I think they might open with the spinner one end, with how England, when they might give it to Nawaz. So wouldn't be a bad idea.
Wouldn't be a bad idea at all. We saw that from England with Jack Leach, how they opened the bowling. But of course, a lot lies ahead when you look at how Pakistan has been faring in this game. Plenty to look forward to. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Zainab. Saw that heavy roller, usually they say if you use that, the pitch might just break up a little earlier. And then why would England choose that if that's the case?
Well, yeah, it's one of these sort of slight myths, I think, because if there is a pitch breaking up, first of all, you put the heavy roller on, it just keeps it back together again. So for the first, say, I don't know, 10 overs, it'll go flat before it springs back to life again. Not that there's that much life in it for the paceman. Over the course of 2 or 3 days, the theory is that if it's loose, it'll get looser if you put more pressure on it. So actually, it's if it works for England, fine. You know, for instance, if they're bowling at Pakistan, shall we say, tomorrow, then if that deterioration has carried on, it gives them more to work with. Leach and those spinners might get a bit more grip more often, and the task of bowling Pakistan out for the second time becomes slightly easier. But the roller thing is a slight distraction.
Yeah. Would you go with the theory that he's just provided using the heavy roller might just bind it rather than break it up?
Look, if you go for the light roller, it does not do a thing. It'll just stay the same. The heavy roller, yes, it does, as so well explained by David Gower, that it does bind it a bit. What you want to do is break it further, and that will happen if you have the roller on for quite a considerable length of time. So you need to have it on, 3 times at least to break it up. I don't think they'll want it to. They'll probably be thinking we get the heavy roller on and we get the ball to stay lower.
Okay. Time for us to have a look at the fall of wickets. We'll get both David and Bazid into that. One will tell us about the shot selection, the other one about the turn Leach got. So quite a few of them. Let's have a look.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
So, of course, we start off with the wickets that have fallen today. There will be 8 of them.
Yeah, you'd think this was a clever piece of bowling. It's slightly slower. He did from down the ground, Saud Shakil. This one was a really good ball. It pitched and spun quickly. And then a few soft dismissals as well, just punting it to mid-off. This was Nawaz. And then this one was just out of the blue, just pushed it to mid-on. But all throughout this, England was exerting so much pressure that we look at these shots in isolation, we say yes, they were soft dismissals, but it was of the fact because of England's persistent applying of pressure and consistency throughout the morning session.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. When you get down to fall of wickets, of course, you just get a feeling somewhere that when Babar Azam gets out, there's a certain level of panic that goes into the batting side, and then you start having a nosedive and the wickets start falling.
It's the way it worked today. I mean, that was the key wicket. And when you hear Brendan McCullum apparently saying exactly that, get Babar and we got a chance. Well, it was a very good delivery they got Babar. I mean, Robinson had been just left out of the attack for 20, 30 overs. And it tailed him absolutely beautifully. And it's got to be a good ball to get through Babar's defences. So Robinson said, thank you very much. I'll have another break now and go back to normal. That reverse swing is a deadly weapon in the right hand. And for Robinson, he's proven himself these last couple of games, sort of game and a half as it were, that he knows what he's doing with that high action with it. So that was the key. It was 6 for 37 that fell at the end of the innings. I mean, just one after the other shows that there was maybe some muddled thinking. Each and every batsman needs a plan. So when you come out, the ball's turning sometimes big, sometimes not so big. You need to work out your own plan as an individual when you walk out to bat, and you need to then talk to your man at the other end to try and work out how to switch ends, how to let the strike turn from one end to the other. And if you do that, you start to frustrate bowlers' plans, because if you sort of take the odd one or hit the odd boundary, the bowler, someone like Leach wants to bowl 6 balls at you with a plan. So if you don't get those singles, don't get the odd boundary now and again, you're just playing into bowlers' hands.
Yeah. When you look at that wicket, that Babar's wicket, and I was listening to the commentary as well, and one of you said that he just get a feeling it was a bit casual. The deviation that Robinson got on that, do you feel Babar had it covered, but it's just the gap between the bat and pad?
I think it was a terrific delivery. I think there wasn't a lot of reverse happening. That one in particular went, and it caught him by surprise. Yes, you could argue that he drove at it or whatever, but I still believe that a lot of credit has to go to Ollie Robinson with the ball that he produced, and you need a terrific delivery to get rid of Babar, and it sort of spurred England on. Not just that wicket, but it spurred England on in getting a few more.
You talk about Robinson. Were you surprised that he didn't get the ball up till when he got Babar?
Well, what Stokes has said is that he likes to save those men like Robinson until the ball is in the right condition to reverse. And because, of course, he opened with Leach, because they've seen this bit of spin during their own innings. So they opened with Leach yesterday. I don't think Leach actually bowled particularly well with that new ball, but that was, it was worth a go, worth a try. And then, Anderson bowled his little spell. Wood, of course, Wood with the extra pace was rather touted as the man to make breakthroughs with that extra pace. But the pitch is so blunting that, you don't really see that pace necessarily. So yes, it was just the perfect time just to say to Ollie Robinson, okay, the ball's probably in a good condition now for you. Yeah. Give it a go. It would have been, say, 2 or 3, 4 overs maybe just to see what happened. As it happened, the wicket came very quickly, and from that moment on, the game and the day turned.
It did. Okay, time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about what to expect from session 2 on day 2. Hello and welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Time for us to now show you something special. And you know, David, what a life that would be if you get paid to watch the game you love the most, and you get paid to eat the food that you love the most. Basit is having a ball whichever city he goes to, City Trail, and he's trying something special which is known to be from this part of the world. Let's have a look. City Trail, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
We've tried to find a quiet place in Multan but haven't succeeded. I've had dinner and I want something sweet. In the summer, you know, it's mangoes. In the winter, there's only one thing in Multan to have. And if you don't know what that is, you've never been to Multan, you don't know Multan at all. And if you haven't been requested by your friends to bring some of it back, then you don't have any friends whatsoever. So no mates. So it's winter, so something sweet has to be Multani Son Halwa. And I've got a few different varieties here. The owner with me, Ahmed bhai, एक तो ये बताएं कि कौन सी वैरायटी आपने दी है?
ये तो है सादा मुल्तानी सोन हलवा।
ये मुल्तानी सोन
ये डोडा है, ये भी इसी किस्म है। ये शुगर फ्री है।
शुगर फ्री भी है? शुगर
फ्री भी है जी। शुगर फ्री शुगर वालों के लिए भी हमने शुगर फ्री शुगर वालों के लिए
शुगर फ्री वन।
अच्छा जी, अखरोट वाला हलवा है ये मुल्तानी। और दूसरा ये है कि ये काजू और अखरोट है, इसमें शहद भी है और देसी घी से तैयार शुदा सारे हलवे हैं
ये हलवा तैयार करने में कितनी देर लगती है?
तकरीबन 7 घंटे लगते हैं इसको।
एक दिन में आप कितना का हलवा बनाते हैं?
अब ये तो मतलब है कि जो बिक जाता है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह काफ़ी बनाते हैं। जो बिक जाता है कि इसका अंदाज़ा तो नहीं है, माशाल्लाह काफ़ी मिक़दार में बनाते हैं, वो सब बिक जाता है।
तो मुल्तान की क्या खास बात है कि मुल्तानी सोन
ये मुल्तान में ही बनता है। मुल्तान में जो ना लोगों ने, मुल्तान वालों ने इसको ईजाद किया था।
तो चीनी बहुत पसंद करते हैं, मीठा
बहुत मुल्तान में तो मीठा शहर है जी।
लोग भी मीठे हैं।
लोग भी मीठे हैं। इस वजह से जो है ना जी माशाल्लाह हलवा फिर मुल्तान की हर चीज़ जो है ना जी, ज़बान भी मीठी है तो हलवा भी मीठा है मुल्तान का।
Exactly like he said, the people are very sweet, so is this Son Halwa. And I think this shouldn't be on camera because I'll try to finish all of them 5.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. David, he never gets anything back for us.
Actually, now you mention it, it's a very good point. Mind you, having said that, we have eaten, I mean, between us all, we've had a lot of food put onto plates in front of us. You know, the generosity of our hosts,
of course,
both in Pindi, Islamabad, here in Multan. Let me say, I'm not losing weight, okay? I'm not losing weight.
You come to Karachi, I promise you, you're doing all the city trails. That's my city. Let's have a look at the match summary. So this is where we stand. 79 is the lead, what England had, and that's a strong lead. And, of course, Jack Leach is the man who's been the destroyer-in-chief. 4 wickets for him, and he led the way on the morning of the second day. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, this was just a magic moment for Leach. Rizwan, always important. Beauty to Rizwan, and the misjudgment from Saud as well. I mean, those were 2 key moments, 2 very good players. And then the collapse. I mean, Leach and the other bowlers, you know, basically inspiring the collapse. Mohammad Nawaz, a cheap one.
Okay, so England spinners with 100 wickets, and have a look at in the 21st century, of course. And he's there, number 5, Jack Leach, getting 100 today. Big achievement, that.
It's a landmark. It's a landmark you get with learning your trades, obviously playing enough matches. What's been good for Jack is that, I mean, it's only, less than a year ago, he was playing the first test in Brisbane and being pummeled into the stands every other ball by the Australians. Now, there's been a big transformation. He's regained a bit of confidence earlier this year in the Caribbean, where he bowled a lot of overs and concentrated on keeping the lines tight, the lengths tight. I think he can still learn more. I think he needs more variety still overall. But when you see that ball, for instance, to Rizwan, that's a special ball. That's the sort of ball that left-arm spinners dream about.
Okay. Top Performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. All right, before we wrap up, and that'll be quick, let's put this to Basit. You know England is going to attack. Babar and his bowlers, what strategy do you see that would work for them so that don't leak too many runs and try to wrap this up as quick as
Well, the only strategy that can work is get wickets up front. These England batters won't back down, so they need consistent wicket. Yes, you'll have to bowl Abrar for quite a bit. I think Nawaz deserves quite a long spell, but I think wickets all the way through because England will just go after it.
All right, thank you, Basit. Thank you, David. Okay, so here we are, all set for session 2 on day 2, and you just get a feeling it's going to be an exciting session. Let's see how Abrar bowls to the Englishmen. Take a break.
back to Multan for the DAFA News presents England versus Pakistan Series 2022. Session 2 of day 2, and the first session belonged to England well and truly with a lead of 79 on a pitch that will turn, although a pitch that so far today has played pretty well, and an inexcusable collapse from Pakistan in that session. They did neither one thing nor t'other, and in the end were blown away by England. 4 wickets for Leach, who got his 100th Test match wicket in that spell, and the wickets were shared around. They used their seam as well. Anderson with the wicket, and Robinson with the key wicket of Babar Azam. Jimmy Anderson got the first wicket, and it just went across the left-hander Imam ul Haq, and then Jack Leach was into the action. A beauty there, just a feather, given a not out on the field. Just a feather, technology showing. And then this was the key wicket. This started the collapse. Robinson with a bit of reverse swing in, and then Saud Shakil chipped it to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, running back. An excellent catch from the veteran. And after Rizwan had hit Leach back over his head, next delivery was trapped on the crease. And this is where the wheels were really coming off the Pakistan innings. England were all over them. A lot of shots just chipped to mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Root with 2 in the over. And then a good catch from Crawley. Tall man at slip was needed, and he took the catch. That was the second in the over for Root. That was absolutely plumb to Mark Wood. Hanging back in the crease, Mahmood was going straight into the stumps. Fahim played pretty well until he chipped it to duck it in the deep. Wood had another, and England had a lead of 79. Aruj, what did you make of that batting performance from Pakistan?
Yeah, it tumbled and it tumbled fairly quickly for them, and it was a lot of needless shots, a lot of soft dismissals, but to Robinson's credit, I think he bowled a wonderful spell that set it up. Pakistan themselves to blame, and they find themselves in a huge spot of bother, still trailed by 79. That's what England will start off with, but their work's cut out, and they'll want to make amends with their bowling as they come out, Pakistan.
Interesting who Pakistan opened the bowling with. Remember, Leach opened the bowling for England, whether it'll be Abrar with a new ball, a Nawaz, or seam at both ends. That man knows. One thing's for certain, England will be very positive. With a 79-run lead, they will look to attack. Crawley's average is below 30. That's something he'll want to get up towards the high 30s at least. 24 years of age. He's obviously talented, but he must continue to score runs and be consistent. Missed the googly from Abrar Ahmed in the first innings. Duckett with some runs in the first innings. Played nicely. He has an average of 28. Just 6 matches for him, age 28. Northampton, then Nottinghamshire are his first-class counties. Played a lot of franchise cricket, including here in the PSL in Pakistan. Well, we were debating whether it be spin. It may well be spin at the other end. We will see. Muhammad Ali has the new ball. 2 slips the gully, 3 in the ring offside, 2 in the ring leg side, and a fine leg. Hint of swing and a misfield in the gully region.
Early wickets going to be the key for Pakistan if they want to get back in the game. At the moment, with kind of lead England got, and the approach they play with, it is very, very tough. 81 runs lead. Muhammad Ali looking to swing the ball away from the right, and he's got 2 slips there.
The way England approach the game, and they will probably look to be extremely positive, the margins for error for Pakistan bowlers will be slim. Yes, when they're playing their shots, they provide you with the opportunities as well for the wickets, but with where the game lies already ahead England, Babar's men will have to be very tight with those lines and lengths, and there are periods of the game where we've seen even in the first test match it's neither here nor there, and just lets England go away with the game a little bit.
On the up, he played a shot like that in the first innings that went for 4. He's a tall man and hits the ball at the top of the bounce, Crawley. Just informing Duckett there, there's a hint, just a hint of swing, which will be into the left-hander Duckett. First ball duck in the second innings up in Pindi, where it ran it off the face to second slip. Something he'll want to put right here. Spoke on interview yesterday that when they come to bat again, they will continue with their positive intent.
I think the approach in the first inning was a better one. They did take their time, first few overs, and then started playing their own way, the positive way. I have doubts that he will look to sort of run it down to third man to begin with now.
There is that swing that Crawley mentioned to Duckett.
Well, that's a little encouraging sign. He presents the seam quite nicely, and the ball comes back. All you got to do is just maybe start from off stump or middle off, or a little straighter. I was really surprised by the approach of Pakistan this morning when they came in. They had good control over the game last night when we finished here, and they started off quite nicely with Babar hitting a few boundaries. But it's just that once Babar gone and the rest of the batting line had no clue. They were just put the handbrakes.
3 for none. Yeah, that Mohammad Rizwan innings probably summed up Pakistan's batting today. 28 deliveries to get off the mark. Then there was a boundary off Leach. Next ball just didn't go either fully forward or fully back. Made it look an absolute beauty. It was a decent delivery, but Rizwan sort of summed up where Pakistan were today. Won't be a spinner. It will be a seam at both ends. Fahim Ashraf, who is a good line bowler, accurate bowler, doesn't often take the new ball, but he has to in this game because of the injuries to Shaheen Shah Afridi before the series and Ralph and Nazim Shah in the last game. Very similar field. The only difference is they have a deep point for Zach Crawley on the boundary.
One thing is for sure, if Fahim will bowl outside the off stump, doesn't matter which way, it's going to swing. Zach Crawley in such a good form, he will just go after it. That's why Babar has pushed that man at the point fielder right on the boundary on the offside.
Only 10 overs were bowled by the Pakistan Pacers. 4 for Fahim Ashraf, 6 for Muhammad Ali in the first innings. out of the 51 overs they bowled, and very quickly got the measure of the surface. Abrar showed that he was well in control of what he was doing. What a start for him.
Another fielder comes out the slip cordon, so just a slip and a gully. Man goes on the drive on that offside for Crawley, trying to hit on the up. Charge from Crawley. Rizwan tries to throw the stumps down. Don't forget the cutters as well. Fahim bowled a good cutter in the first innings that just died. Anderson bowled one today that just died. So just vary your pace, roll your fingers down the side of the ball on a surface like this.
Better tactics from Babar, bringing that second slip into that cover region, because Zak Crawley likes to play on the up, and he might chip one in the air, or he also wants Zak Crawley to play maybe to a third man to save a boundary. He's got a man right on the boundary at deep point, so if he looks to drive, there is a fielder there, and if he opens the face of the bat, there is a little bit of chance that if ball swings, it might just go into the keeper's hand or slip. There's gully there also. I think it's a better way to go, especially against Zak Crawley. Yeah, keep bowling there, frustrate him.
I think for Muhammad Ali, I would have a second slip in for Crawley with the swing that he's getting. Crawley, when there's lateral movement, is not the player that he is when it's gun barrel straight. You could argue any cricketer's like that, but something that was said about Crawley and his inconsistencies, when there's sideways movement, the driving on the up can be dangerous. Good start from Fahim. A maiden, 3 for none. Yeah, Brendan McCullum said about Zak Crawley, his game is suited to being inconsistent, which was the odd thing to say as a coach about one of your players. But you can see how he played in Rawalpindi, where he looked world class, and then just when it moves a bit, that risk taking can be his undoing. Can he get his line right, Muhammad Ali? He was either too straight or then overcorrected. Swinging into Duckett's pad around about off stump. While it's swinging, get it right. Too wide. I'd say the thing with Ali that I've seen in his game and a half is that his control of line for his pace isn't where it needs to be. Bowls both sides of the wicket.
Well, mainly what he looked to do is he looked to bring the ball back into the left-hander, and sometime when you're bowling over the wicket and you look to push outside the off stump, it doesn't swing, especially on this surface. You need a pitch to really support a little bit. Apart from the first delivery he bowled to Duckett, nothing much has swung, and you always worried that if I bowl a little fuller, Duckett, we all know that the approach, the positive approach they have got, they will look to score a boundary. So that really create a doubt in a bowler's mind, who is just playing his second test match, had a terrible first test match.
Too short, too wide. Bread and butter for Duckett. Off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, it does not really matter how many fielders you put. That's a poor delivery. That's wide. That delivery is asking for punishment, and he's punished it nicely. No holding back from Duckett.
And again, too wide, exactly where the left-hander wants it. Back-to-back boundaries for Duckett.
No one moved. None of the Pakistan fielders moved. He timed it really well. With the ball not doing much off the seam, it's easy to hit through the line. That has been really nicely timed. Not quite sure this is the line. The second time round, he's bowled wide outside off stump. And for someone who doesn't have the pace, consistency has to be there, which hasn't been displayed by Ali as up till now. You were speaking about how line and lengths become extremely important when you don't have the pace to back it up. Someone like a Mohammad Abbas comes to mind, someone like a Mohammad Asif comes to mind, where the ability to bowl those line and lengths for extended periods of time made them so effective. And what's also effective is Sensodyne, a sensitivity-free movement, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
$11 for none. England lead by 90 now. Very good second day for them. That looked like it was just a bit of a cutter or pace off. May have just rolled his fingers down the side of that one. Yeah, just a bit. And again.
Yeah, you're looking to bowl that off cutter we saw from Anderson this morning. The ball spun really sharply. That was to Babar. This ball might not do that much because it's new. Once it lands on a shiny side, it's gonna skids through. I don't think Babar should wait for too long before bringing his spinners, because with the harder ball, the newer ball, it does get a little bit more zip off the surface. So bring in Nawaz maybe. We've seen left armour bowling quite nicely. Leach ball well. Or maybe Brar. Although it wasn't a bad delivery, but no real issues. For such a tall man, you normally, if you bowl there with a few more clicks behind it, a bit more pace, you can really sneak through.
He's going to have to hurry here. Zak Crawley's gone, isn't he? I reckon he's gone there. Abrar at mid-on. I reckon he's done for Crawley.
Umpire's review for run out.
What was the need? That's what I don't understand.
Can I get your best angle, please?
Yeah, he's disappointed. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
But short of the ground. Bails are off. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, it was Abrar Ahmed with the ball dismissing Crawley in the first innings. It's Abrar in the field dismissing Crawley in the second. Pakistan have their first wicket. It's 11 for 1. Zach Crawley goes for 3. Change in order for England. Will Jacks comes out at number 3. Now, whether that's because they feel Ollie Pope has kept for the best part of 63 overs, so they want to give him a rest, or if Ollie Pope's not feeling well, but I reckon it's because he's been keeping. Will Jacks has been moved up to number 3. What a debut he's having, Abrar Ahmed. 7 in the first innings and immediately an impact at the second. Batted pretty well as well. Hung around.
Yeah, horribly misjudged from Crawley here. He set off straight away, but there was never a single on. Abrar Ahmed with the magic once again. A clean pickup. And he was out by quite some distance, Zach Crawley.
Yeah, it shows how poor a run it was that Abrar Ahmed could just underarm lob it and still get Crawley a yard short. Look how he just underarm lob, gentle throw.
Crawley knew it. He knew it, that is well short. He just ran a little cross also. He was running nice and straight, and as he saw Abrar throwing the ball, he just ran across the pitch. It wouldn't have made much difference. But look at the way Abrar moved. Abrar moved very, very quickly, grabbed the ball, and he just flicked it very quickly.
Jacks at 3 for the first time in first-class cricket, and down the pitch all straight away. So maybe, you never know with McCullum and Stokes. It's a pinch-hitting role. Go and have some fun.
He smashed it during the 100 as well. Has a big ton there, and you never know, Nas. It just might be strategy, like you say. Get ahead of the game, get runs quick, and if it doesn't come off, it doesn't matter. England have got the depth to continue that onslaught.
It wasn't like Pope was blocking it when he batted. His first ball was reverse swept for 4.
I think he's come in as a pinch hitter, and he's out there because Crawley misjudged the run and was really slow off the block, and Abrar was just outstanding. He had 3 stumps to aim and he didn't miss. Happy jolly, we've seen this before. That was in the first inning when he picked up 7, that big smile. But I think he needs to get rid of those glasses. Nas, what do you think?
I reckon he's doing all right with them on, to be honest. 7 wickets, a few runs, and dead-eyed Dick from mid-on. Needs a deal with Specsavers or someone. Leach with the wickets, Glass is the way to go.
Absolutely, and I think you've got Stuart Broad, who's wearing a very interesting pair of glasses, looking like a Harry Potter version. I don't know if he's listening, but the specs are all right, Waqar. They're doing him good.
Yeah, definitely. And what about these NASA's glasses? Looking beautiful.
There was a few good headlines in England from Abracadabra. Came out a few times in the English press. The magician, Abracadabra. Another cutter, this time from Ali. How long before we see the magician bowling? He's down at fine leg, not getting loose.
Yeah, I reckon it won't be long. He'll probably come as a change up to Muhammad Ali. He got it on similar fashion here, Duckett, where he edged one straight to the slip cord and the ball angling across the left-hander.
I think the Babar want this ball to get a little bit older. It'll be a touch easier for Abrar to just sort of grip, and especially with the middle finger when he flicks, he needs a ball to be a little bit older. Tucked it down to square leg for a couple. They might run for 3. Yeah, easy at the end. $15 for 1 after 5.
So England 15 for 1. There's always drama somewhere in this game, isn't it? That unnecessary run out for Crawley gets the England innings off to a poor start. A little encouragement for Pakistan. I dare say it won't be long before, yeah, the warming up signs, the calisthenics that suggest that Harry Potter, as he's been dubbed here, will be into the attack soon. Pulled away in the gap. Chase is on. The chase is likely to be in vain, and is.
Yeah, Duckett, as always, just sweats on that short one. The cut shot, the pull shot, in ample time just to be able to hit the gap. Not entirely out of the middle, but good enough. And you just feel like in that first innings that the game will sort of start when spin comes on. Obviously that bonus run out wicket that Pakistan got, but just waiting for the spinners to turn up.
Yes, all sorts of puns, nicknames springing up in the last couple of days for Abrar Ahmed. Not surprisingly, the words abracadabra came up somewhere, the Harry Potter tag. He himself very modestly says, no, I'm not a magician, I just enjoy bowling. And he certainly enjoyed his overs in the first innings, that record haul of 7, equal record haul of 7, taking all the first 7 wickets to fall.
Yeah, sometimes that second game is more difficult than the first game, so now the expectation on Abrar with that 7 for in the first innings. It's still the same game, it's still the same test match, but the focus so much now on him. How will he be able to produce another spell where he keeps himself in check and keeps it simple?
When the trend has always been, if you see someone for the first time like this with those extra special skills, batsmen sometimes take a while to recognise the various variations. The more they see, the more they are or become adept at spotting them and playing them. And there will be 1 or 2 changes, I'm sure, in terms of the way England play against them in the second innings. As time goes on over the years, the word spreads. It does get harder for the bowler, but if you've got the right skills, the right level of skills, the right degree of mystery, and you keep developing the mystery, then you can still take wickets. I mean, oh, hang on. What happened there? The ball came in at the back of the bat, I think. Anyway, end of the over, 19 for 1. Comparing physiques. Oh, Murray, he's had plenty of time to develop his. Nicely balanced man. Here we go again.
There's that photo that's trending on social media where Babar's standing, and it seems as if he's got the physique of Erasmus, as Erasmus is behind him. So it's all about social media. Babar obviously has checked that out, and he's just mentioned that to Erasmus.
Was it not Abdullah Shafiq? I think it was,
Yes, I think it was Babar, because it trended, and I just skimmed through last night, and it trended there.
Who do we have to follow to see that then? Bazid Khan? Or?
Well, you have to follow everyone on. Yeah, if you follow 20 people, you're gonna get this.
I'm just going to adopt my posture here.
Begs the question, who have been the most corpulent Test cricketers over the years? Colin Milburn, he'd have been up there, wouldn't he?
Colin was had a little bulk. I played some festival cricket with Colin Milburn, Ollie Milburn, in Barbados. That's a good shot. A little bit too short. We got a spin on, by the way, just in case. Hiding behind the umpire, the spinner came on there. The man we saw loosening up, of course, Abrar. Yeah, Ollie Milburn. I played some festival cricket in Barbados with him. Shared a room with him. He obscured the air conditioning unit because his bed was nearest to it. But a lovely man, great man.
Oh!
That's reasonably clever. It's just that little dab behind square.
pick up a couple. I wondered how long it would be. Saw so many sweep shots in the first innings from Duckett and reverse sweeps. Hasn't taken him long here, but I wonder how much England's batsmen were looking at the video analysis last night of the spinner Abrar. Duckett on interview actually suggested that England's batters were picking him reasonably, which begs the question, how did he get 7 for?
Well, I mean, there are two very obvious examples of not being picked, which are Crawley and Stokes. And you can, I mean, of course, the trick is you can pick him 9 out of 10 or 29 out of 30. Oh, he's bowling. Will Jacks has attempted the heave, no more, no less than the heave. As in the first innings, Abrar comes on, and in his first over of this second innings, he has a wicket to his name already.
The slog sweep, the googly, and it hits off stump. It's a little bit of dip that Abrar gets, and he's off again. His 8th wicket of the game. Will Jacks out for 4, 25 for 2.
.25 for 2, Joe Root, next man in, who's had a relatively quiet series, certainly by his immense standards, high standards. But he is one who has built up a reputation over the last couple of years in places like Sri Lanka, India, for playing spin very, very well indeed. So good time now for Joe Root to come to that party. I'd say for Will Jacks here, whether or not he's picked it, he's played it badly. Front foot is nowhere near where it should be. Everything's exposed. Yeah, we give a lot of credit to these players for the way they play shots like the reverse sweep, the orthodox sweep, because they play it well, they practice it hard, they play it really well, and so often it works. But if you're going to play this slog sweep, which I've downgraded to a horrible heave, then you've got to get that right foot a bit further across. I know you want room for the arms to go through, but part of the art is having that second line potentially of defence, is it not? Just dropped short of mid-off.
Yes, I would agree on the Jacks shot. It looked as though he picked the googly from the choice of stroke, but as you say, he failed to get either that front pad or indeed the back pad across as a second line of defence. So once he misses it, he's in trouble. You get that pad across and you probably hit outside the line if you miss it.
Well, Duckett will do his best to continue on his merry way. Those little dabs on the offside, rather a trademark against quicker bowlers, at least the seam-up bowlers. Not use the word quick here, I don't think. And his special skills against the spin as well will no doubt be used to try and keep that scoreboard ticking at another ferocious rate. It's Probably the quietest start we've seen from England actually in the series so far. 3.6 runs per over. Little width, striking on the up, not finding the gap, but taking one from the misfield.
Well, soon enough, Root will have a Brar to contend with, and it's a feather in any spinner's cap these days to beat Root, both on the judgment of length and then in the air and off the pitch. Not too many spinners have done that of late.
Well, actually, the spinners on both sides have reserved their best balls for the best batsmen. It was a fair delivery given the line, the drift, the turn. You know, Root plays that way so often and so well that it's kind of a unique item to see him beaten an LBW like that. We had the Leach to Rizwan ball today, which bowled Mohammad Rizwan. That was an absolute cracker as well. Left armer's dream. Just a reminder, each time the ball goes to the boundary and the Osaka logos are displayed on the boundary boards, 10,000 Pakistan rupees will go to the batsman. And as I always say, good place to go after that is the Blood Relief charity. Talking of which, Ben Stokes donated, didn't he? Donated his Torpy, that same cause, which was a very, very worthy gesture. Much appreciated here in Pakistan too. Keeps getting things right, doesn't he, Ben Stokes, on and off the field at the moment. Always good to see children in the crowd wherever you are in the world. So the future of the game relies on parents passing down the word to their children. If families come to Test cricket and get the feel for it, get the taste for it, then obviously it'd encourage those that would prefer to see the shorter forms to say, hang on a second, there's room for everyone, room for all sorts in the game of cricket.
Oh, yeah.
Trying the same shot again, still can't quite find the gap. Trying to manoeuvre it through either side of that little extra cover. Going back in this time from Abrar, hands on head. Typical bowler's gesture. It's a thick inside edge that just brings the single. Very lovely seam position as well. That's one of the things batsmen also look for. I mean, good batsmen, good eyes, keen young eyes, will get whatever clues they can first in the hand, and then if there's confirmation needed in the air. If you see a seam like that, then it just confirms maybe your first opinion as to which way it's going to go next.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we saw him go out in the first innings on the back foot. That we showed that replay a moment ago, and he tends to like to play back to spin, but on that occasion right forward and smothering.
Well, they've asked enthusiastically. Well, Abrar has asked really enthusiastically. Alim Dar impassive. Private joke going on. There's sure there's an inside edge, isn't there? Babar has this habit of waiting, if he is going to go for a review, to the last possible second. But at no stage was he considering this for that reason. It's a big nudge. Over bowl, 29 for 2. One of the many things actually you can enjoy about someone like Abrar and his bowling is that here he is in his first Test match, obviously enjoying every minute out there. Had a bit of fun with the bat as well. But he loves this. He obviously loves bowling. He loves toying with batsmen. Yes, I think it's a guarantee that it will get a little bit tougher as time goes on, as people do get used to him. But at the moment, he seems to be enjoying every second, enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the challenge, everything.
Well, there have been instances, haven't there, in the past where so-called mystery spinners have exploded onto the scene, and then as sides have come to terms with them, they've faded more quickly from the scene. Ajantha Mendis, I guess, would be one of those. Jack Iverson, way back in the day for Australia. But Abrar, I think, has got the tools to be around for some time to come, and obviously with the short form of the game as well, and the value of having spinners that can send it both ways, he's going to be in demand in all formats, one assumes.
Yeah, who's the other one? John Gleeson. So when was that? It must have been 60s into the 70s maybe. There was the famous story, true or not I don't know, but have a go anyway, of Geoffrey Boycott playing against John Gleeson, I think in South Africa actually, curiously, and he went to his partner, whose name I can't remember who it was, and just said, "I know how to pick him, but don't tell the others." Could have been Basil D'Oliveira, you reckon, Mike? Yeah. Bang, that has gone. So quick on those. Not a bouncer, it's not short, it's just a little bit short of a length. And that stance of Duckett allows him just to see the line, see the length all in one go, and just basically sweep the bat through it.
Yeah, even though there was space off the ball, he's already structured himself to be able to hit those square of the wicket shots. Loves the pull shot. Not a lot of bounce, not a lot of pace, but he got onto it.
Square leg. Yeah, that's the tighter length. Not a stance that's as wide, for instance, as Zach Crawley's, but it's a stance which allows him just to shift the balance. So if you see something slightly short, he keeps a firm base. There's no real obvious footwork. There's not a sort of typical or textbook MCC coaching manual back and across and swipe at it. It's just keep the balance and get the bat through the ball. Equally, actually, for the ball that's that bit fuller, again, it's just a transference of weight. There he goes, just hardly even a step, not even a half step forward, just getting the weight into the shot a little bit, and he's so good square of the wicket, especially on lower pitches like this.
Just misread the length completely there, Ben Duckett. I think he was eyeing up a pull shot for a moment, similar to the one that he played earlier in the over. Just for a moment he's thinking about pulling that over mid-wicket, and then recognised at the last minute that it's just too full. There, he's thinking of pulling, and had the presence of mind to change his mind.
Well, we've got a packed offside field, which is doing its best to stop Ben Duckett getting it through. He gets just the one for that, keeps the strike, 34 for 2. Yeah, again, the mission for Pakistan. Well, we've seen and talked so often in the space of 3 and a tiny bit of the England innings about the pace of scoring, the run rate. And while they're waiting for spin to play its part, in the meantime, you don't want to bleed runs at the top of the order here.
Yeah, it's fascinating how England now, this is their 9th test match with McCullum and Stokes in charge, how they go about playing test cricket, redefining it. Just before those 9 test matches, if somebody had taken a swipe and got out and said that this is the way I play, you'd sort of say that that was a cop-out. But now as the way that England play, they allow their players to just express themselves always. I think it's still very new, but there is room for adaptability to be able to go up and down the gears, and we're seeing somewhat of a gear down here where they recognize that you'll just slightly have to rein yourself in, and this is the balance that I think they'll have to strike eventually.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the development of this team will be along those lines. I mean, they'll do their best to keep the frenetic paces going when they can. That pitch, for instance, going back to the newest one, the most recent one in Pindi, first 2 or 3 days, I mean, it wasn't quick by any stretch of the imagination, that pitch, but you could time the ball. And it didn't really turn particularly, so you could time the ball, you could play through the line of the ball. Everything's so much in favour of the batsman. Round the wicket, just to finish off the over, just a little experiment there, goes paddled round the corner for 1, 37 for 2. I always think back of all those test matches in the summer that England won so dramatically well. The one against India, which was finished off with a flurry, Johnny Bairstow in one of those sublime hundreds. But for about an hour or so, he had to bat properly, as it were. A couple went past the outside edge. But he had to battle. Johnny Bairstow had to battle that first part of the innings against India in the 4th innings with that ridiculously high target. And then when the knack is, when they get going, then they seem to sort of destroy the confidence of the fielding side. It's as if there's nowhere they can bowl. Then it becomes absolutely awesome to watch, almost mind-blowing to watch. Still seam from this commentary box end, but a change of name. Muhammad Ali. Well, that's just been slapped away with absolute, utter disdain. Bit of a loosener. Plenty of width, just the idea. This is just the dream for Ben Duckett. That's exactly where he likes to have it, so he can just free his arms, to use that expression again, just slap it away.
That interview that Athers referred to about Ben Duckett, just once you go out in the press and say that, then you have to back it up. And I think, for my mind, I think right now Duckett is probably picking Abrar, and I think Pakistan sort of look at him right now. They look at him as the danger man because he's reigned himself in against Abrar, but he thinks that he can. He also mentioned in the interview that on a personal front, he thought that he was picking him. So Pakistan at the moment, out of 41, he's scored 33. So he is the danger man.
Width again, this time he doesn't get it through. But at this sort of pace from Muhammad Ali, the one thing you have to do at this sort of pace is keep your lines and lengths ever so tight. Should be the skill. I mean, he's trying to get the ball to swing. Yep. He's trying the different angle round the wicket. Yep. But if he keeps offering width like this, albeit he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 from point round to mid-off trying to block it, at some stage he's going to get punished. Wide of the off stump, and Duckett can really throw his hands at it. At the off stump like that and just short of a length. And he's just limited to that little nudge to try and sort of find a gap just behind square maybe. Yes, a good finish to the over. That line, that length, harder to get away. 41 for 2. And drinks.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Second test underway. Day 2. England obviously 281. Pakistan in return bowled out for 202. England currently lost the 2 wickets for 41 and they lead by 120 runs. He's got the ball in his hands again. He's already picked up 1 in the second innings. Total tally of 8. Pakistan will be hoping for him to do a little bit more magic here to pick up a few more England wickets. A needless run out from Zach Crawley up front. And then Abrar getting the better of Jacks.
England batsmen a lot more watchful against Abrar in this innings than the previous. They were looking to attack him. They wanted to get him off the attack. But this time around, they've been a lot more watchful. There is a little battle going on between Duckett and Abrar. They didn't like the comment from Duckett. This one spun back. See a leg stump a little bit there.
Nudges it away for a single. 43 for 2. Crawley with the run out. Needless single in the end, costing him his wicket, and Will Jacks undone by Abrar. Duckett has probably been the quietest in the series so far. So have England. This rebuilding now. Mohammad Ali will continue his 5th. The slips are all gone. There's a ring on the offside. As we quickly have a look at the wickets that fell for England. Hugely misjudged single there. Was never on. It was a gentle lob back in from Abrar. And he hit the stumps. Again, a big swipe across. It was a wrong one again from Abrar that cleaned up Will Jacks. Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is indeed too short for sensitive teeth. I don't agree with the line that Mohammad Ali is bowling. He's changed his angle coming round, bowling into Duckett, having the field on the offside. All the catching men from behind the stumps have gone, and the 2 men where there is a single available on the leg side.
Can't be any wider than that, because without a 3rd man, Duckett will just run it off the face of the bat to 3rd man. Maybe that's what Babar wants. Either he'll get a feather through to the keeper or he'll drag it on. But all the fielders are square. There's a gully, a cover point, a deep cover point. Extra covers fairly square. Duckett desperate just to run it off the face down to 3rd. The angle's against him though, coming in from round the wicket.
A very comfortable Duckett, just moves across and tucks it to the leg side to pick up a single. Mohammad Ali did bowl the channel across the left-hander where he missed his line. He was way too outside off stump, where Duckett took to him a couple of boundaries through the offside.
He's bowling a little better when he comes around the wicket to Duckett, because he's creating that angle into him, and Duckett a little bit uncomfortable. But the field position, no slip there. I'm struggling to understand where Pakistan looking to take a wicket. Here to the right hander, I can understand there's a slip, there's a catching man at cover for a miscue shot. Yeah, this might run away for 4, and it will. A lot more control from Root.
Yeah, surely we can't be too far away from spin at both ends. Fairly innocuous at the moment. Ali's looking for batsman error more than anything else. But Nawaz, whose pace on this pitch as the left arm spinner, might just be a bit more accurate as well. So not far, I reckon. One more delivery from Ali and then spin both ends.
And also we have seen in the first inning that when the ball is newer, is harder, the spinner get a lot more out of it. Decent delivery to end the over, 48 for 2.
Yeah, the Pakistan skipper, under a bit of pressure, has got a lot of thinking to do as to how he will manufacture and pick up these England wickets. He'll have to turn to that man who did the magic in the first innings. He's already got 1 in this one. England slightly more circumspect to Abrar in this innings, just holding back from the big shots and playing him a little more defensive. And just as I say that, big shout. Loud shout from Pakistan. Aleem Dar unmoved. The discussion's on. They're asking the bowler, Babar's asking the bowler, what do you think? And he's gone for it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. There doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that? Flat line as it passes the gloves, flat line. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready, please. Ball tracker coming up now, Aleem. Ball pitching outside off, impact umpire's call, and wickets hitting. So you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Aleem, you're on screen, signal now.
Yeah, you need the 3 reds. Umpire's call on impact.
Well, a decent review taken, because I thought that that ball struck him on the front leg. Ball did spin, and all he needed was maybe a little bit more spin. He would have missed the pad also. That's not gonna really stop him playing that shot, that reverse. Pitched outside the line, maybe landed in that rough region, spun, and it was just outside the line of the off stump. Slapping him, was saying why you wanted to take that review. Good to see them smiling. It's been tough 2 days.
Oh, well bowled, well bowled.
Yeah, he does smack his players around a bit. He's got a bit of a love-hate relation, especially I saw during the Australian series. Imam got a few knocks on his head from Babar when he was standing its short leg and the ball went past him a couple of times.
All these guys are very close to each other. They've been playing for Pakistan for a good couple of years now, and they understand each other really well, and to show their love to each other, they slap. That's what I gather. Is hitting on the helmet. This team has gelled really well. They have had a lot of success in the recent past. It's just that they're not really getting to the terms with this sort of situation. They have struggled in Pindi and now here also. 53 for 2.
वो आ गए ना इधर
15 overs done. England 53 for 2. Ben Duckett had a close shout against Abrar, getting the reverse sweep. And technology coming to the rescue. On-field decision was also not out.
Yeah, Babar's got this right. Mohammad Ali was doing nothing with that ball. Innocuous. It's time for spin at both ends. A bit of rough for Duckett to deal with, which he'd had all his career, really, especially growing up at Wantage Road, Northampton, playing for Northamptonshire. And then moving to Trent Bridge. Not as much of a spinning pitch, Trent Bridge. But Nawaz will be trying to land it in that rough outside his off stump, and you can bet there'll be sweeps and reverse sweeps. What he's been working with England and trying to improve on is actually his hitting down the ground, because he now knows everyone will be setting the field for his sweeps and his reverse sweeps. A bit like that, but this time along the ground. Mid-off will have to give chase, and does well. That'll be 3 runs scored.
Mohammad Nawaz so used to of bowling in white ball cricket that it takes a little longer for him to get the line and length right. And that first delivery indicates that he was worried of the batsman coming forward or using his feet. That normally happens in one-day cricket or T20 cricket.
And deliberate once again, runs it off the face. And we'll pick up 3. 1 on the throw as well.
It's not all about boundaries here in Multan. You have to really run hard because the field is quite big. There are a lot of 3s and a lot of 2s. Plenty of hard work. This boundary, when you compare it with the Rawalpindi, it's a lot bigger. 80 yards. That's why we haven't seen too many 6s.
Yeah, not as quick as Rawalpindi as well. The outfield here was slightly slow earlier in the morning with dew. And Nawaz bowling with 3 men on the leg side boundary. for Duckett. Another easy couple of runs. As you talk about how captains will find out your strengths and weaknesses, and the sweeps in the reverse being one of Duckett's strengths, and very quickly players will realize that Babar right now as well got a man for the reverse sweep as well. But it's a shot that's just working for him. The spinners are on. Should he shy away from it?
No, I don't think so. It's risk reward. He gets a lot of reward with the sweep. I know it's got him out twice in the series, sweeping and reverse sweeping. When you get the volume of runs, especially on these pitches in the subcontinent, scoring square of the wicket is his greatest skill. What he's working on is mainly for white ball cricket, when you have fielding restrictions and 4 men out, 5 men out, depending on which power play, etc. England feel that skippers will get used to that and have men out square of the wicket and mid-off and mid-on up. And they're just working in white ball cricket. If he can belt it down the ground as well, then a skipper has nowhere to go in the opposition. Very good square of the wicket.
Just with the reverse sweep, he has such a 180 dynamic where the captain is forced to block out both sides of the field. He's good at manipulating the length for the reverse in particular. And you add the arm rate down the ground to your skill set. It takes you slightly up the notch of the best going around in the modern game currently. At 10 of the over, 63 for 2.
There's a classic example for all the talk of England's expansive batting. A classic example there of the difference between England and Pakistan today. England took no risk there at all and got 10 off the over. Pakistan went for hours on end, just going nowhere once Babar got out today. Just plodding along. It's not all about hitting the boundaries, rotating the strike. Mohammad Rizwan took 29 deliveries just to score his first run. Being proactive with the bat. I didn't think Pakistan were proactive at all. Block, block, and then the big shot and then out.
Robinson set it up nicely. 17 overs since he came on. I think Pakistan got only 23 or 24 runs, and in the process lost those 4 wickets. It almost felt like they shut up shop completely. It also goes to show the approach that England play with, where it's aggressive, it's positive, and it's result-oriented. In a situation contrasting to the first innings, where there is a bowler of quality and who's obviously taken bulk of the wickets, they can slow that tempo down just a little bit to get a platform again. Oh, that's close.
Bounce, wasn't it? Just bringing short leg into play. Just that googly as well, probably pad on to glove. That's why he was interested. Pad first and then glove. Said Stokes was his favourite wicket yesterday, but if he can get Root twice in the Test match, that would be some serious scalp. Root, one of the best players in spin, in the world. And he's just a bit fidgety here, Root, trying to pick up the new bowler, the latest bowler he's trying to take down. And that will be the challenge for Abrar. The more he plays, as with the Janta Mendis, the more people see of him, the more they will know, they'll get the footage. You can be sure England have asked of the footage already from various TV companies, out of the hand, and they'll be studying him before Karachi.
maiden over from Abrar. England 63 for 2.
I have never seen this much spin on any surface in Pakistan. Even once we go in Karachi, you will get a bit of turn, a slow turn, but that will come into play more in the 4th day, 5th day, but not seen ball spinning or gripping that much early in the game in the past many years. Even playing cricket in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, pitches don't spin that much. They only spin maybe in the 5th day, and very slowly. You can still manage to bat for a long period. But over here, there's a lot more for the spinners. They have rough to play with, and even in the first inning, it was spinning from the middle.
I think Pakistan's main concern in all cricket actually is their lack of middle order batters. Even the World Cup, the World T20 series against England before that, white ball and red ball, a side and a country that's produced some great middle order batters. That collapse today highlighted that. The two openers look good players. Obviously Babar's a world-class player. But in the middle order on pitches like this, it is soft, really. In a country that's had Javed Miandad and Yunis Khan and Mohammad Yusuf and Inzamam ul Haq, some of the great middle order players, got to be producing, can't just be Babar or out. Or, you know, even in the last game, the collapse after tea on a flat pitch cost them that test match. Fast bowlers, yes, although injured at the moment. Spinners, yes. Middle order batters need to step up. Couple of times in the home series against Australia they collapsed.
Another thing they also have to look into is who's going to play the test match cricket and white ball cricket. When you talk about fast bowling, I'm talking here, because Shaheen injured, Naseem, we've seen he's struggling with his shoulder. Haris, a T20 one-day bowler, and when you throw them in test match cricket, you will have these issues. So just separate them, whoever you want to play. Like England, I mean, Anderson only plays test match cricket, Robinson only plays a longer version, Broad plays longer version, so they prepare for that. But in Pakistan, with limited sources from the first class, they don't really have too many. We've got Muhammad Ali, he produced the best result in first class cricket, so we don't have much there. So that's why heavily dependent on the guys. Just a little tap down the fine leg, might just run away for 4. It's a big chase, but tough luck, it's just gone over the rope. Boundary to end the over, 70 for 2. Yeah, using the pace nicely. Naseem Shah started with playing a test match cricket, and then he had a very, very good season, the PSL season, and we all thought that just play him in T20 cricket and then straight back into test matches. It's not easy, it's never easy.
Oh, that's a big shout once again. Slightly more optimistic this time round. Body language suggesting they are not interested. They have a couple of seconds here if they are. It's too late now. The impact was outside the line of the stumps, would have been a wasted review. Too full to sweep there for Duckett.
Catch it.
Just to finish my point regarding the fast bowlers, or even to spinners also, you have to make sure that you have a group of fast bowlers who will play Test cricket, and then you also have bowlers who play T20 and one-day cricket. Because if you keep mixing it, you will have issues what we're having right now.
Yeah, plenty of names in that. Mohammad Wasim Jr., most of the current lot of Pakistan players playing all formats. It's been wonderful for the fans because they go into the Tapal Tea Lounge and enjoy Pakistan's #1 tea. And down the wicket into the leg side, looking for two. Comfortable in the end. This is really good running with no risks taken, or not much risk taken. England have improved their scoring rate. Partnership now 48 of 71. They've run well, these two. Oh! 19 done, 73 for 2.
Well, a relatively becalmed England, 73 for 2 from 19, and normal circumstances a very healthy run rate by the standards of Test match cricket historically, but for this team it's just a rather calmer start to the second innings, with the exception of that one wild swipe from Will Jacks. The batting has been sensible in the main, just trying to pick off Pakistan, really, who've got that defensive set field rather in anticipation perhaps of the way that England have played and set the field back, and that's just allowed Duckett in particular to rather work the ball around.
A 50 partnership of 73 deliveries. Still going at fair clip, but it's that session with the ball that has allowed England now just to dictate the way they play. Duckett has been really good yet again. It's been a series where he's come out every time, apart from that duck in the second innings. He's looked in sublime touch, and he has that knack of attacking and then being able to rotate strike whenever he pleases with spin.
And that is now 50 for Ben Duckett, the second 50 for him of the match. He's having a series to remember with 100 in Pindi, that second innings failure that Bazid mentioned, but now 2 half-centuries in the second test here in Multan.
He's been really good in this series and in the previous white ball series as well. Pakistan have seen a lot of him.
And you just feel that at the moment he's in, and that old cliche of making it count, and he can actually grind Pakistan to the ground. He's 50 of 68 without being his ultra aggressive self.
I'm not sure grind is in the Ben Stokes dictionary, but absolutely take your point. Well, only two England openers have scored a pair of 50s in Test match in Asia in the last 10 years. Both have come in this series, Crawley in Pindi and now Ben Duckett here.
Ajay.
78 for 2.
Well, to me, Ben Duckett has been a horse for a course. There was a chance, of course, Keaton Jennings was picked in this squad. He was done well in Asia before. I think Duckett's experience in Pakistan was very much in his favour. And he's loved the running. He's loved making the running here in this series. Loved every moment.
It's a very interesting city, is Multan, of varied architecture. Some magnificent 14th century burial shrines and gorgeous mosques that are up high on the hillside looking down over the city, contrasting with the hustle and bustle of downtown. Really very traditional type of subcontinental style city, with seems very chaotic to foreign eyes when you're downtown, and wonderful scenes down there amongst the markets. And it's been very nice to be here for the first time actually in Multan. I missed the 2005 tour, didn't play here in 2001, so this is the first. Oh, it has been taken. It has been taken, and it's Abrar again, and Root must go. He rather telegraphed the sweep shot, getting down very early to knock it round the corner, and there was an element of premeditation, and we think the catch has been taken.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. Soft signal on the field is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Ball has made contact with the bat. Take me to the catch now. Fingers appear to be under it. Can you give me that again? Yes, his fingers appear. Can you zoom it? His fingers still appear. They appear to be under it. He appear to have all his fingers under it. Just zoom it for me, if possible.
That's all you need. Listen, the trouble is zoom will complicate.
It's a good angle. Yes, just zoom that for me. Yes, his fingers are under the ball. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, that is the most brilliant bit of cricket from Abdullah Shafiq at short leg, who anticipated the sweep shot from Joe Root, but because he anticipated it, started to move to his right and almost moved too far, and then had to change direction and get his left hand under the ball, which he did quite brilliantly. That is a fantastic short leg catch from Abdullah Shafiq to end Joe Root's innings for 21. England 79 for 3. Three down England in their second innings. 2 of those wickets have gone to Abrar Ahmed, who has 9 now in the game, as Harry Brook joins Ben Duckett in the middle, and Abrar can be thankful to his short leg fielder Abdullah Shafiq. Worth another look. Quite magnificent bit of fielding.
Yeah, part of the problem for Root was that he was there so early and he had to wait and wait and wait. And he couldn't quite get as much bat on as he wanted, and he couldn't quite get on top of it either. Brilliant work from Shafiq. And the quirk for Joe Root in this series that he's been out 4 times to spinners, twice to Zaid Mahmood in Pindi, twice now to Abrar in Multan, so both times he's been out twice to a man making his debut.
And I was very thankful there that the replays were clear. Root, if you noticed, he has the best view of this. That's the first innings dismissal. The second innings had the best view of it, and he just walked off. He knew Abdullah Shafiq had taken that catch, but of course we have to check. And sometimes the close-ups and the magnification of it can actually create more problems. But there was a clear view, and it was a fair catch. 81 for 3. Well, England's lead is 160. It's a very healthy position, but Pakistan must believe that they're still in this game. At 2 or 3 wickets still in reasonably quick time, and they can keep this second innings under control, give themselves a chance.
Yeah, it's starting against spin, which is the most difficult, and a bowler who's got 7 in the first innings, he will sort of light up when a new batter comes to the crease. Now Pakistan can strike back to back if they can get Duckett here. Then you just feel that they're back in it. Whenever there's back-to-back wickets in any sort of format, games opens up. But just that catch is magnificent. The way that he was going one side and then he dives to the other and picks it up inches from the ground. The reaction time is next to nothing. He's so close, and he's washed the ball into the hands and being able to react and then react again by going the opposite side. Absolutely brilliant.
The only downside, he's got that job for life now. Sense a bit of reluctance from Babar to bring Zahid, his leg spinner, into the attack, because he's been very, very expensive, and therefore it's Nawaz who he wants to do a holding job, although he might pick up the odd wicket, but he's asking Nawaz to bowl as accurately as possible and then attacking with Abrar at the other end. Very firmly, and that's allowed Brook to pick up a single. That's a very strong area for him through extra cover. 83 for 3.
Yeah, the good thing for Brook here, I think, was he just decided to keep it on the ground, got well to the pitch of the ball, decided to keep it on the ground and minimise the risk. More views of the surrounding area here in Multan around the stadium. The stadium's some 4 or 5 miles out of town, I think, isn't it? Something like that.
Ooh, I don't think he picked that at all. For all that Ben Duckett said on interview last evening that most of England's batsmen were picking Abrar, Harry Brook looked a little confused on that occasion.
Yep.
Got a bit lucky, because sometimes when you're looking to cut like that and your back leg bends, the ball just flicks your pad before it goes on to the bat.
Yeah, the other piece of good fortune is pitch is slow, as we know. So when you are deceived like that, you have got just a fraction, that little fraction of a second to try and adjust. So he managed to get bat just on ball. But yes, you're absolutely right, completely deceived in the flight and the turn. And even if there are times, even if Harry Brook looks to you now and says, yeah, I do pick him most of the time, that wasn't all of the time. Two leading run scorers of the series at the crease at the moment. Brook over 250 now, Duckett in the 220s. Babar just behind, 215.
.85 for 3. The way he played that last shot as well, just with a slight hint of uncertainty. He wasn't sure which way it was turning. It was another short ball and he might have wondered whether it was about to come back, but That's the damage that Abrar has inflicted on England on his debut here. 9 for 139. Second best figures thus far on debut for Pakistan. By the time he's finished, I wouldn't bet against him being top of that list.
Yeah, Mohammad Zaid, the complete opposite to Abrar. Rapid reverse swing. He got bounce as well. He was so quick.
You speak from painful knowledge in domestic cricket, Bazid.
Well, absolutely. I just faced him once and then he got injured, but he played in the same team as I did, and every now and then in the nets, once he hit his rhythm, you just pray that when you're in for your 10-15 minutes he doesn't hit that peak rhythm, because he got extra bounce from nowhere, and that's why it was so deceptive. Sensodyne's sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. Not for ice cream though. In a sense, you know what Pakistan are thinking. They want to be in the game for as long as possible. Make sure that England don't get away from them. And as long as they're within a sort of a range, a striking range, they can then apply pressure from the one end especially. But just make sure that they don't leak runs.
Field is up. Remember that Brook tried to hit over the top in the first innings and that brought his downfall, so the option is there again for him. This was the first innings. It was Abrar just before lunch, actually. Brook trying to go over the top and in the end just holding out to mid-off, and that was Abrar's 5th wicket, hence the reaction there where he went down onto his knees and kissed the turf. But Babar is keeping that field up to say and saying to Brook, if you want to go again, be my guest. 86 for 3.
Well, Mohammad Nawaz is doing what he's been asked to do, just keep the lines tight, restrict the scoring opportunities. There's not much threat from him necessarily, but he's playing a role where they are trying obviously to let Abrar be the danger man at the other end. Nonetheless, there will come a time you need wickets at both ends. Almost at tea now. The lead is 165, plenty of time left in the game. A little bit of time left in the day, of course, for the slightly sunset curtailed final session.
Ooh, I think there was glove on that. I'm fairly certain that came off glove, and there is a leg slip in place, but because it's a slow pitch, he's a little wide, and it went between him and Rizwan. Yeah, runs given.
Yeah, glove it was. Just loops a little bit.
Not even Abdullah Shafiq can get to that one. But at least he gives him a crack at Harry Brook just before tea, with Brook not quite picking which way the ball is going.
yes, Abhi. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Very solid in defence for that final over from Harry Brook. And that brings an end to the middle session. It's been England's day so far. They lead by 168. Another good performance from Ben Duckett. Three wickets in this middle session, and Abrar has looked dangerous again. He's taken 2 of those to take his tally for 9 in the game. But as far as the overall situation is concerned, it's England who inhabit the happier dressing room at the moment. So we have one more session here. It's likely to be a curtail session because of light, but we'll still get a reasonable amount of play in, and England can stretch that lead. It stands at 168. They're 89 for 3 in their second innings, with Duckett unbeaten on 58. What a debut that Abrar is having. 2 for 28 from 10 overs in the second innings, and the run out of Zach Crawley that got things underway for Pakistan.
Ben Duckett, as he's done all series, been able to pounce on Witt, and it looked as if the openers would prosper, but this, no run in it. He actually had to avoid the bowler, but he was run out for a long way out. Duckett has just been able to pick it off. This one, the slog sweep didn't work. Abrar yet again in his first over, striking the second innings too, but Ben Duckett, on the other hand, he's been able to time the ball away. He's looked the most secure and able to get a lot of runs. Joe Root looked pretty comfortable throughout his innings, and as expected, the sweep shot. Duckett got to yet another 50. Then this moment of magnificence from Abdullah Shafi. One of the best catches at short leg you'll ever see, but England go into 289 for 3. They lead by 168 with 7 second innings wickets standing. And we'll be back in, say, about 15 minutes time after tea.
Ben Duckett, 58, not out, and he's looking to put on more for England in their second outing on day 2 of the second test match. And it's that one man who's standing in their way, challenging them even in the second innings. That's Abrar Ahmed. 2 wickets for him and a run out to his name. England 281, and who would have thought Pakistan starting 107 for 2 this morning? They are all out for 202, leaving England with a lead of 79, and now England have added to that. They are 168 ahead. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar here with you. Lots to talk about as to what we have seen happening in the second session. A bit of celebration for Pakistan with those 3 wickets. All the name in front of them is Abrar. Where is England heading with this? 168, and all the questions that would tell us what is playing on England's mind. David Gower, Waqar Younis alongside me. David, you would know the England camp better. How quickly and how many would they want that they feel comfortable and challenge Pakistan?
Well, for once we've seen a much more considered approach, almost an old-fashioned approach, which I think reflects the situation perfectly. So it shows that they can adapt. For all the bluster about playing the same way all the time, it's been a very good performance, especially by Duckett, because what they've done is they haven't had to force, but they don't need to force the pace because there's so much time left in the game. And having earned that lead this morning by bowling Pakistan out, then they can afford to play at whatever pace comes naturally. So, I mean, for instance, Mohammad Nawaz has done a very good holding job, bowled very tightly. 1 or 2 England batsmen have held back a little bit this time from some of the more extravagant shots, apart from Will Jacks, who came to number 3 for the first time ever and obviously didn't like it much because he played a horror shot to get out. But I think, Duckett is the key here very much. He's still got some very good batting to come. Brook is having a look. Time is not the issue, so they can play however they want in many, many ways, as long as they get, say, 300, 350 ahead again.
Okay. It's not really been that demolition approach from the England batters this session. I think this is the first time in the 1 test match and a half that they haven't scored 100 in a session. How do you see that? A little bit of an Abrar in that as well?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Abrar has created some doubts in their batting. That's why you're not seeing those sweeps, reverse sweeps. Yes, Duckett is looking to play, that conventional sweep where there was big appeal also, where he could have been, given out also. But yeah, they are going to be in some sort of trouble, but Pakistan's got to keep picking wickets. They also got to contain, make sure that they don't run away with boundaries, but also just keep things under the lid. This was a good run out from Abrar. It seems like it's all Abrar's game. Wickets all left, right, centre for him, and then reacted really quickly, really nicely, and released the ball just on time, and Kohli was well shot. And this was a beauty once again. A very similar delivery to what he bowled to Zach Crowley in the first inning, landed in a perfect place. It just came in, and I don't think Jacks read that googly and came back from a very, very good space. And this was a beauty. Excellent catch. You can see this again and again. I mean, we have not seen many catches taken at short leg, but the reaction catch was outstanding. Just brilliant.
Let's have a look at this graphic over here, which tells us more about Abrar's performances. Best match figures on Test debut. And Abrar is at number 2, 9 for 142 at this point in time. And he's looking to add to those just after Mohammad Zaid's 11 for 130. So if you just look at it, David, the way England is batting right now, especially when Harry Brook has come out, you just get a feeling he's not all at home against Abrar at the moment.
No, I think you're right. I mean, whatever they've said in the camp about most of the batsmen picking him most of the time, there has been a bit of uncertainty there. So if you're Harry Brook and you're not 100% sure, you use your immense talents to watch the ball as best you can, to learn while you're out there, so it will become easier the longer you stay there. And that's always been the case. If you're playing good spin anywhere in the world and you're up against it like that, the longer you stay, the easier it gets. So if he gets himself set after tea, then there will come a time where he can play the shots we saw him play in Pindi. But it's not the sort of pitch, not the same sort of pitch.
Yep.
It's not quite so easy to be taking runs left, right and centre. And again, just to repeat, time is not the issue. So, but occupation of the crease is.
Okay. Your CV says expert. So you got to give a prediction now. Expert prediction lined up, and let's find out what David and Waqar have to say about the game in the final session. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, I'll put it easy to you. How many wickets do you feel will be there in the final session?
Do you really want to ask us? Really, to be honest? Because
I have no choice.
Okay, I'll give you a
3
very quick
wickets in the
answer.
morning
Give you a very
section,
quick
and it was
answer.
8.
3 wickets in this final session. But I'll just point one thing out. If you're a football fan, there are animals across the world. There's an octopus in Germany, which is alleged to have picked the results of World Cup football matches over the years, as well, to be fair, as we have picked scores and wickets in the last 2 days. I think there's a cat somewhere in England that is also credited with these enormous skills of predictability. And in fact, I'd very happily cede the duties to either the octopus or that cat.
Who's playing England in the final then?
The octopus.
The octopus. All right, the expert predictions, and that closes the whole chat up. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. A few more seconds, then we get to the action. Waqar, is there anything that you feel Pakistan is missing out on they should try immediately?
I don't think they need to do anything different. They control the scoring rate quite nicely, and I think that's the best you can do. Nawaz is bowling nicely. Maybe just bring in Zahid and see what he does. He's definitely a big spinner of the ball. So if he can provide you a breakthrough, I think that'll be outstanding. But Abrar one and give him the end and just forget.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so here we are. Final session on day 2 is all set and ready. England have a lead of 168. We'll find out in some time what they finish with.
welcome back to the second test match. Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England T20 2022 Test Series, Multan Cricket Stadium. And we're into the final session here on day 2. The match so far, England bowled out for 281, Pakistan in reply 202, losing those 8 wickets today, and England at the moment 89 for 3. On the bottom there, 168 runs the lead for England. The 3 England wickets to fall so far. Zach Crawley will be kicking himself. Was never run on there, but Abrar has done well to come in and then hit the stumps. Crawley was found a few yards out. It was a wrong one again. Will Jacks was sent up at 3 and had a big swipe at that. And then a moment of brilliance, absolute brilliance from Abdullah Shafiq at short leg. And the umpires make their way out for this final session here. It was a shortened one yesterday. And we probably won't go the entire length as well today.
Ben Duckett has played beautifully again. Got off to a flyer where the seamers bowled a little bit wide to him, bowled a little bit both sides of the wicket. And he cut and pulled his way to get into the 20s. And then after that, he played spin really well. A little bit more disciplined against spin. We didn't see as many sweeps and reverse sweeps. Having a good series. Hundred and 250s and the duck in the second innings. Be interesting to see how these two go about it. Not been super positive, they've just been sensible. The pitch has played pretty well. And the odd one that's turned reasonably big. The challenge will be Abrar. He has 9 for in the match. Bit of a delay out there. The umpire has called on, what, the 3rd umpire, 4th umpire. Maybe it's the footholes. Something that could have been done with T. They've been pretty crumbly, those footholes. At T, they were knocking them down. I was out there at T and they were banging them down, trying to make them more compact. Should be spin at both ends anyway. Spinners don't worry about them that much. Anyway, the lead is 168. Pakistan need to get 7 wickets as quickly as possible here. Two men on the sweep, as ever with Duckett, and a man on the reverse sweep, mid-on hovering 3/4 of the way back.
Duckett sort of curtailed his natural instinct to take the spinners on. It's been still a very impressive innings, but the opportunity with the field spread is just to milk the spinners. There's so much time in the test match, so much time that they can bat the way they want. They can actually take time out of the game because there's still a good part of 3.5 days to go. Yeah, so even if They take their time, even if they bat as long as they want, there'll still be plenty of time remaining.
I think Brook would prefer to be at that end just for a little while. He's the one that's not picking Abrar. And so he just wants to get in just for a little while at Nawaz's end, spend some time in the middle, maybe take a few boundaries down off him, give himself some confidence. Duckett has picked Abrar pretty well. Here he comes down the pitch. Now, if Pakistan are sensible, and if they've kept Abrar on, which they should have done, they will make sure there's no single here. Keep Duckett off the strike, keep Brook on strike to the next over. No singles at all, mid-off, tighter. And they get what they want. 91 for 3. Still kicking at those footholds. Babar's helping his debutant spinner just get it right. So even for a spinner, they want to be comfortable on that front foot where they land. Obviously, you can move your position, change your position on the crease. Right, squeeze, bowl 6 balls at Brook here. Mix it up, leg breaks and googly. And Brook, if he's not sure which way it's going, either play off the back foot and play it off the surface or sweep. Big shots down the ground might be a challenge. Comes down and hits it hard. Nails that for 4. Abrar won't mind that. That's how he got him out in the first innings, charging him down the ground.
A quality shot. Abrar did just toss that up slightly slower, but he was off in a flash, was Brook, and smashed it down the ground. The good thing was that he was so close to the delivery, there was no chance of any sort of turn.
In the air, lands safe. This was that first innings dismissal where he didn't get as close to the ball as he just did. It was a good catch. It was his 5th wicket. Down the pitch again. Good battle this. .98 for 3. Having a close look at Abrar and his mystery spin. England will be looking at this footage hard. What can you pick from the leg spinner? Seam position there. Finger position.
Can you see any more of the index finger for the googly? Is it off the ball? Yeah, and then you see the seam rotating the other way. Remember that he can change that up as well. And bowl the leg spinner with more of a scramble seam just to confuse you a bit more. But that will be his challenge. That footage will now go around the world. Next time any side play Pakistan, they'll be looking at that.
Yes, mate.
The challenge for me, Nas, today was that since morning I've been sitting on a story which I haven't been able to tell. Now last night after that Brazil-Croatia game, watched the penalties and adrenaline pumping, couldn't get to sleep. So I was texting away and one of my friends texted back and said, Google Nasser Hussain acting. So I googled Nasser Hussain acting and lo and behold a Bollywood film star appeared. Tumhe yaad hai? That was your dialogue. You don't remember, do you? Anyway, I looked at that and thought if Nasser Hussain, who's as robotic an actor as I am, I've got a future as well. And Nasser Hussain is acting in Bollywood movies, and that is an anomaly. But I think you've given me one out, so I'm not great at commentary, so I should look at something else because you've shown me the way. There was Lord Gowan there looking as elegant as ever, but Nasser Hussain as stiff as a board.
You've been saving that story all day.
All day.
Night.
I've sat on that all day.
Could have saved it a bit longer, Baz, I reckon.
I
was just about to give you credit for your pitch report, for your excellent pitch report with Saki this morning, where you said you didn't think this pitch would do as much today, and it hasn't done as much. Take that back now. 100 up for England, 100 for 3.
Everybody out there, just go on Twitter and tell Nas how good or how bad he was in that film. You can Google it. It's there to be seen.
Lead 179 and just a little half a chance there. Already seen one run out with Zach Crawley. Not a lot for Nawaz, not spinning that much, just the odd one, 100 for 3. I reckon we've got a change here. Maybe Abrar might be changing ends. Maybe he's just not happy with the footholds at that far end. Zahid Mahmood might bowl on a different position on the crease, and those footholds aren't as much of a problem, and Abrar will come down to the media centre end where he got his 7 wickets in the first innings.
The 29th over of this innings, Zahid Mahmood has been brought into the attack. The worry for Babar is that he's leaked a lot of runs throughout the series. England have taken to him. And Babar was reluctant to get him into the attack because he doesn't want England just to get a spurt on and score runs quickly. So pressure on him as well, because he'll probably know why he's been held back or not been given the ball quicker.
Nine wickets in the series, so that part of his game is excellent, but he's gone at 5 and over, 6 and over maybe at times. England have taken him down. Actually, it's more than that. He's gone for 7.3 runs per over in the series.
On the first game in particular, he didn't get his lengths right at all. Dropped quite a few balls short, and England were very quick to pounce on them. The bad ball percentage, the boundary ball percentage is quite high from him. He's obviously played a first-class season this time round. Last year as well, picked up wickets, but different story when the attack is on. England didn't give him a chance to settle at all. It took him down at rapid pace.
Decent start from him, just 3 from that over, 103 for 3. Just trying to think of the great sweepers. When you see Duckett play, he would be in one of the top 5 sweepers in world cricket at the moment. In my era, I played with a lad for a long time. Graham Thorpe was a brilliant sweeper. Marcus Trescothick, who was with the England side. Lara obviously was brilliant at sweeping. Kumar Sangakkara, excellent sweeper of the ball. And Pakistan have had a couple. Mohammad Yusuf and Yunis Khan, brilliant at sweeping. Javed. Aussies Matthew Hayden practiced before that Aussie tour of India. Famous loss in Calcutta, but Hayden in that series swept hard. Likes of Harbhajan got the sweep out on a number of occasions. It was a change of ends for Abrar Ahmed. This is the end. He got 7 for in the first innings, so he's comfortable, and he's probably comfortable with the footholds as well.
Yeah, just on that topic, Moin Khan, a very good player of the sweep shot, but in recent times, the author before that World T20 Men's World T20 World Cup pointing out that the Asian batsmen, especially India, Pakistan, don't sweep as much as the other countries.
He may well have picked that one. Brook played it off the back foot. More he bats against him, more he'll just something subtle he'll see in the action or the ball and the seam position that he'll pick. And I reckon he picked that one.
And he reckoned that because they pick spin well, they don't rely on the sweep shot. But now it's become such a weapon. Especially that reverse sweep. You can keep on sweeping and reverse sweeping to an extent that England have brought it into Test match cricket and reliant on it so much. And it's paying off. So You just got to a stage where you look at the Pakistani batters and you think they've been slightly left behind in terms of scoring opportunities with spin on.
Oh yes, mate.
The Osaka boundary contest, whenever a boundary is hit and the LED Osaka display is on, batsman can pocket rupees 10,000, nicely tucked away off the face of the bat here from Brook. And it races a laboured chase in the end. In the end, they're over with a boundary 7 off at England, 110 for 3.
$110 for 3, the lead now, what, 189? As ever, Twitter, quick to remind you of people you forgot. And one of the great sweepers, Andy Flower, who I played with at Essex, coached England, been a successful franchise coach, Zimbabwe player. Andy Flower was one of the great sweepers of a ball. And in fact, Murali, the one shot that Murali hated, and the people who played Murali the best are the ones that swept. So the likes of Flower and Lara, Thorpe, Trescothick. Bowl your best ball and it's been swept either side of the wicket. That's a hard sweep in the air. Almost off the back foot, that shot.
Every now and then he drops it short. That's where he's leaked runs as well. On the other hand, Abrar has been welcome to the Test arena in quite some fashion, courtesy personing 7-wicket haul. Interesting story. I think he was 6 years old back in the 2004 Multan Test, where Sehwag completely took down Saqlain Mushtaq. And his brother narrates a story where he's in the room with his dad and he's having a go at what Saqlain should and should not be doing. And the running commentary from the 6-year-old back then was enough for his dad to ask him to shut up and been sent to his room. So the cricketing brain from him stems from a very long time ago.
And now the reverse sweep. Man is out there. He's fairly fine, so they'll come back for 2.
And his coach, Mohammad Masroor, had him come to trials, have never played with hard ball again. And Mushtaq Ahmed was there and he asked him, "You are a leg spinner, do you know the great Abdul Qadir?" And his immediate response was no. And Mushtaq was absolutely shell-shocked and he actually didn't. Laughed a good 10 minutes and his coach then said, obviously grown up in this era, he idolizes Sunil Narayan. And his story then broke onto the scene. PSL picked him. 2017 plays a couple of games and then had a lower back stress fracture.
I think he'll know Abdul Qadir well now, because Abdul Qadir was the only spinner for Pakistan to get 9 wickets on the first day of a test match. Abrar also against England, Abrar got 7, so you probably know him now.
Short, and he always picks up length well. That's been the problem for Mahmood. There's always that delivery in there, and it's generally the short one. And on these slow pitches, Brook in particular picks up length, and watch the speed of the hand. Bang. Cannot bowl there to anyone, certainly not to Brook. 119 for 3.
Line coming over the wicket. Centre.
किसने की है? अब ये राउंड से आ रहा है, वो लग जाएगी, पीछे हो जाओ यहाँ से, कवर से आ रहा है, जाओ जाओ जाओ, लगेगी ऊपर पीछे.
Just keeping an eye, Duckett, on where that sweep man is. He's in there, you can see in the distance. He's in a good 30 yards from the boundary. In the air, dropped. An absolute dolly. Babar Azam has put it down. That would have been his 10th for in the match. An absolute dolly.
That is an action replay, but everything happens slowly. The ball short of a length. Duckett goes back, just punts it leg side, slowly goes to Babar and goes to ground.
Yeah, Broad would have been disappointed, and rightly so. You cannot explain that. Would have been his test 10th. Still on the cards. It's been a pleasure to watch. He's been deceptive. Yes, Duckett has mentioned that they did pick him, but most of the times he's past the outside edge of the bat or outfoxed batters. Certainly did for Zach Crawley and Ben Stokes in the first innings. Ben Stokes was his favourite wicket according to him. Pakistan's #1 battery Osaka boundary contest. Every time Osaka proudly presents rupees 70,000 to the players towards Osaka boundary contest of 7 fours.
Reckon we have just over an hour of play. They walked off about 4:45 yesterday, the umpires.
Oh yes.
Googly picked by Brook, and a stare from Abrar, 120 for 3. A low 5 between the bowler and the skipper. There's one person you don't get too cross with, is the skipper. Sorry, bowler. No problem, Skip. Just keep picking me forever. Need to bowl in a partnership. Abrar bowling well one end, and the other end, there's his match figures, 9 for 157. So he has 9 of the 13 wickets that have gone down. He needs to be backed up by Mahmood. Not so much with maidens, sorry, with wickets, but with dot balls. Just build some kind of pressure. 200 now ahead, England. Lead of 200. Plenty of time left in the game. This is only day 2.
Yeah, Pakistan can take a leaf out of England's book. The way they've approached this second innings, they lost a couple of early wickets, and recognizing there's plenty of time left in the game, it hasn't been the typical high-risk cricketing shots, but they'd yet scored their runs. Just like that, they've timed the ball well. They've run hard between the wickets, and they've still had the scoring rate just a tick under 4. So it also goes to show that England are willing to adapt when there is a different situation in the game, trying to buy more time into the game. The lead now 202.
England did use that heavy roller. I think that has made the pitch slightly slower. That sting from the spinners
may be gone. We'll have to just wait and see, but it seems to be slightly slower as the ball comes off the track.
You're struggling against spin, young boy or girl who wants to know how to improve playing against spin, and why Duckett is such a good player of spin. He's short, and you pick up length well when you're short. Brook is taller. Now, Brook is taller, but if you look at him in his stance, watch the way he ducks down there against spin to make him more crouched. The lower you are, the better you pick up the length of the spinner. Watch him here go low. Picks up length, top edge, but will land safely. Try and get low in your stance against spin. 124 for 3.
Well, it's that time of evening when the floodlights are put into operation here in Multan. We came off roughly 4:45 local time yesterday, which is an hour from now. And not for the first time, Harry Brook picks up that short ball so quickly and has just deposited it over the mid-wicket boundary. It's a decent-sized boundary, that, to the leg side. Brook is a seriously strong and powerful player.
Yeah, just clears this time. Remember, they pushed the boundaries 5 yards back here compared to the first test in Pindi. 75 yards in Pindi, 80 yards here.
Pulled again. There's no man out. This time it won't go for 6. It just dribbles into the rope, or what passes for a rope here at deep mid wicket. But Abrar has just dropped short now twice and been punished.
Yeah, there's short and there's really short. These were just a little bit short, but enough on a pitch of this pace, and it's as simple as that. If you judge the length quickly, get in position quickly, the shot is on.
I'm sure that middle finger of Abrar is just getting a little tired. It's not easy to flick the ball from the way he bowls. Maybe it's just time to give him a little bit of rest. His bowling is 14th. Maybe not.
That is a beauty, isn't it? A googly from round the wicket. Beautifully bowled, and Duckett didn't pick it at all because he was looking to knock that through mid-on, as if he felt it was a leg spinner that was going to turn into him.
Yeah, and he watched this next one really carefully off the pitch, didn't he, just to make sure. Again, it's going just away, but that was the 1-2 balls ago now, which is just beautifully bowled, full length.
135 for 3. It's a good point you make, though, Waqar, about the strength that you need in your fingers to flick the ball. It's an unusual method of bowling. We've seen some bowlers do it down the years, but I think most people who don't bowl like that could do it from about 5 or 6 yards if we were playing in the back garden. But to actually get it down 22 yards with a reasonable amount of pace and fizz on the ball, fingers must be incredibly strong.
कौन सा नहीं ठीक है कप्तान इसके लिए ठीक है
Most of these bowlers who bowl those finger spinner, what they call it, in Karachi, it first appears in tape ball cricket or tennis ball cricket, and there are quite a few very good ones with the tape ball. But bowling with the hard, you know, with seam on delivery, it is very difficult. And it's not from the front of the hand, which is normally used for heavy duty stuff. It's the back of the finger, which is very soft. There's not much meat, or should I say skin on it. The skin is very soft, and you have to sort of flick it with that, and you've got to get used to it, bowling many overs, and your fingers become literally like an iron, back of the hand.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see, for example, if he came to England and had to bowl with a Duke's ball, which has a much prouder seam, whether that would affect the back of his fingers, that softer area that you're talking about. Presumably they use Kookaburra in domestic cricket here as well.
Yeah, Kookaburra in domestic. We're just going to try to have a look at his hand, but it's just not showing it right now. With the tennis ball, it's a lot easier for sure, because the balls, you can squeeze the ball in your hand, but with the harder ball, it is very tough, and keep bowling with that. I remember I said it the other day also, that when I first saw him back at the High Performance Center, he was just bowling too slowly. He was used to bowl very similar, used to get those googlies and leg break, but very slow. It's easy to pick. Just nice easy sweep. Pick up 3, duck it.
And what allowed him then to bowl more quickly? You say he bowled slowly when you saw him at the High Performance Centre. Obviously something changed to allow him to bowl more quickly. Did he just get stronger? I mean, has he done exercises to increase the strength of his fingers?
I think the only exercise you do is just keep bowling. And your fingers get used to bowling with a harder ball and putting that middle finger, back of the middle finger on the seam. Beautiful delivery. Very nicely bowled, that last delivery of the 35th over. It's 143 for 3.
Yeah, lovely combination of drift, dip and spin. It went past leg slip. Just for a moment, leg slip might have been interested as Duckett looked to reverse sweep. It's Fahim Ashraf making good ground down at fine leg, but I don't think he's managed to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, slip becomes leg slip, in effect. And that was, well, it's one of those frustrating ones. Gets a hand on it initially, but then when it starts bobbling around and you follow through with the other hand and bits of the body and all the rest of it, all the effort comes to naught.
Oh, he's bowled him. Duckett can't believe it. He's through the shot too quickly. Abrar can't believe it either. It wasn't a good ball, not his best of the match, but it is 10 for now. He's having a debut to remember, and England now 4 down.
Well, a couple of 50s in the match for Ben Duckett, and he's played very well indeed in both innings. We've seen so often that just that little bit of drop in length gives the batsman an opportunity to play the cross-bat shots. This seemed to keep just a little bit low the way he played it. It comes angled in. It just takes the pace off. Okay. That is where you see a bowler admitting that wasn't the plan. I got lucky. Ben Duckett got unlucky. Duckett goes to 79, 147 for 4.
Ollie Pope in the unaccustomed position of number 6 dropped down the order in this second innings because of the time spent behind the stumps. Normally England's number 3, but playing as a wicket-keeper batter in this game, and the decision was made to push Jacks up the order, move Pope down, and that's why he's in at 6. Started with a reverse swept 4 in the first innings. This time he gets off the mark. First ball with a push through mid-wicket for a couple. Well, Abrar has bowled lots of beautiful deliveries in this game. This was not his best, but he won't mind that. It's his number 10 for the game.
Lack of pace off the surface, and they all know that the plan was not this. And the first man ran across the pitch to Abrar was Babar, who dropped Duckett, and he was on 60. Now, didn't cost him too many runs, but he was the happiest man on this earth. But what a debut. Great achievement, picking 10 wickets in his first game. A lot of confidence shown from him. Big hug.
And of course Babar had dropped Duckett earlier on 69, hence the relief from the skipper as well. 149 for 4. Well, if those fingers were getting a little tired, it's amazing what a wicket can do. You feel a little fresher and less weary.
This game has moved very quickly. We saw 12 wickets going down, and we have already seen 12, so we might see a couple more, who knows. But yeah, 2 days into the game, and we're looking at the result maybe on the 4th day. Very much possibility. Once the score goes over 270, I think Pakistan will start sort of feeling that pressure. At the moment, at 231, England, the lead. You never know, we might see a funky declaration.
Well, only if Ben Stokes was to play golf on day 5, but there is so much time left in the game. And for once, actually, we've had a day where you might be able to use the words normal cricket, normal test match cricket. England have played sensibly today. Haven't forced the pace as they have done in the first 3 innings of the series. Long way out there. It's good running, comfortable running for the second. Yeah, as ever, the bowler's happy to sit and watch.
Oh,
155 for 4.
Catching. Zahid. इधर आओ, इधर आओ. बस. इधर आओ, राजे इधर आओ. इधर. राजे जाते हम देख पासे नवा कमेंट हो गया क्या?
It's a fairly slow low pitch in Multan, but Abrar tends to bowl with a lot of overspin and hence gets a bit more bounce than others. The one to duck it did not bounce at all, but it was a combination of it being so short and duck it was through his shot as well. So it was a combination of the pace and the lack of bounce that did for the left-hander.
Oh yeah.
Hand on the hip tells a story. Wasn't happy at all.
He's a long way down. There has to be a lot of guesswork in that decision from Marais Erasmus. Trying to work out where Babar Azam was then. I didn't see him in that huddle. Maybe he's
I think he must be off the field.
Nipped off the field. So Rizwan had a decision to make there. Trouble here for Pope and gone, surely. Yeah, he's not hanging around. This is a brilliant bit of work from Nawaz. Deep into the final session here in Multan, when it's easy to lose a bit of concentration. It is not Pakistan in the field that have lost concentration. This is sharp work.
I don't think the single was there. He just hit the ball and he just ran. He was nowhere in the picture. It was too far away. It was a poor judge of run from Pope. And didn't work that number 6 batting. I don't think it was required to go upstairs because he never made it back to his crease, so it will be out.
I'm going to say, we have a technical term, freeze frame. He did his own freeze frame, absolutely stopped dead with another 3 inches to go until he got towards the crease. So yes, a bad misjudgment. Not a great run. Harry Brook, I think, can be defended here because Pope set off straight away and it was far too close to the fielder. With a good left arm throw as well. So complete misjudgment. Pope's failure to make runs in the second innings continues. 155 for 5.
Yeah, and Pakistan will be just sensing an opportunity here as Ben Stokes comes to the crease. Stokes didn't read Abrar's googly in the first innings, and there's a bit of a tail. Robinson and Wood can bat, then Anderson and Leach, so there's still a bit of batting to come. But 155 for 5 now. If they can get rid of Stokes quickly, they will just sense an opening. A wonderful expression of both surprise and admiration from Stokes in the first innings when he was beaten by Abrar, but he's had a look at him now. We'll know where the threat lies. Babar is back on the field now.
Oh yeah.
155 for 5.
See, Pope had basically assumed there was a run all the way through that. He looks at the ball, he looks at the field, he's probably actually, well, obviously would be ruining the decision very, very swiftly. Again, I say, defend Harry Brook, who would have also been aware the run really wasn't on. But Pope wasn't looking at Brook. There was no real communication. And when he was sent back, when he realised he had to go back, I mean, it's almost comical, the dive back. Tried hard, yep, tried hard to get back. But he had to dive from so far out that he just came to a halt in a cloud of dust, still inches short of the crease. So good piece of fielding. But Nawa's left-handed, therefore to his good hand. It was only a couple of steps to his left, so it was very quickly to him. And then the good arm gets the throw in directly.
I don't think Pope realized that the fielder was a left arm thrower. He just hit it and he thought that he's going to turn around and will throw it with the right arm, and by the time he realized it was way too late.
One of the ways to avoid that sort of situation is if, as the non-striker, you're always aware of what the striker's possibly going to do. If you get an early shout of no-in, stop him in his tracks. That can sometimes save the situation. All happens in a flash, doesn't it? But Brook was never coming, and rightly so.
There was just a glance, wasn't there, from Pope to Brook's direction as he lay belly down in the dirt.
Now, once you've been run out a couple of times, you learn that you're on duty, whether you're the striker or the non-striker. Whatever you say about the striker having the call, and the non-striker maybe being obliged to follow that call. If the non-striker calls in response a very, very loud no and does it very sharply, then the man who's made the mistake, who I'd say this time is Pope, still has a vague chance of getting back. Well, certainly a better chance than if you already got halfway down the pitch.
He was also ball watching. He was looking at where the ball was rather than just concentrating, focusing on where he's supposed to run or focusing on the non-striker.
$158 for 5, 39 overs. Yeah, even if you say they were both ball watching, it is one of those things that you sometimes, as a non-striker, you just assume that the guy's not going to run because you've also assessed the situation quickly yourself and you think there's no run there. But it is a sort of question of concentration. So if you are aware to what your other man is doing, your opposite number is doing, as I say, you can sometimes get the call in quickly. The other thing is there are certain people you run with who you know to mistrust at all times. All sorts of legends through the history of the game of people who were not great judges of a run.
Anyone you can think of, David? Or would you like to name?
A little harsh, you know. Yeah. Jeffrey was one of the ones I learnt very quickly. I mean, I overlapped with Jeffrey Boycott for 3, 4, 5 years, maybe, whatever it was, something like 5 years. And you just had to be aware of what he was looking for. The end of the over, if you like batting, he might want the single. Dennis Compton was famous the generation before. You know, call for a single was described with him as just a basis for negotiation.
Talking of running between the wickets.
No, that's mean.
I'm going to say, you just let that hang there, didn't you?
Well, I was very glad our director was on the same wavelength that I was.
Sorry,
on.
Mike, what's your point here? Go on. Yeah. Come on, spit it out.
Very meany. Not saying anything, just showing.
No. Good battle this, though. Stokes just arriving to the crease, looking to impose himself on Abrar, who dismissed him in the first innings. Mentioned it's a lovely battle because of this. There was a lovely expression from Stokes the moment that ball hit the stumps. His mouth formed a perfect O. Terrific. England's lead is 239. Not yet at the stage where Pakistan are out of this game. They won't want to see that lead stretch beyond 300. And they will know that these are the last two recognised top order batsmen, the bowlers to come.
Pakistan need to be a little bit more attacking, I feel, because one wicket here will be a different story, getting into Robinson after this and then into the rest of the bowlers. It will be a different story.
Ayo!
The Dafa News cricketing fact is that it's been a wonderful debut for Abrar Ahmed, only the second Pakistan bowler to take 10 on a Test debut, and the first for, well, what is that? It's a long time ago, 25, 26 years ago. That man out on the fence has been there virtually all game when England have been batting, because of how adept most of the top order players are at playing the reverse sweep. He'll want two, and he will get two, and that takes Harry Brook through to a very good 50. Had a wonderful first Test match in Pindi, didn't get any in the first innings, but he's back on track here again in the second.
Well, it shows someone, I think, who's prepared to learn from mistakes, because it was an error in the first innings, over-exuberance, over-ambition maybe. Catch that was well taken, but he's back to that sort of well-organised, determined approach that serves him so well.
165 for 5. The chairman on his gold-leafed throne. Well, it's been an interesting day's play. This pitch has provided a better balance between bat and ball here in Multan than we had in Pindi. And although England are in control of this game, they're not yet out of sight. So we'll have a very interesting final 45 minutes of play as the players take drinks in the final session of day 2.
Well, the sun begins to set over one of the oldest cities in the subcontinent, Multan, and Multan has provided us with 2 excellent days Test match cricket. Pitch that has spun but not too much, has produced that sort of par score that you want in the first innings of around about 300. If you get a par score of 300 in the first innings, you know you're in for a pretty good Test match. Pakistan were below par. 202 bowled out today, a collapse today, and how much they will rue that collapse, because their fielding has been pretty good with a couple of run-outs, and Abrar Ahmed has been really good again with 3 wickets. England now have a lead of 245. And we reckon we have about 20 minutes to half an hour's play left before that light and that really closes in. If it was the same time as yesterday, we got about 26 minutes of play left.
Even though it looks pretty comfortable for England, lead by 245, Pakistan on the other hand will be thinking, just go to stumps with 1 more wicket and just keep yourselves in the game. The worst thing that can happen to Pakistan is that this becomes a big partnership and the lead goes over 300, goes over, well, nears 400, and then you think, well, this is a step too far. Pakistan right now will be thinking, we get Stokes, we get Brooke, we're into the lower order. So
yeah, 300, chasing 300 is manageable because the game's progressed so quickly. They'll be batting on a day 3 pitch, which is still fine. If you're chasing on day 4 and day 5, this one might be spinning, but this hasn't spun much today, the odd one. Tossed up and belted down the ground. The more he's faced him, the more he's picked him, and the more he's dealt with him. 170 for 5.
It was over-pitched. His long levers come into play. He's not trying to overhit it. Recognizes mid-on is up in the circle. And he's looking very comfortable now. Brooke on 54.
Well, England did say the one thing they noticed in that first innings was they felt that Abrar Ahmed's googly was a little bit slower, a little bit more loopy. So what Abrar's got to do is bowl a few slow, loopy leg breaks. Try and make him think that he's bowling the wrong one.
It's about the deception, isn't it? In the interview earlier in the day, I asked him whether he was worried about the deception just yet. He wasn't, but he did also mention that he keeps playing around with the seam position. And we picked up on the leg break coming down with the seam. He could very easily bowl a leg break with a scrambled seam to just add into the mix of that deception where players are still looking to pick him off. The way his finger goes over the seam, with the way the ball comes down out of his hand, and then the pace of it as well. It's easier to pick him off the surface when the surface is slower, as in the case here. A little bit more difficult if the surface is playing a bit quicker.
Change of attack now, round the wicket. He tried this, Mahmood, in Rawalpindi, but there was no rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. There is a bit more rough there. And the danger shot here now would be the sweep out of that because of the bounce. And there's a 45 and a man on the sweep for the top edge. Rizwan will stand down the leg side so he can get a sighter of the ball. Make sure you have that back foot covered the stumps as well. The great Shane Warne. Amount of batters he got bowled round their legs, bowled through their legs, out of the rough. There is more rough there to work with.
Yeah, after that first delivery, straight away, Aleem Dar just telling Zaid Mahmood that if you go down leg side again, you might be called wide because it'll come under negative bowling. Very quick to remind him of that.
I'd like to see the man in the deep, actually. I think it's Muhammad Ali out there. I'd like him just 10 yards further in for the top edge. If Brook does sweep, Ali's almost on the boundary. You can see him a far distance there. Just 10 off for the top edge. May not carry the bigger boundaries out here. Does well. Rizwan does well. Closed his legs. He wasn't going to be nutmegged, Rizwan there. 171 for 5. Umpires are just coming together here. It doesn't look that dark. Couple of leg spinners bowling. It's not that dark.
इसको ऊपर तो नहीं ना चांस है वैसे कैच का इसके नीचे जाते नहीं है
Now the pitch just punched. Must be a single.
Tapal tea moment. Always a cup of tea available at the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played. Just back cut it. He's belted him down the ground in the previous over. Now he sits back and takes him for 4 off the back foot.
Now this is brilliant batting. Off the front foot and the back foot, and he plays it late. He lets the ball come and he plays it really late. A fine shot from Brook. He's constructing this innings with some command.
Good comeback from Abrar there, slightly quicker. 177 for 5. I reckon the real issue with the light at this stage of the day is more the umpires than anything else. I think the batters with the leg spinners are picking it up fine. I think the fielders are picking it up fine. I reckon the umpires, the way the ball is belted so hard now, a couple of times in the last game, umpires were nearly taken out. That was the reading last night, and once it gets to that level throughout the test match, that's when they go off. That's gone fine, and fine of the man on the sweep for 4.
He tried that a couple of times last over with Mahmood round the wicket. This time he nails it. He wants to sweep it quite fine, and variation of the sweep. And actually let it just come on to him a little bit more, just behind him, and then being able to sweep it hard, fine.
He's too wide, isn't he? He's too wide down the leg side. He needs to be landing it almost like he's bowling to a left-hander, just outside leg stump to the right-hander. That's, again, a little bit too wide.
And you just feel the length is also slightly too full. If you're going to use that rough outside leg stump, you've got to land it here, or try to land it there.
Well, good take from Rizwan. Umpire will be interested with the wide there. He won't let him keep bowling out there. There will be a word. Yep, that's too wide. Alim Dar will say it in the most polite fashion he can. And I don't think Alim Dar's happy with the light either. Down the pitch, beautiful shot, in to out through extra cover, out of the rough, one of the finest shots we've seen today.
Absolute class. You've seen that sweep in this over, but this time round the wicket, the leg spinner aiming for the rough. He opens himself up and this just hits it through extra cover. He's almost danced off the playing surface to be able to create that angle.
Yeah, he's done really well. Came down and stayed leg side of the ball to open up the offside.
And he goes back to the sweep shot. Something the great Indians did to Shane Warne on that Kolkata test when they won, having been put in on the follow-on. VVS Latchman in particular used to use his feet and hit it out of the rough. Not the easiest of shots, but Brook made it look so easy. My point about the light, if you can play shots like that, you've seen it pretty well. And obviously the bowler's seen it, the fielders are fine. Just the umpires get a bit fidgety in this light. England lead by 265, 186 for 5. There's a splattering of fans in, and they've enjoyed their cricket. It'd be great to see a few more. 2006, the last time the test was played here. Bazid Khan made the excellent point earlier about how it being out of town, not easily accessible, especially with all the security around.
Absolutely brilliant Abrar's debut, but I still feel in international cricket, like that story with Moeen Ali coming into international cricket and actually Dharmasena telling him that you're bowling too slowly. As he develops, probably think that he'll have to bowl slightly quicker. He does float it up, he's worked beautifully, worked a treat this time around, but as players start to pick him, he needs to just give them less time.
And he does recognize that. He mentioned that he does recognize that because the way the modern players approach the game now, he needs to be deceptive with pace.
Yeah, but just think how difficult a skill that is. I mean, it's already an incredibly difficult skill. You try it, pop out to your local garden or your local park and try and flick the ball out the front of your hand and flick it down there 22 yards as he's doing. Then you have to flick it even quicker and be accurate. It is a challenge and it's something you'll have to face up to, but it is one of the most difficult skills. 189 for 5. I think an off spinner, it's a lot easier. You can use your big muscles to get it down there quicker. A leg spinner, you can have arm speed, but someone who flicks it out to get it down there quicker, it'll be a tricky one. Ajantha Mendis did that. He was quicker. They're coming together again. They were fidgety in the last over from that far end. Umpire Rasmus not so sure. Maybe one more over. They're going back to a faster bowler, are they? And they're just checking if the light's okay for Ali. I thought they were getting fidgety. Actually, they were right. Okay, it's just about all right for Muhammad Ali. .46 overs old, maybe, just to see if this ball will reverse at all. Any hint of reverse. Robinson got it reverse swinging after a long layoff in that first innings. He didn't bowl for a large period.
England's lead 268 now. Baz, and you were talking about how very slowly this partnership can turn the game around if they get a big one, 34 or 50, and it's been effortless so far. And they've got the run rate now just to take over 4. Session run rate, of course, slightly higher. And just hasn't been enough discipline from the other end except for Abrar. Fahim bowled well up front, used a few cutters, bowled some good lines and good channels, but there hasn't been enough support from the other end. Aleem Dar just signaling a no ball the previous delivery, so Muhammad Ali will have to re-bowl that.
as a captain right now, you put yourself in Babar Azam's boot. Would you right now want to just go off? You think you've had enough, or is there still an opportunity where you think a few more overs with a wicket, or it's a gut feel, isn't it?
No, I'd want to stay on now. You want to break this partnership. You want the bowlers in the morning. You know, the shoulders will drop slightly. You got Brook and Stokes tomorrow morning walking off. They know they got some work. Just get one wicket and you walk off knowing that Robinson's coming out in the morning and you've got a bit of mystery spin in your team. So one wicket. The only way Pakistan win this test match is getting this next wicket quickly. The lead gets up to 350, and with Pakistan's tail and batters not in form and a pitch that they would deteriorate, they need one wicket quickly. Get it tonight and lift spirits in the dressing room.
Yeah, you just feel Pakistan, the players out there with their shoulders dropped, waiting for something to happen. In the way Stokes is playing, he's not in his regular mood of high-risk cricket, entertaining cricket. They've obviously taken a little bit of a back step, rein it in, and just to feel the opportunity is not there for wickets.
Just small things. I don't know if we better run that through as long as you can. You have to go and get the ball himself there, the bowler. He went all the way through. One of the fielders should have got that. It's the tiny things at this stage of the day. Your fast bowler hasn't bowled that much in the game, but still. Someone else should have gone and got that ball that landed right at Brook's feet. Yeah, you get it. You're the bowler. I'd like to see a fielder go and get that. Now he has to run all the way back. That one he can get. 192 for 5. It was around about this time yesterday. A couple of minutes earlier than yesterday. Maybe with the seamer on, they're getting fidgety. If you're bowling spin, you're fine. Anything else, we're walking off. And in fact, even after this over, we might not let you have another one, because at this time of day in this part of the world, the light diminishes very, very quickly.
It's been a long day for Pakistan. To turn around for their 8 wickets came quick. And you just feel they're going through the motions now. An opportunity lies every time they bowl with 6 more deliveries here. And you never know. And like you said, they'd want to go back with 1 more English wicket. Break this up.
Just to lift spirits, to be honest, because it's been a poor day for Pakistan. They would have gone into the day with so much energy and enthusiasm. They were only a couple down. They were hoping for a lead. As it was, they gave a lead away of 79. Down the pitch, Stokes. You look around the Pakistan team and you ask how many have had good games at the moment. Abrar and Babar. Anyone else had a good game? It's a reverse sweep. Saud Shakil got a 50, so he can walk off in that dressing room and he'll think, right, I'm doing all right.
And actually it was that partnership. Once that broke, Pakistan also sort of fell apart.
It's interesting how Stokes just treats every over as if it was the first of the day. We've already had one charge down the pitch and one reverse sweep. He's not playing for the close. He obviously wants to be there at the close, which is only a few deliveries away. But he's still playing his shots. That'll be a couple more. Brooks quick. Playing him off the back foot. 197 for 5, the lead 277. And as ever, eyes on the light meter and the umpires. We continue for another over. Cannot be any kind of pace. It has to be spin. Salman Agha, the off spinner with left-handed Stokes on strike. Lovely part of the day, this early mornings and this time of the evening. It's just perfect. Conditions are perfect, but just not for cricket. There's the reverse sweep. Man does well.
Staying up late tonight, Nas?
I'm debating. I'm usually asleep by 10, to be honest. Midnight is just pushing it.
Maybe a cat nap before and then wake up?
Yeah, just listen to you for 10 minutes more. Send me off.
Lovely. Yeah, that's just what I need, more commentary.
Score in the com box, 1-all. Baz v Nas as England bring up their 200. It's been quite a showdown. Baz has been up all night searching stuff on Nas, and Nas just gently has one back at you, Baz.
Yeah, that's experience for you. He's been doing this for years.
More interesting is if McCullum and Stokes, I think there's still a curfew in place. All those years ago, there was a curfew. It can't be a football curfew, surely. They love their football, these England boys. But midnight, maybe a penalty shootout. The coaching staff, Collingwood, Trescothick, definitely will be watching. Down the pitch, we're not far away now. 202 for 5. They've been pretty good, these umpires. Some umpires just walk off. These just want to stay out there until they just feel it's not good enough. And Aleem Dar points to the dressing room. Umpire said, enough is enough, we're off, and it's an excellent day for England. Pakistan started the day with a lot of hopes, with just 2 wickets down, but England's bowlers were quite brilliant. Got those 8 wickets, got them quickly. Look at the run rate, kept that in check. And then even with a couple of soft dismissals, a couple of soft run-outs, England have played pretty well. 202 for 5 and a very healthy lead, 281, with 5 wickets left and 3 days left.
Yeah, the Pakistan boys walk off with dejected shoulders slightly. The day hasn't gone their way by any means, losing 8 wickets where they were in a good position. Day closed yesterday. And they have picked up 5 wickets off England, but England sit comfortable. 281 the lead at the moment.
He's had a couple of days he'll never forget. 5 for, and now a Test 10 for against a strong England batting lineup on a pitch that's only spun a bit. It has not been a massive turner. Excellent bowling from Abrar Ahmed, and you can tell from that England dressing room they are thrilled to be in this position. 1-0 up in a 3-match series and 281 runs ahead in this Test match. There are the 2 soft dismissals. Pope moved down the order because he was tired from keeping run out for 4. Crawley run out for 3. Jacks missed out, being moved up to the number 3 position. 74 not out for Brooke, 16 for Stokes. Ben Duckett again has played really well. Another half century for him. 79 in 98 deliveries.
It was once again Abrar, the only wicket taker in the second innings. He bowled some real good deliveries, picked up 3 big wickets. Everyone else in the wicket column going wicketless. 13 wickets in the day, 8 Pakistani wickets, and then the 5 England wickets that they sit at 202 for 5.
Let's have a look back at the highlights of that session. Brooke grew in confidence against Abrar. The more he played him down the pitch and then sitting back and late cutting it, picking up length really well. And that was a drop from Babar. That would have been the 10th in the match for Abrar. So quick to pounce on anything short. And that was the 10th in the match for Abrar. Trying to make out as some kind of different delivery. It just died in the pitch. And then the run out of Ollie Pope. There was no run there, maybe he forgot Nawaz was left-handed. It was a good bit of fielding, poor bit of running. And then it was Stokes and Brooke that saw him through to the close. Brooke got another 50. He's had an excellent tour. He's an excellent player. .47 in 68 deliveries, and that was the shot of the day for me. Into out the rough, off the spinner. So England didn't go ballistic in that session. They just played a normal tempo. They are so far ahead in the series and in the game. They can just take their time if they want. Plenty of time left in the Test match. They lead by 281. 3 days left. Pakistan need early wickets on day 3. So, Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England. Day 3 will be tomorrow. We're on air at 9:35 a.m. local time from the Multan Cricket Stadium. Welcome to the second day of the second Test match live from Multan.
This is really good batting. And that is a really nice way to bring up another 50 for Shakil. Got it! Over mid-on, does it land safely? Anderson takes the catch.
It's cleaned him up. Completely squared Rizwan. England have their 5th.
Gonna have to hurry here. Zach Crawley's gone. Oh, he's bowling. It has been taken.
Exactly where the left-hander wants it.
And that is now 50 for Ben Duckett. Trouble here for Pope. And gone, surely. And that takes Harry Brook through to a very good 50.
Well, England has managed to take away all the advantage created by Pakistan yesterday. Jack Leach amongst the wickets, taking 4 wickets, and then it's been an impressive show with the bat. Ben Duckett amongst the runs once again. The only star performer from Pakistan, Abrar Ahmed, with 10 wickets, and Harry Brook is still not out. Could be the contender for man of the series come towards the end. Right, England were bowled out for 281. In response, Pakistan made 202. They were bowled out. Jack Leach taking 4 wickets. Joe Root also chipping in with 2. And at this point of time, England are leading by 281 runs with Ben Duckett as the top scorer. Welcome to the Solar Energy, Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Well, England will be rather pleased with the way they've made a comeback in this game. In fact, they are in a dominating position, courtesy that bowling effort. Pakistan, they'll be looking back and thinking that they've lost all the momentum that they created yesterday. I've been joined by Bazid Khan and David Gower. Bazid, from a Pakistan perspective, yesterday the situation was very much in their favor. They were looking to sort of build on and create some kind of a lead. That, of course, didn't go to plan. What would you attribute it to? Was it a case of just some soft dismissals, shot selection? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, they would have gone into the day thinking that we can get a bit of a lead. We can also get a huge lead if we bat really well. I think the turning point probably be that Babar dismissal. But overall, if you look at that bowling, that England, especially today, they made sure that they applied the pressure and kept that pressure on throughout. There was a situation where after Babar had dismissed, they'd gone for 6 runs in 6 overs. So the consistency and the pressure applied by England then reaped results. Yes, you could argue Pakistan weren't as proactive as you would like, but also give credit to the way that England bowled and found ways of actually not letting Pakistan score at all.
I mean, one thing that's obviously worked for England in the last, couple of years is Ollie Robinson. We spoke about how he didn't get to bowl yesterday, but today he got the ball to reverse, and that ball to Babar Azam was a peach.
It was, and it sort of proves that the tactic of keeping someone in reserve has validity. It was a great ball, was a lovely ball. In fact, England saved the 2 best balls of the day for the 2 best batsmen. So this one from Robinson was full, reversed in, just had enough to get through the gap between bat and pad, because it goes late. And that's the great thing about reverse swing. Just look how late it goes. And then when you play through the line like that, you just leave that little bit of a gap. So a great delivery from Ollie Robinson. Didn't take much, just a few overs from him. That was his work done for the day. What England have done well, actually, is just manipulate their resources, because the other end, Leach knew he was going to bowl a lot of overs. He saved his best ball for Rizwan, which is an absolute cracker. And then the rest played shots that they'd probably rethink if they were honest about life.
Yeah, they would perhaps be re-evaluating in terms of what kind of shots that they were playing. But talking about Pakistan, they have got 5 wickets. Of course, the lead is such that they will need more wickets come tomorrow. But let's revisit some of them today.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, this was never a run on, and he's just run away, and Edward looped it up as underarm loop into the stumps and still got run out from a long way. So that was the worst call that Crawley's made for quite a while. He actually had to avoid the bowler as well, and this big Mo leg side. The slog sweep didn't work. Pace of Abrar, I think he picked the googly, but the pace of Abrar was slow enough to defeat the shot. This was a magnificent catch at short leg. To be able to pull that off, this is as good as it gets. Going one way and then having to react and dive the other way and pick it up inches from the ground. Abdullah Shafiq with a magnificent catch. Then the slowness of the track. His ball is slow. That Duckett is through the shot as the ball arrives. He's already played the shot and missed it and hits the stump. But it's the slowness of Abrar and the slowness of the pitch And then this again, he's hit it and run and gone straight to the fielder, a left-handed fielder, which I don't think Ollie Pope had taken into account. But again, a poor call and a wicket gifted to Pakistan. He'd be very disappointed with the way that he got run out that time around.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, England has obviously got quite a bit of lead. I mean, what kind of total do you think they'll be comfortable with?
Well, it's comfortable and what they'd really like, which is a lot more. I mean, comfortable, you start to get comfortable at 300. You get even more comfortable at 350. I mean, what are we now? 281. So 350 is well within their compass. Time, there's plenty of time left. So they can go, if things go well, if the partnerships develop, continue to develop, then they can look further. But I think 350 is probably a target at the moment.
Well, one thing is for sure, that they're not short of time. They've got plenty of time on their hands in this test match, and there is plenty to look forward to on the Inverex Solar Energy pitchside show as well. We'll be back just in a bit. Well, just a quick reminder of how England are dominating the proceedings of today. Harry Brook is still not out on 74, and he is still with Ben Stokes on 16 not out. They are 202 for 5. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, we're talking about how England has been dominating the proceedings today. Harry Brook has been one of the star performers of this entire series. You know, I've got Baz and David Gower here with me. David, I mean, Harry Brook, we've seen him a lot in the white ball format, but for him to sort of translate that success into Test cricket, he's got now over 300 runs in this series, and he seems to be loving batting against Pakistan.
He does. He does. He loves batting in Pakistan. We've seen that from PSL, things like that. He's a quick learner by the look of it, because I was disappointed with his shot in the first innings. I thought that was over-ambitious. In the second innings, a couple of nervy moments where he was having a look at Abrar again, but the shots are all there. And he's so quick. I mean, he's got quick hands, quick feet. He's a big man, but he moves deceptively quickly. And when he gets going, he's very, very hard to stop. Now, we've seen him in the UK, for instance, playing for his county Yorkshire, in all formats. He loves batting, and he is learning very quickly. He will be a star for a long time. And those runs, 323 runs, ignore the current average, just because, yeah, it's still ongoing. That's one of the little foibles I'm not that happy with. But he's had a great series on pitches that he likes. And the rule for every batsman is when you're in form, in conditions you like, try and make as many as you can.
Well, another guy who's also been doing well in the series for England is Ben Duckett. We've seen a bit of him in the PSL, and again, a player who's rather known for his success in the white ball format, but he seems to be sweeping all the spinners and bowlers away here in Pakistan. He seems to be loving playing against them and dominating by using the sweep shot.
Yeah, one of those England batters who would not mind low bounce. He keeps low. He's not particularly tall, so all this opportunity to hit through the offside and the pull shot, which he's very strong at. Also the fact that he plays spin so very well. You talked about the sweep and reverse sweep. Today he was more circumspect and he was picking Abrar, I thought, the best out of everyone. I didn't at any stage looked as if he hadn't picked Abrar. So the average, again, brilliant. Maybe that's also ongoing. It's just 2 games into his career. But I think this series, this Test series, I think England have specifically picked him, and he's played in front of Jennings as the opener because of the fact that he's playing spin so well, and also that he excels where there's low bounce.
Has he sort of always been a good player of spin from his playing days, early playing days, David?
Well, he played at Northampton for a while. That was his early club, first club, where the ball does turn. It's also quite low there. So he's had a bit of practice on that from early days. But I think the big difference is that in the last, 2 or 3 years, his game has developed, his confidence has come on. He's much more assured about his play. When he first played Test cricket, and there's a 6-year gap there, he probably wasn't quite ready for it, which can happen. Now that he's playing under these conditions, which he genuinely likes, then this is the time for him to make hay. But he's a much better all-round player than he was, and that's just the accumulation of experience over the last few years.
Well, talking about experience, there's one guy who doesn't have a lot of experience but will be gaining a lot of experience, but just by taking so many wickets. I mean, we spoke about how he could create some records. He's already got 10 wickets in the match. Abrar Ahmed is our top performer of the day.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, I love watching people like this. I love watching the mystery. I'd say about that Will Jack shot that whatever he did in terms of picking it, he didn't execute the shot well. The catch from Shafiq was brilliant. And just when there was talk of maybe that, those spinning fingers getting a bit tired, the wicket comes. I have to say that the lack of pace, both out of the hand and off the pitch there for Ben Duckett, was his undoing. And it certainly wasn't planned. But that's the luck you sometimes make as a bowler. But he's obviously loving his first Test match. And, I mean, it's a reasonable say to say that he'll be around for some years, bamboozling some. People will learn. This is the thing. People will learn more about him very, very quickly. Again, time to make hay.
Well, that was the top performer of the day. I've got a question for Basit Khan, but that too just in a bit.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, because we're talking about questions and because I love teasing my experts and asking them all the questions, putting them on the spot, it's time to have your say.
Have your say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
I mean, we're talking about Abrar Ahmed and his success, and one of the points that you made, Basit, was that you feel that for him to succeed in the longer run, he needs to be bowling quicker. You know, just your thoughts on that, and I wanted you to sort of elaborate that point.
Yeah, look, as David pointed out, people will figure him out. They will look at footage, they will get used to the way that he bowls, and for him to be more effective, especially in international cricket, he will then have to develop all his skills slightly quicker. It's a very difficult art to do because he's different from all other spinners. He's sort of a finger spinner as such, and to get more pace on it is an art. But I think if he has to progress, the one thing that you look at that maybe he bowls slightly slower, and that helps the batters to pick him, and they look at that, and once he gets a bit quicker, I think it'll be more difficult to pick, and also speed off the surface will make it even more difficult if you've not picked it out of the hand. If they speed off the surface, you'll have no time at all.
I mean, one of the things that we saw in David with someone like Ajanta Mendes is that he got found out later on in his career, and we've seen that happen with a lot of spinners where, you know, players sort of mystery spinners, that they start getting picked because of all the data and analysis and just by playing them. How do you think Abrar keeps his mystery? I mean, is it a case of developing more variations? I don't know. I mean, how do you think he'll keep his mystery?
To be fair, there are only so many variations you can develop. Shane Warne, bless him, the great man that was Shane Warne, just developed new names for them. And that was quite a good trick, because he'd come up every couple of years and say, I've got a Zuda, you know, I've got a whatever it might be, a new name for something which wasn't far off different to something he'd bowled before. He did have variety. But the great thing about someone like, say, Warne, who was the best, let's face it, is that he had not just the ability to turn the ball a long, long way, in both directions, top spinners, zooters, you know, flippers, you name it, but he had the confidence and the nous to work people out. So, I mean, one of the great things I learned about him is the way that he would have a plan that was like a chess player, not just 2 balls down the road, but, you know, 2 overs down the road, 3 overs down the road. And Abrar would probably have to learn that. I mean, pace is an interesting thing. You know, pace, spinners have to change pace, have to read a pitch to decide what the best pace is for that pitch. And there'll be days where bowling slower gets you more rewards, days where you can fizz it through as best you can. If you need to learn how to do that, fine, learn how to do it. But what we've got at the moment is a very, very good bowler. We've got a man with enough varieties. I mean, he claims to have 2 googlies, so we'll have to keep looking for that, see if we can tell the difference. But that sort of bamboozlement in the mind is as important as what comes out of the hand.
Yeah, we've seen that, you know, he's got all the variations and changes of pace as well. And I'm sure there's a lot that is in store for him in the future. Yeah, that was Have Your Say for you.
Have Your Say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Okay, Basit, does Pakistan still have a chance of winning this test match? And if so, how?
Yeah, look, they've got so much time in the test match. The only chance that Pakistan have is they come out tomorrow and break this partnership very quickly. If it goes over 350, it goes towards that 400 mark, then I think the belief in themselves will also sort of just drop a little. But there's still chance here is that if you get one of these 2 out early tomorrow and then have a flurry of wickets and make sure that you bowl them out quickly, anything sort of below 350 with the time in the game and the way the pitch has played slightly slower today, they'll still think they're in with a chance. They'll have to do really, really well. But I think once it goes 350 and above, then it becomes quite an issue.
What about the pitch then? Do you think that's going to change at all, David? Do you think it's going to stay the same?
Slowly. I think it's changing, you know, it's evolving. You know, it's not dramatically changing, it's just evolving at its own little pace. And we haven't, to be fair, we haven't seen a lot of balls turning big today. There's always some that will do. And it is the spinners that we expect to do damage tomorrow and, if necessary, the day after. But what England have in their favour is, you know, going back to what we talked about at the start of the show, the Robinson delivery. All he has to do is bowl one magic delivery, get up one of the best players, and that's a step forward. So, I mean, what they do is they use all their resources, and they don't just have to rely on Abrar or Jack Leach or whoever it might be.
Right, that you heard it from the experts as well. Of course, England are in a dominating position, but Pakistan will be looking to break that partnership. That's going to be key tomorrow as we join you once again at 9:15 a.m., which will be live from Multan Cricket Stadium. Cricket action starts at 9:45. That's when you see the first ball being bowled. It's been a riveting contest so far. England have definitely dominated today. Pakistan will be looking back and looking to get that early wicket tomorrow. That's going to be crucial. Hence why we're all looking forward to tomorrow. That's all that we have for you guys from here. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the second day of the second Test match live from Multan.
This is really good batting. And that is a really nice way to bring up another 50 for Shakil. Got it! Over mid-on, does it land safely? Anderson takes the catch.
It's cleaned him up. Completely squared Rizwan. England have their fifth.
He's going to have to hurry here. Zach Crawley's gone. Oh, he's bowling. It has been taken.
Exactly where the left-hander wants it.
And that is now 50 for Ben Duckett. Trouble here for Pope. And gone, surely. And that takes Harry Brook through to a very good 50.
Oh, like that, boy. Like that. Come on, Jim. Lift off from there, Jimbo. Oh, like that, boy. Oh, like that, boy. Like that, Nut. Oh, like. Oh, Nut, that's beautiful, boy. This one as well here. Get up and fast now, lads. Two leg. Slightly close. Two leg. Catch it! Yes! Catch it! Yeah!
Catch it! Yes! Yes! What do you reckon?
Your mind's in the air, be on the lid or not?
Where are we at?
I was just saying.
Offside, is it?
Yes, Mirza. Yes, Mirza.
Right.
इधर नवाज़ नवाज़ इधर नवाज़
आजो जल्दी आओ
Hello and welcome to the highlights of Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. It's the second Test match and day 2 to get underway. Pakistan's first day score 107 for 2, where Babar and Shakil will continue their batting after a 50-run partnership between the two. England grabbing 2 wickets, 1 for Anderson, 1 for Leach. And the match summary tells us that England were bowled out by spin, 281, Pakistan trailed by 174. Let's join the action as day 2 begins.
So Jimmy Anderson with the first ball of day 2. Morning, Bazid. Same style from Pakistan. They'll go about their business in their own way this morning.
Yeah, morning, Nas.
Nicely timed, and even with the dew, the ball just hurries away for 4. Exquisite from Shakil.
It's a very, very classy shot, this. Just a dab, isn't it? No more than a dab. Hands just go through it gently. All about the timing.
There's the hard sweep. There's no one out there. Very good batting. Moves into the 40s.
Yeah, England swept a lot yesterday. We've seen a few of these from South Shakil as well. And he gets nicely on top of it. The only threat to that shot is if there's a tiny bit of extra bounce top edge and Duckett is behind square for that. But for the hard sweep, there's no one going to cut that off.
Nicely played off the back foot. That is not an easy shot off the spinner. It is someone that picks up length really well off spin.
Swept very firmly, and that is a really nice way to bring up another 50 for Shakil. He's looked in terrific touch this morning. He's played a couple of gorgeous strokes through the offside off Anderson, and this firm sweep takes him to 50.
Really, really good. No issues at all against the spin or the paces. He's played his shots, swept really well. This one was hit really hard.
What a change, what a start from Robinson. It just ducked in. And as Baba was looking to drive straight, it went through the gap. And Robinson into the attack for the first time has England's first of the day.
What a peach of a delivery here from Robinson. The second delivery in this innings. He just got the ball to tail back in and through the gap. What a splendid start from Robinson. First wicket of the day for England. Captain of Pakistan walks back for 75. Pakistan now 142 for 3.
Rizwan off the mark, finally off the mark with a classical cover drive.
Well, worth waiting for. Always nice.
Nicely controlled. When you watch the replay of this, watch the way Saud Shakil doesn't overhit. It's a little lesson to anyone out there when you're using the feet. Just a controlled chip over the top. Comes again. Over mid-on. Does it land safely? Anderson takes the catch. Really good from Jimmy Anderson. And that is Jack Leach, 100th Test wicket.
Well, for Saud Shakil, this is from the sublime to the ridiculous, I'm afraid. One perfectly executed shot, followed by one that he will now immediately regret. Celebrations for Jack Leach. Yeah, well done on that landmark for him. And brilliant from Anderson. And this was a tough catch in anyone's book, whether you're 20 years old or 40 years old. You've got to make the ground. It's a difficult sky. You've got to make the ground, keep your eye on the ball, keep moving, get it into the hands, and it went in ever so cleanly. 63 for him as well. It's 158 for 4.
Down the track. That is a lovely, lovely shot. Excellent timing from Rizwan.
Yeah, terrific this from Mohammad Rizwan, who finally gets into double figures. He spent 27 balls on naught. He's had a couple of sweet boundaries now, a cover drive to get off the mark. This one off Leach, skipping down the pitch and hitting over the top.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. Oh, what a beauty. Completely squared Rizwan. England have their 5th.
A beauty from Jack Leach. Combination of pace through the air, angle, wide of the crease, and angling in. And Rizwan on the back foot, turned around, looking to just play to the leg side. And that combination of drift in or angle in and then spin away beats Rizwan's defensive push, and have now taken their 3rd wicket. Pakistan 165 for 5.
It's taken. Comfortable in the end. A soft dismissal. England with their 6th. Nawaz hit it straight to Robinson.
Jack Leach. And they've had a real stranglehold on the game. The run rate has been below 3 and over. Pakistan's batsmen have found it very hard to get on top of the bowling. And with men round the bat, that suffocating pressure has finally told again. 169 for 6 and well behind still.
And that's another one. It does not get easier than that for England. They're all over Pakistan here. And Salman, the latest to go.
You come on, first ball, bowl a gentle delivery, and it just goes into the hands of Stokes at short mid-wicket. The softest of dismissals. Delight for Root. And England, what a morning they've had here now. They're absolutely in control of this game as Salman goes for 4 and Pakistan 169 for 7.
They've gone up, and so has the finger. Pakistan tumbling away now. Mohammad Ali goes for a duck.
And beautifully taken in the slip. This time a bit more flight on it, bit more offside-ish. And got the edge, a little bit of a back pad, just spooned up in the air. And the tall man, Crawley, in the slip, made no mistake. Mohammad Ali gone without troubling the score. It's 169 for 8, Pakistan. But you'll get that, you'll get that, you'll get that. That's a beauty. First ball on the money. Nice and straight. And looks like that it's gonna be hitting the stump. Review is available. Will he take it? Is not sure. Yes. Why not? Let's try.
Ball tracker coming up now, Ali. Ball pitching outside of impact in line and wickets hitting. So you'll be staying with your original decision of out. Ali, the on-screen signal.
That's about as out as you can possibly get. Well done to Ben Stokes. Gets one swinging in, nice and straight and quick. 179 for 9.
A big shot. In spite of the boundary riders, he picks up another 4.
Big shot, just over. And he'll get a boundary for that. Fahim Ashraf. Shot over the top. Backs away and just manages to lift it over the slips to the fence. Just 5 minutes to go to maybe a couple more overs, or just the one. Wood has 2 deliveries to go in this over, an over of spin. Picked up and it's gone straight to that deep square leg. So not the bouncer, the little flick leg side, and Wood has a wicket.
Well, what a morning that has been for England. Delight for Mark Wood to finish things off, but a collective effort from England's seamers and Jack Leach this morning. And the start of the day's play, if you said to England, well, you can get a lead of 79, they would be absolutely delighted. Pressure England applied this morning from the moment that Ollie Robinson came into the attack and dismissed Babar Azam. It all went England's way. That's the final wicket of the morning. A safe catch to Ben Duckett out in the deep. And it has been a superb morning's work for England's bowlers.
So at lunch on day 2 of the second test match, Pakistan starting off at 107 for 2, and they lost 8 wickets for just 95 runs and finished off 202 all out. In their first innings, Babar getting 75 and Saud Shakil getting 63 was the only partnership that Pakistan would talk about. It was tough outing in the last session for England bowlers, but when they came out on the second day, it was completely different, with Jack Leach leading the way, 4 wickets for 98, 2 for Wood, 2 for Root, a wicket each for Anderson and Robinson, wrapping up Pakistan's first innings with a lead that England had of 79. The match summary at lunch on day 2, England batting first after winning the toss, 281 with Abrar 7 for 114. Pakistan in reply, 202 all out with 4 for 98 for Jack Leach. Spin was ruling the way. 16 out of the 20 wickets that fell goes to spin. Pakistan trailed by 79 runs as England would come out to bat again just after lunch.